Welcome in. It is now 8 minutes past the hour. It's the Rick and Bubba Show's kickoff hour, and we're live for another day, and we thank all of you for being with us. The number 866-WE-BE-BIG. If you're just joining us and you haven't done so in a while, you don't know that we're internless. We do not have interns right now, so that means that if you call 866-WE-BE-BIG, it will be a live call, and we'll just see who's out there, some unscreened phone calls, because we do not have anyone screening up here during the kickoff hour, but that's how we roll. We get things going for the guys, and they will join us, Adler, Rick, and Bubba at the top of next hour. Good news for the staff. We have Tim Spencer and Buffalo Wild Wings dropping by some food and presenting yet another successful charity charge check from last month to the Community Food Bank of Central Alabama. They do great work, and we will have Nicole Williams representing them to come in and tell you how this money is going to go to great use, and then we'll promote the next charity charge coming up Monday. So be standing by for that. Excuse me, man. The Bible study live today, noon Central with Rick. So that is there for you as well. I know that's appointments for a lot of you during the week. That's today, noon Central. With Rick, the Bible study live today. All right, let's bring him in. Over to my left, it's Greg Burgess. To my right, it's Michael Helms. What's up, boys? How are y'all?
Yeah, pretty good. Yep, pretty good. Fired up to be here. I am. Well, that's always a moment where I'm like, is Greg going or do I go?
I know.
I kind of read him and then jump in or wait. So
good, doing well.
I was a little off.
I
was off on that part today because I thought he was about to say something. I didn't want to interrupt him, so I just held off. But then you get that. Well, I don't want the awkward silence because you've just asked a question.
We need to do signals.
Yeah.
I'm kind of mad at both of y'all.
Why?
I didn't get the blue pullover memo.
Oh,
and,
well, you can pretty much go blue pullover. You're going somehow.
Right. Well, I mean, I don't know if y'all communicate
it's a popular
or
color
whatever,
on the show.
but
well, Amanda
upset.
got on me yesterday. She said, "Listen, I know you're excited about your new job, okay, outside of the show, but you don't have to wear UAB stuff all the time,
right?
Every day.
She said, in the last month, I've seen you in nothing but green." Yellow, and I need you in something else.
Well, it's easy.
She goes, you forget the family watches the show every morning before school. And, hey, we love the hoodies. We love the pullovers.
Right.
We're excited for you. But calm down on the blazer gear.
Yeah.
And I said, well, babe, I don't do it necessarily because of that. I do. And I said, Bubba even said something too. I said, but I don't want to change. I'm going directly to there from here. I don't want to change clothes. She said, so you can't slip on a different pullover.
Well, that's good.
And I thought, that is a good point.
So
the blazer pullover is in the – y'all will see them, but it's in the car to slip on.
It's kind of funny because we on staff hunt days where, and I know it's not as much as it used to be, but if we have something after the show, a lot of times – we'll just dress how we're going to be all day. And Terry has gotten on me before on that. It's like, so you can't change after the show?
That's a good point.
Yeah.
So if you go do better and you work out, do you wear your workout clothes? And I'm like, no, I changed.
I know.
And she's like, well, then why can't you change?
Yeah.
Well, why you? I mean, I know you're going hunting, but you ain't got to wear, boots to the show.
It's a great point.
Yeah,
and listen, hey, guys,
what if we did?
I'm obviously coachable because
there you go.
I did this today.
No, right, and didn't call me. But that's fine. That's okay.
Well, you got blue on.
I do.
Yeah,
so I can kind of join. I can kind of join in a little bit. So we go long sleeves.
I wear the same clothes every day.
I
don't remember what I wore.
Not only do I wear the same clothes, I've got like a small rotation of the things I like.
Mm-hmm.
Like I've probably got 10 days worth of stuff that I could
but
go.
I don't want to wear it.
But I've got like 4 days of the stuff I really, really like.
Yeah, and please.
And if it's on a hanger and ready to go, I'm in it.
Oh yeah. I like that shirt. I know I wore it day before yesterday, but whatever. I don't care.
I don't either.
Same thing when we see throwback old video from 10 years ago, and I have a shirt on that I wore like today.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, that happens all the time. People send pictures they got made.
Yeah. It's really
go, hey, you had this shirt on 19.
It's really just us being lazy because it's easy for me to grab things I wear all the time.
I don't think it's lazy. I think that's efficient.
Well, because it's like, that doesn't need to be ironed, or whatever.
Who's the weirdo? Was it one of the rich guys. Was it Jobs? Who was it that wore the same thing every day?
Zuckerberg does that too.
One
I think
one of them wore the same thing every day.
Jobs did,
Jobs did,
and Zuckerberg does. A lot of people go that route these days.
So Terry was helping JC getting clothes together before he went back to school and all that, and had to report back. And so when we helped him, because in his car he just couldn't take everything back, and so we helped him get some stuff back. And so I was putting things up for him and just, hey, where do you want this and stuff. And I realized, hey man, you got a lot of my clothes. I'm like, hey, that's my pullover or whatever. And normally I don't care, but one of them was my go-to all the time.
Oh, yeah.
I'm like, hey, buddy, love you, but I don't know if you can have that.
Yeah,
I'll
let it go, but that one I won't.
Yeah, how did this get in your stuff? And it's always, I don't know. I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't
Somebody
know.
must have folded it
Yeah.
up.
Oh, we did. You don't wear that. Because JC is I'm going to go back. He's my thrift store shopping. Dad, I'm going into your closet. I know I'm relating thrift store in my closet, but that's how how old some of my clothes are.
Yeah, I was going to say mine actually qualify.
He starts pulling stuff of that out and loves all, vintage Rick and Bubba gear too. Found an old jacket that had Rick and Bubba, the old Globe logo on it.
Oh,
and he'll wear that if you don't watch him. So anyway, and then in the state of Alabama, you don't know how to dress because it's like in the morning it's pretty cold and then it heats up during the day. So you're like, do I dress for later or now? What do I do? It's
you're
funny.
right.
It's funny. All these things are going through our minds. I just want y'all to know that.
Sure.
But really, a thin pullover is really the way to go because
that's why I do it.
Because you can wear that in and out.
It works.
Yeah, and none of us here, I've noticed, none of us like jackets. I do not like jackets.
Amanda, if I'm going to be out doing something, sure.
Yeah.
But if I'm just getting in and out, what am I going to ride around with it on?
Amanda buys me a jacket about once every 5 years, and I look at her and go, "Why? Great jacket." But I will never wear that.
Right.
I'm not a jacket guy.
I'm not either. I don't like them because then you go inside and you're like, now what do I do with my jacket? So Sunday morning early for sound check for running sound at church is right around 7:15, and where we live Sunday morning it was pouring. I'm talking about raining. Yeah. And I'm not an umbrella guy either.
I need to do better about the umbrella.
But I did have a little frog tog, rain jacket. It was real thin. I just put it on, so I'm not.
I got one of those.
And it was the kind of rain where
like
normally
if
it's
a sponsor thing.
If it's spitting rain or if it's shit, I won't even wear that. Yeah. I'll just go in. But it was the kind of rain where
you got to do something.
If you don't, like your feet are wet coming in from the parking lot.
Water's rolling over the top of your shoes.
And so
that's different.
Yeah, and so I'm sitting there and I'm trying to get my stuff together towards the end of the second service, and I hang the rain jacket on the doorknob to leave the sound studio, and they're like, "What are you doing?" I'm like, "If I don't put that right there, I'll forget it because I don't ever have them. I hate jackets."
If we lived in like the weather we had
Minnesota
Christmas,
or Seattle,
just from the building to the vehicle, you need a jacket.
Right. Yeah.
Here
What do you do?
If I'm gonna be out, ball game or something,
when it got to be below 10 degrees here a couple weeks ago, which is very rare for us, I didn't even wear a jacket then. Now, probably should have, but I was never out long enough to go, gosh, I need a jacket.
I will say this. I walked out one of the coldest days to go take the trash or something, and I thought, this right here, if I was going to be out just minutes, I need a jacket.
Yeah.
I mean, even to take the trash.
It was tough.
It was rough.
I love getting emails of how people start their day if you're listening live with the Kickoff Hour. And a big shout out the Alliance Cancer Care Center there in Huntsville. Mike Clark contacted us, and he was wanting to know if I could do something up there. The dates didn't work out, but they've done so much for my parents and everything. But he says, hey, by the way, and he put at the end of the email, love the three amigos. Y'all are rocking the Kickoff Hour. Love to get my day started. The office loves y'all. So I just give a big shout out to the Alliance Cancer Care office and up in Huntsville. And always great to hear from different people. But
we
give a little shout
Alliance,
out to Mike.
we love you.
Yes. Y'all do some great work. All right, we'll take a break. We'll come right back. We got a busy show today. As I said, Buffalo Wild Wings will be in the house with some food. I know, Greg.
I'll eat some chicken.
Yeah. I mean, you're like a beagle when that stuff comes in. Huh?
Y'all know how I like
If you had to tell, it would point as soon as they come in.
Yes.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Property crimes like burglaries and package theft spike over the winter. That's why now is the best time to secure your home with Simply Safe's award-winning home security. Make it your resolution to start the new year with greater peace of mind and safety for you and your family. Customize the perfect system for your home at simplysafebubba.com. Claim a free indoor security camera, plus get 20% off your order with interactive monitoring. That's simplysafebubba.com, or visit rickandbubba.com under the sponsors for a link. There's no safe like Simply Safe.
You'd like to drop those leftover pandemic pounds, but how sick are you of all the ads for weight loss pills and fad diets? Field of Greens is a science-backed formula of specific fruits and vegetables you won't find in any other product. Proper nutrition reboots your metabolism so you burn calories faster and lose weight a healthier way. And Field of Greens is the only brand backed by a better health promise. Let's get you started with 15% off your first order. Visit fieldofgreens.com, promo code BUBBA. As a small business owner or a hiring manager, you know that success in 2023 is going to depend on the team members that you surround yourself with. That's why you got to check out LinkedIn Jobs. With LinkedIn Jobs, you can hire qualified candidates more efficiently. They make it easy to screen and rate applicants based on job qualifications all on one platform. They'll help you find the qualified candidates you want to talk to faster. Post your job for free at linkedin.com/Bubba. That's linkedin.com/Bubba. Terms and conditions apply. Looking to save time and money in the new year? Get HelloFresh and take control of the clock and your budget with delicious recipes delivered right to the door.
Spend less time in the kitchen with new, fast, and fresh recipes packed with flavor and ready in 15 minutes. And at 25% cheaper than takeout, HelloFresh is the most delicious way to save.
Save up today for 22 free meals plus free shipping with the code BUBBA at HelloFresh.com/Bubba. The code BUBBA, HelloFresh.com/Bubba. A good pair of wireless earbuds is indispensable in 2023. And for premium audio at the perfect price point, you got to go with Raycon. Raycon's everyday earbuds look, feel, and sound better than ever. They offer optimized gel tips for the perfect in-ear fit and a 32-hour battery life. Raycons are priced just right. You get quality audio at half the price of the other premium audio brands. Get 15% off your Raycon order at buyraycon.com/Bubba. That's buyraycon.com/Bubba. Our friends at TheraBreath have some good news if you have bad breath. Try TheraBreath Fresh Breath Oral Rinse. TheraBreath is dentist formulated by Dr. Katz himself. TheraBreath doesn't mask bad breath like those burning alcohol mouthwashes that can actually irritate sensitive mouths. It's alcohol-free and free of gluten with no added dyes or colors. Find TheraBreath in all your favorite retail and drug stores. Look for the bright orange cap or online at TheraBreath.com. You can find a direct link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. TheraBreath, confidence in every capful. All right, folks, you've heard us talking about what Relief Factor can do for your pain for several years now. If you struggle with occasional aches and pains due to aging, exercise, everyday living, consider this. Relief Factor is 100% drug-free. It's made up of ingredients that simply help your own body deal with its natural inflammatory response. And we kid you not, Relief Factor is for real. And the majority of people who order the 3-week quick start for just $19.95 go on to order more. Try it at relieffactor.com or rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. Helix Sleep mattresses are made right here in the USA, and folks, they ship right to your door for free. If you don't love it after 100 days of sleeping on it, they'll pick it up for a full refund. But based on how we feel about our mattress and what the 12,000 5-star reviews say on Helix Sleep mattresses, we know you'll love yours too. Head to helixsleep.com/Bubba for $350 off all mattress orders. This is their best offer yet, and it won't last long. That's helixsleep.com/Bubba for $350 off, or visit rickandbubba.com under sponsors.
Research shows listeners prefer a personalized experience. So to help you remember, Liberty Mutual customizes your home insurance. We personalized this ad for Amber, who really misses boy bands from the 90s.
Hey girl, I'm the cute one, here to tell you how Liberty Mutual customizes your home insurance so you only pay for what you need.
I'm the heartthrob. The only thing I love more than you is saving. And I'm the other boy in the band everyone forgot about.
Only pay for what you need at libertymutual.com.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
Having trouble picking a New Year's resolution? CarShield has you covered. This year, we don't have to worry about how much it's going to cost to fix our cars when they break down. Prices on just about everything are still rising, but we've locked in our price and it will never go up. This year, choose coverage through CarShield, a resolution you can easily keep. With protection plans for around $100 a month that cover more parts than ever before, go to carshield.com/Bubba or call 800-465-6550 or go to rickandbubba.com.
the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. I can't start another. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
It's 22 minutes, almost 23 minutes past the hour. It is the kickoff hour, and we thank all of you for being with us. It's the Good Time Gang. I'm Speedy. Over to my left, Greg Burgess. To my right, Michael Helms, Rick, Bubba, Adler, all join us right after top of the hour. It's a Charity Charge Celebration Day. Today, we present another Charity Charge check today and enjoy some great food from Buffalo Wild Wings. The Community Food Bank of Central Alabama was the beneficiary last month. It was a great month, and we'll celebrate that, present their check, and let Nicole Williams tell you how that money is going to go to great use. They do a lot of great work with their mission, and we'll talk to Nicole about that, and then promote the next charity charge, which will be Monday at participating Buffalo Wild Wings. Don't forget, Bible study live today, noon Central with Rick, and we are off and rolling here on our first full week of 2023, and I think everybody's doing pretty good. I'm proud of y'all. We're putting a full week together. Today, I don't know where you land on this, Helmsy. I think Greg loves it. When I was growing up, I loved milk. I would drink a tall glass of milk every day. Yeah. Every day. Every day. And then as I got older, I kind of pulled back a little bit. Today, National Milk Day, and I just want to know where y'all land on milk.
Love milk. I had to, I swear y'all going to make fun of me. I had to swap up. Well, I didn't have to. I just did. I swapped over to almond milk.
You did. Full
well,
time?
Then you're not drinking milk.
Well, just hold on, Greg. Greg, just give me a minute.
He's going to get mad
give
at
me
you.
a
You gotta have a cow
second. Give me a doggone second.
Or a goat.
I'm the only one in my family that does this, but I love that milk or milk products so much.
The almond milk.
Well, milk in general, just that texture, that product, the whole, what you know, if it's cereal, if it's something else, you got to have milk with. Okay. Did this last night. I will run out of almond milk quicker than I need to. Okay.
Well, you wish they sold bigger jugs.
I do. I do wish that. But last night, I made the decision. Now, you know you're not going to feel as well if you jump into that red top big gallon of milk there. Okay.
You're not going to feel as well?
Feel as well.
I like that whole milk.
Oh, boy.
Something about dairy, you're getting older, I don't know. It's a weird deal. And maybe it's in my mind, but it's still a
tough relationship.
It is. And it's not like I got to hit the restroom kind of deal. It just makes me almost feel queasy when I wake up. And I don't want to feel queasy when I wake up.
Who wants that?
But I did this morning. You know why? Had some milk last night. I mean, knocked out a big glass of it.
I'll drink maybe one glass of milk a week, maybe. Mm-hmm. And growing up, I wasn't huge on it. I put it this way, if milk went away, I don't think it should. But if it did, if they said, Greg, there's something in your life must go, this a beverage.
Yeah.
I mean, if milk, one day they come out and say, we're not doing milk anymore, I would be okay.
Well, I don't love milk.
I love it with cookies.
I would too.
Hot cookies out of the oven.
Yeah.
And that's just one glass. Or Pop-Tarts, maybe if I burn them, because I love to burn my Pop-Tarts.
Who doesn't love that?
And I'll drink milk with that.
Mm-hmm.
And cookies, when it's just a pair up. But I never sit around and go, man, I need a glass of milk.
Yeah. I mean, I don't love it as much as Jim Harbaugh loves milk, you know.
Well,
but
it made him tall.
I noticed that now as an adult, I really don't drink a glass of milk. The only time I drink milk is if I'm having cereal. That's really it. And I know cereal is a throwaway meal. It really has no benefits whatsoever. But our family will go to cereal in a second. If
I
you
eat
don't
Honey
watch
Nut
us.
Cheerios all the time.
Yeah, and the other day,
It's a good gluten-free option for those out there that want to know.
Yeah, we always try to stay a carton ahead because you don't want to be the family that runs out of milk, and then you have to run to the grocery store. The other day, I heard from the kitchen, "We're out of milk." You know, as you've already poured the bowl of cereal, and now you don't have any milk.
Yeah.
And I had to go to the store and get milk.
Sure.
But that's really it. But growing up, buddy, I'd have me a tall glass of milk in a second.
Maybe I should have.
Well, I don't know. I just grew out of it. I mean, I guess you grow out of a lot of things, but now I just realize I don't drink
it's
a
National
glass.
Milk Day?
Yeah, today.
Interesting.
Thought about that. It just brought back some memories. Standing there, with a big, tall glass of milk.
Yeah, I went through the milk when I was young. I really did. And we talked about this yesterday.
Yeah.
I drank the milk out of the cereal. I mean, I'm, milk.
Yeah.
Milk me, baby.
Milk.
Okay, I don't know if you want to say that, but
did that just for y'all.
Yeah, I know. We got a lot of updates, a lot of stories today. I didn't see any, Greg.
I want some milk.
This is kind of where we go to you with stuff like this. But the Golden Globes, were they last night?
I didn't watch them.
I didn't either. We have a complete list of winners, but I did see just from the highlights. Eddie Murphy, was he mocking Will Smith a little bit?
So.
Have a little fun with him.
Yeah, I think
he won some awards.
I saw where the host took a jab at Tom Cruise because didn't he boycott and gave his Golden Globes back because of some ridiculous thing?
Yeah.
Something like that.
Well, I tell you, I think it was Kevin Costner. Everybody's like, "Oh, why? He's here," and he said because of the floods out in L.A.
Which is Kevin using an excuse not to deal with.
Yeah, he don't want to go.
I'd love to be there, guys. It's
Hey, I'd
flooding,
love
which
to.
is caused by global warming, so I can talk about that. But I mean, that's another reason we can blame global warming for Kevin Costner not being at the Golden Globes. So go ahead and add that to it.
Sure. As we go to break, my dad just texted me.
What did he say?
And he said, "Hey, son,
Where's he at on milk?
as you were growing up all the way through high school, your mother couldn't keep enough milk in the house.
What was your deal with milk?
And now being the dad and the adult and knowing what it's like to buy groceries and stuff, he said you almost broke the bank buying milk. Gave
Milk
you strong
can get
bones
expensive.
though."
Did you drink it straight white, or did you put? We used to put Nesquik in it.
Well, yeah, straight white, and you're not going to like
You
this.
remember the powder, the
you know
chocolate
what my mom
powder?
bought? Skim milk. I know. I'm sorry.
We did a
Thin.
lot of that,
It's a little
too.
thin. We were whole milk city.
Mm-hmm.
Because I don't think then you had 1% and 2%. You had skim milk, you had whole milk.
I think
I may have made that up.
No, I think
Yeah.
you're right.
Yeah.
But
I think
we were
we're
all
landing
about-
more on 2%, whatever the blue top is now.
Yeah, that's where we're at. I don't know why. I
Yeah.
like the whole milk.
I know, me too.
It never hurt nobody.
All right, we'll take a break. We'll be right back. Sorry, Dad, that I broke the bank growing up. I
But
had
you
no
didn't
idea.
put the powder in there and make it chocolate?
No, not really.
Oh,
I would just
I
go
believe it.
pure old white milk, pour me a glass, sit there and drink it.
We'd scoop that Nesquik in there.
That does sound good. I want some milk, y'all. I'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Whether you're making big changes this new year or you're just settling back into a consistent routine, chances are you could use some audio accompaniment. On this journey, I know that for me, that's crucial. A good pair of wireless earbuds is indispensable in 2023. For premium audio at the perfect price point, you got to go with Raycon. Raycon's everyday earbuds, they look, they feel, and they sound better than ever with optimized gel tips for that perfect in-ear fit. These earbuds are so comfortable, and they will not budge. Trust me, Raycons give you 8 hours of playtime and a 32-hour battery life, and they're priced just right. With Raycons, you get quality audio at half the price of the other audio brands, and it's no wonder their everyday earbuds have over 50,000 five-star reviews. Now's the time for you to check them out for yourself. Go to buyraycon.com/Bubba today. We'll get you an additional 15% off your Raycon order. That's buyraycon.com/Bubba to score 15% off. Sure, we'd love to drop those leftover pandemic pounds, but how sick are all of you, like me, seeing these ads for weight loss pills and fad diets? I've been there. I've done that. They don't work. I'll tell you what works. Eating 5 healthy servings of fruits and vegetables a day. You do that, and the weight can fall off. But A, vegetables, not a huge fan. Or maybe B, who has time to prepare for that every day? Legitimate concerns. Let's talk Field of Greens. Field of Greens is a science-backed formula of specific fruits and vegetables you're not going to find in any other product. Proper nutrition reboots your metabolism so you burn calories faster and you lose weight a healthier way. And Field of Greens is the only brand backed by a better health promise. Yes, you'll look and feel healthier fast, but the greater proof comes at the next checkup when your doctor says, wow, you've lost weight, whatever you're doing, keep it up. Let's get you started. 15% off your first order. Visit fieldofgreens.com. Use the promo code BUBBA. Fieldofgreens.com, promo code BUBBA. Have you tried an American-made Helix sleep mattress yet? Unlike a lot of other mattress companies, Helix owns its own manufacturing facility right here in the States. You order, they ship your mattress directly from their facility right to your front door for free. And if you don't love it after 100 days of sleeping on it, they'll come pick it up for a full refund. But based on how we feel about our mattress, which we love, by the way, and the 12,000 five-star reviews what they're saying about Helix Sleep mattresses, we know you'll love yours too. Nervous about buying a mattress online? Don't be. The Helix Sleep quiz takes into account your individual sleep preferences to match you and your partner with a perfect mattress just for you. Plus, you've got that 100-day risk-free trial. They also have plus-size mattresses and kids' mattresses ranked best mattress winner by Parents Magazine. Head to helixsleep.com/Bubba. We'll get you $350 off all mattress orders. That's the best offer yet. helixsleep.com/Bubba for $350 off your mattress. Folks, we've been talking about Relief Factor on our show for quite some time now. Do we guarantee Relief Factor is going to lower or eliminate your occasional aches and pains? No, we never make a claim like that. But what I can tell you is that the majority of folks who ordered the 3-week quick start pack for only $19.95 go on to order more. Now, what we really like about Relief Factor is it's 100% drug-free. It's a supplement that's made up of ingredients that simply help your own body deal with its natural inflammatory response. For a lot of us, that's very important. Getting older, working outside in the warm weather, even exercising can cause frustrating aches and pains, or maybe it's the occasional back, shoulder, or hip pain that's bothering you. Relief Factor has helped us and so many of our friends, so when you think of it this way, is $1 a day too much to see if you can get out of some of that frustrating pain? To order this 3-week quick start pack for $19.95 plus shipping and handling, just go to relieffactor.com. That's relieffactor.com. Let's see if we can get you out of some of that pain. Also, you can go to rickandbubba.com. Look under the sponsors button for a link. Folks, do you need to hire new people? Well, as a small business owner or a hiring manager, you know that success in 2023 all depends on team members you surround yourself with. That's why you have to check out LinkedIn Jobs. With LinkedIn Jobs, you can hire qualified candidates more efficiently by matching open roles with people who have the skills, values, and experiences to help you achieve your goals. And they go beyond resume data by using insights from your job post, company, and their 875 million member profiles to put your post in front of the most qualified candidates, and they make it easy to screen and rate applicants based on your job qualifications all on one platform. And that's just part of why small businesses rate LinkedIn Jobs #1 in delivering quality hires versus the other leading competitors. They'll help you find the qualified candidates you want to talk to faster. And right now you can post your job for free at LinkedInBubba.com. That's LinkedInBubba.com. Terms and conditions apply.
The gravy, please. Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. Rick and Bubba. I can't start another. Rick and Bubba.
Rolling back 25 minutes until top of the hour. Thank you so much for tuning in to the Kickoff Hour. The Good Time Gang is live, and we thank all of you for being with us today. We hadn't done this in a while. I got a little something I want to play for y'all. See if y'all can tell me what it is. Or tell me what it's about. How about that? What y'all think about that? You remember that? What we did? I thought y'all give me more. Y'all with me on that?
That's right.
Look, we won't do it.
Craig, what was that?
That's
reaction?
right. I got it.
That's right, Speedy.
That's right. Go, go, go.
Let's do that again. No, I just want to see if y'all can tell me what this is or what this is about. Y'all ready?
Yeah, fired up.
All right, here we go.
Watch out, buddy. Want to fight? You want to go, bud?
I'll take a poke at you. Somebody's wanting to fight. I know that, and it sounds like a click.
Y'all want to hear it again?
Give me one more.
All right.
Watch out, buddy. Want to fight? You want to go, bud?
I have no idea.
Well, somebody
wants to fight.
Is picking at somebody or trying to
come on, bring it on, bud.
And he's saying, "Hey, if you want to fight, let's go."
That's right.
But I don't know. I don't know if it's a kid.
Who won that? What he said? If you want to fight, let's go.
Well, and the weird. What's the weird noises?
Oh,
yeah, and there's
part of it.
Is that his wife or something in the background?
Probably.
I'm just trying to.
We had this yesterday, never got to it, but now we had audio that goes with it. This is audio from a video that was taken, making the rounds of a man inside his vehicle at Yellowstone National Park, mocking and enticing an elk.
An elk? He was telling the elk he wanted to fight?
An elk was about 10 feet.
I don't want to fight an elk.
An elk was about 10 feet in front of the car. And he was like, "Okay, buddy, you want to come on, whatever." And then the elk went,
So
and I guess
stare down.
you got the horns down and punctured his tire, gave him a flat tire.
Oh, that's what the noise was.
That was the noise. That was the noise.
Wait a minute. So he's trying to be sharp and mess with the elk.
Yeah.
You want to fight? And he bends down. And now he's out changing.
He's like, "Oh, okay. You want to go? Okay, we can go.
Come
Let's
on,
go.
big boy.
Oh, what you want to do about it, huh?"
Watch out, buddy. Want to fight? You want to go, bud?
That's the tire.
Oh, wow. So
That's
he
the tire.
He took his antler and bent down and punctured the tire.
Having fun with the bull elk from the vehicle, and the elk popped.
Don't you know if his wife was in there with him, she was okay, Dad. Now look what you've done now. Trying to be cute. You could have just drove on.
Yeah.
You want to fight?
You know,
You wanna fight, big boy?
You see a lot of footage of this, and mainly out of Yellowstone and other places.
Oh, yeah.
Where the animals come onto the road. They weren't off the road. They were on the main drag, it looks like, or something.
And obviously they're in their vehicles,
Yeah.
so they didn't get out and approach it like a crazy person.
Right. But that would always be like, what would you do? Like, so you have an animal there. It's a wild animal. It's an elk. It's a bear. It's buffalo. I don't know. And you're in the car. The last thing you want it to do is like damage your vehicle and stuff, because now you're. I mean, what a bit that would be.
I would have thought. I would have never thought him puncturing the tire.
Yeah.
The odds of that happening. But I thought, well, he may get appearance like that when they scratched your vehicle at that time.
Yeah. It's just such a handle. Such a handle.
What a great flat tire story, though.
Yeah.
We all got flat tire stories.
Right.
Imagine how I had to change the tire out one time because the elk hit it.
Well, the guy felt safe, obviously, because he was in a car.
But
sure,
I didn't
sure
want to
enough,
scratch
good one,
my
I
car
guess.
up.
And the elk said, "I'll tell you what I'll do. Take that and deal with that." And look how it's cold. It's cold too. What a handle. And speaking of sounds, now what's this about
I've
this
been wanting to
Google
ask y'all
room
about
here?
this for a while. So evidently Google is trying to, either they have accomplished this or they're attempting to accomplish it and break the Guinness Book of World Records on having the quietest room.
Okay.
How do you determine that?
Well, Greg, I'm glad you asked, Greg.
Okay.
That's
what I'm here for.
Currently,
I like how you actually kind of mad too.
he was kind of ill.
I mean,
Currently,
it's quieter.
unless Google has broken this record, Orfield Laboratories in Minnesota, they built a chamber that is so quiet that no one can stay in it for more than 45 minutes. And so I got to thinking, well, I think I could sit somewhere for 45 minutes.
I can't think of one place I know that is quiet.
But
your ears start ringing.
Well, listen to what
I
happened.
bet. See, you start hearing your heartbeat.
Yes,
yeah.
Greg, you're all over this. So they said that,
Boy, Greg.
listen to this. Now, they say that people start like, it's so quiet and it's dark, okay, pitch black, dark, that you start hallucinating and you start hearing things that you've never heard before, and it almost drives you mad.
So the lights are off.
So
Yes.
solitary
It's
is bad
pure.
enough, but if you're confined to you can't hear nothing or anything, it really starts messing.
Could y'all beat 45 minutes? I mean, could y'all like take a nap?
I don't know.
Like just go to sleep?
Yeah, can you go to
I
sleep?
thought I
Probably can't.
could.
Or is that part of it? Do you have to stay
I don't
awake?
know.
I will say this: it can be too quiet to sleep.
Oh, yes.
Especially if you're
I
used
got to
to-
have a noisemaker.
Well,
something.
I don't have to, but I do have a little bit of a fan. But when we went to the beach at Christmas, right after Christmas, me and Lisa, the room we ended up in the closet was one of the air conditioning units.
Oh.
And at first I thought, I can't, that's too loud. And it was on. But then I got used to it. Mm-hmm. Well, it clicked off one time. And we both immediately woke up. From the silence woke us up.
You need my fan app.
Yeah.
So
Getting that fan out.
it says, to your point, Greg, about the heart beating, that is so much more louder than we ever know it to be. Okay, they say that you can actually hear your lungs.
Swallow if you swallow.
Yes,
Really?
Say the stomach gurgling is so loud you won't believe how loud it
I'd like to
actually
try it.
is in this room.
I'd like
Okay?
to try it.
It basically says you become the sound.
Yeah,
Because
everything
there's
you
nothing
do,
else in there. There's nothing around you,
and
and
you
they
can't
give.
just sit still. You're not
Yeah.
gonna be able
No.
to
Now,
sit
what does the room look like? Does it show?
Yeah,
Is
it's
it
got a
just an
picture of
is
it.
it
Has it
an
got a
empty
chair
room?
in
Does
it
it
or
have?
what?
Yeah, that's what
No,
I
it's-
need to know.
It's just that room right there.
Okay.
And all that is like sound. I guess
like the
protected
foam
board.
stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think some of it's wood.
And
there's-
like we have here, for those of you watching, these red squares here, they're sound. I guess sound barriers where it won't be so echoey in here.
They said that-
and I guess that's just what everything's made of.
That's airtight.
companies like
Sounds
Harley
absorbed.
Davidson have used this room to really figure out what their engines sound like. You know, I mean, and then washing machine companies have used it to see how quiet
They take
the
'em
washing
in there.
machine. Yes, they take them in this room.
What?
And yes.
So you can call them.
do
I need to book the silent room.
Yeah.
I got a product.
I got to tell you
to.
though, I think I could beat 45 minutes.
See, I do too.
I
But if
don't
you
know.
start hallucinating,
In 45 minutes?
they say people can't stand it more than 15. 45 minutes is the record that anybody stayed in there.
What would y'all do to kill time? I would sing. I can't sing, but I can sing in the shower.
Well, I tell you this, you got to know this though. You'd hear yourself really good, so then you may not want to sing anymore.
I'm trying it.
They say if you have to listen to this, you get so disoriented in it. If you're going to be in there more than half an hour, you have to sit in a chair
Because you'll fall out.
Because you'll fall. That's what they
that's
say.
bad.
All right.
I'm just telling you what they say.
The weapon of silence.
Yeah, yeah.
Good night alive.
How about that?
Wow.
There was
Just the faces that come with the music is excellent.
That's the song I would have to do.
Yeah, yeah.
No doubt.
And I would
Nothing
probably
else would
just do
fit.
the hum over and over.
Yeah, just
again.
do the hum.
Yeah, yeah. And every now and then I go, whoa.
There was it. Weird song, by the way.
Yeah, but the sound would just be absorbed by everything they have in there, so it wouldn't be echoey like in the shower. I guess it would just be to what Helmsy's saying. It would just as soon as you finish talking, there's nothing.
Correct.
Wow.
Right. Wah. There was a.
I don't know about that.
It
but-
says how we orient ourselves is through sounds. So you hear when you walk, for instance. In the chamber, you don't have any of those cues. And so you take away the perceptual cues that allow you to balance and maneuver, you're in trouble, especially as time goes on.
All right, so there was a company,
What if they wouldn't
and
let you out?
it's been a minute, but they gave these amplified headphones. It was actually inner earpieces that you could put like when you're hunting, and it would deaden the sound of the rifle when you shot.
Yeah.
But it would amplify everything else. So you mean like you could hear a squirrel, a ridge
You
away.
can hear a rat peeing on cotton. That's how good you could hear it.
But something else you could do.
I bet that's an awesome sound in this room.
Oh, can you imagine?
But something else you could do, it would pick up like your innards. I
Yeah.
mean, it would pick up
Oh,
like
yeah.
your
And
stomach,
breathing,
right?
You went with
Yeah.
innards.
Breathing. Look,
Yeah, it would pick up everything, and then all of a sudden I hear boom, 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 and then I heard once. But I could hear my stomach growling and all that. It was loud.
It says, and you, Speedy, you'll know more about this. Greg probably too.
There was.
There is a, you know how we measure dBA, decibels.
Oh, yeah.
I'm gonna
This
raise my
room
eyebrows when I talk.
is negative
Negative?
9.4 decibels.
wow. We done got negative.
I was going to say naked for a second.
I just want to step in there for a minute.
Yes, I think I can beat 45. I mean, I might come out crazy, but I think I can.
I don't know.
You'd be disoriented for sure.
Rick and Bubba.
Paid for by Christian Care Ministry.
If you are 65 or older, you know this. Watching your hard-earned dollars fly out the window on healthcare costs is so frustrating, but here's some great news. If you missed the December 7th deadline for open enrollment, it's not too late. Here's something that can really help. It's MediShare 65 Plus. MediShare is a community of Christians who share each other's healthcare bills. It's people who encourage and pray for each other too. MediShare 65 Plus is a low-cost option for those with Medicare Parts A and B, and it fills in the gaps where Medicare stops. It's a great way to fight inflation, too. You can lock in one low monthly price for up to 10 years. Plus, it's easy. You can use any Medicare-approved doctor or get 24/7 telehealth access from the comfort of your home. So worth looking into. MediShare 65 Plus is open for enrollment, and if you join right now, before January 31st, your second month will be free. So don't miss this chance. Call 844-SHARE-65. That's 844-SHARE-65. 844-SHARE-65.
Attention, this is a special alert for all Americans who own a vehicle with less than 200,000 miles with an overpriced auto warranty or no warranty coverage at all. Due to the increase of new and used car prices, repair costs, and the price of gas, people are keeping their cars longer than ever, which is why CarShield is announcing a low-cost month-to-month vehicle protection plan to save any driver out-of-pocket expenses on covered auto repairs. Call now to find out how you can save thousands for covered auto repairs. Yes, you heard that correctly. You could save thousands on future auto repairs. Our specialists are standing by for all drivers to call for a free quick quote. Call 800-840-1546. Vehicle Protection Plan pricing is at an all-time low. Plus, drivers who purchase this coverage today will receive rental car options, free roadside assistance, and free towing. Call 800-840-1546 now for your free quick quote. That's 800-840-1546. What do you have to lose? Call 800-840-1546. Again, 800-840-1546.
Research shows listeners prefer a personalized experience. So to help you remember, Liberty Mutual customizes your home insurance. We personalized this ad for Amber, who really misses boy bands from the 90s.
Hey girl, I'm the cute one, here to tell you how Liberty Mutual customizes your home insurance so you only pay for what you need.
I'm the heartthrob. The only thing I love more than you is saving. And I'm the other boy in the band everyone forgot about.
Only pay for what you need at libertymutual.com.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
Hey, Dak Prescott here. Why do I choose proven quality sleep from Sleep Number? Because better sleep elevates my game. My Sleep Number 360 smart bed helps me fall asleep faster, keeps me cool, and effortlessly adjusts for my best sleep. That's more focus, more edge, and more highlights. And that means more wins for all of us.
The Queen Sleep Number 360 C2 smart bed is only $899. Save $200. Plus free home delivery when you add an adjustable base. Ends Monday. Sleep Number, the official sleep and wellness partner of the NFL.
Folks, do you need to hire new people? Well, as a small business owner or a hiring manager, you know that success in 2023 all depends on team members you surround yourself with. That's why you have to check out LinkedIn Jobs. With LinkedIn Jobs, you can hire qualified candidates more efficiently by matching open roles with people who have the skills, values, and experiences to help you achieve your goals. And they go beyond resume data by using insights from your job post, company, and their 875 million member profiles to put your post in front of the most qualified candidates, and they make it easy to screen and rate applicants based on your job qualifications all on one platform. And that's just part of why small businesses rate LinkedIn Jobs #1 in delivering quality hires versus the other leading competitors. They'll help you find the qualified candidates you want to talk to faster. And right now, you can post your job for free at LinkedInBubba.com. That's LinkedInBubba.com. Terms and conditions apply. Looking to save time and money in the new year? Get HelloFresh and take control of the clock and your budget with delicious recipes delivered right to the door.
Spend less time in the kitchen with new, fast, and fresh recipes packed with flavor and ready in 15 minutes. And at 25% cheaper than takeout, HelloFresh is the most delicious way to save.
Save up today for 22 free meals plus free shipping with the code BUBBA at HelloFresh.com/Bubba. The code BUBBA, HelloFresh.com/Bubba.
Pass the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. I can't start another. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Day without 'em, brother.
It is coming up on 9 minutes until top of the hour. Thank you so much for tuning in to the Rick and Bubba Show. This portion of the show, we want to remind you with the new year here and everybody's getting off to a great start, at least we hope so. I want to talk to business owners, those that are running a company, whatever you're doing, and you're going, we really like to try to get the word out on kind of what we do, what we specialize in. In 2023, let us say, hey, come partner with us. Our national sponsorship team and SSI has asked us to remind you that we are ready to use the power of this program and another popular program they syndicate to help you accomplish your goals this year. So let us help you do that. The SSI team designs an affordable network sponsorship in combination with another popular national program they syndicate to best meet your needs. And not only that, but all of the local sales teams, if it's just something you want to, maybe you're listening in a different market and you just want to get the word out in that market alone. the local sales teams just do a phenomenal job representing the show. So to get all of that information and ask what is best for you, you can call them at 203-431-0790 or drop them an email at Rick and Bubba, spell out and, at syndicatedsolutions.com. We look forward to sharing your message with our fans, the Rick and Bubba Army, and here at some point are hoping that we can help get a successful alliance with each other and get the word out for you. All right, so 8 minutes here till top of the hour. We've jumped all over the road here when it comes to different topics for today. Rick and Bubba join us in Adler right after top of the hour break. A lot to discuss today. Buffalo Wild Wings charity charge check plus food here today, and the Bible study live today, noon Central.
Just got a QFTA if y'all want it.
Oh, boy.
That's a question from the audience.
Right. We don't make these up. It's y'all are sending them to us.
This is from Stephen, and he gives a long paragraph to why he wanted to ask this. Okay. But he wants to know what is something that each of us are just so scared of, afraid of, that there's a chance that we might poop in our pants.
Poop in our pants. I don't know that I would do that.
That's the way he worded it.
Okay, just
I've never experienced anything that scared me that bad, so I'm gonna have to.
So let's put that aside.
Or just really.
So what are the things that you go, don't want any part of that? I'm afraid of that.
How about makes you scream like ah?
Or like you said, you don't.
By the way, I jumped I jumped big time 2 days ago. I was walking to my car, and somebody was getting in their vehicle, and this was not. I'm not afraid of this, but it did scare me. There's a difference. This was we'll get to the afraid in a minute, but I was walking around the car, and he cranked his car, and it was so loud. I was not expecting the loudness from this vehicle, and I jumped. Like, I think I left the ground.
Wow.
And but as far as being afraid, I don't like.
I will tell you,
certain storms I don't want any part of. I'm afraid of that. Like not like
my dog,
but like You got to go to a tornado shelter or get in the basement.
Oh, yeah.
And it's on us. And it's on us. That's a different ball game.
Yeah. Things I don't want to be around and it bothers me is mice, rats and stuff. I mean, I don't know anybody that just loves them.
Like if one just climbed up my back or something.
Oh, I'd freak out.
That'd be scary.
I don't want to be.
I'd freak out. I had that happen in a shooting house one time. It was a flying squirrel though. And it was in the cushion.
They don't bother me.
It was in the cushion of it's all about the tail.
But you're not
the presentation.
But you're not afraid. You're not afraid in that situation.
Well, it did freak me out though. Big old eyes looking up at me.
Let me give you an
right
example.
Between my legs, out of the cushion, right up my arm, and jumped off my shoulder to the top of the shooting house, and turned around, and looked at me like, "Who the heck are you?" And I was like, freaking out.
I don't think that qualifies.
It doesn't.
Okay.
I would be afraid if you dropped me in the middle of the Atlantic Ocean.
Oh well, yeah.
I would be afraid.
Okay.
Like I would be scared for my life.
I'm with you on that.
Yeah.
I mean, even in let's say you put me out there in a canoe and I got a life jacket. I'm in the middle of the Atlantic. I'm afraid.
Mm-hmm.
I watched I love the Meat Eater hunting show.
Okay.
And Steve Ranella.
Yep.
And he talks about one time when this bear rushed in on them, and they weren't expecting. And he used we talk about people playing possum. He said, what it is. Possums, they can't control it. He said, I understand what they're talking. He said, I completely shut down. I couldn't move. I couldn't do anything. Luckily, his buddy didn't have the same response, and he hit it in the head, and it backed off.
Yeah.
But he said, to that point, you don't realize what your body was shut down.
Yeah.
He said he couldn't do anything.
I could see that. I could see I'm on a trail. And on
this
the
is a
West
guy that
Coast,
deals
and a
with this
mountain
stuff all the
lion,
time.
a mountain lion jumps in front of me. Something to what you're saying, that it's an animal that can take you.
Yeah, you look up and pack of lions.
But again, I don't know
10 feet away.
I don't know anybody that wouldn't be scared of that.
Well, I know, but I mean, the question is,
it's got to be something like that.
That's me too.
I mean,
it makes my mice kind of.
Speedy's worried about a flying squirrel.
Well, no, it just
he's worried about Tom and Jerry.
Right. When I thought about the mice and it spooked me, I did think about the flying squirrel. But I'm not scared of a flying squirrel. But I don't like anything to do with a mice.
Yeah.
Yes, boy, yeah, I did.
And in a weird way,
I don't know what I did. I kind of freaked out, and I think I dropped everything in the shooting house.
And like you say, in a weird way, if a flying squirrel lands on me, I don't like it.
No.
But I like it better than if a little mouse got on me.
Yeah.
Now, why?
I think
both little animals.
It's about the tail and the nose.
Maybe it is.
But I don't like. Do you?
Yeah, with a lot
We
of-
had.
I think a lot of
before-
it to do is one of them lives out in the open. We see them all the time. And the other one hides until everybody's gone down.
But that being stranded in the middle of a large body of water,
Yeah,
I'm
that's
afraid.
bad.
night.
I'm fearful for my life.
So
at that
would you
point.
rather be that dropped off what Helmsy's talking about, or dropped off in the middle of the woods and you don't know where you are?
Ooh, both of them are bad, but I'm going woods.
Yeah, I am going woods for sure.
Yeah, because at least I feel I'm doing this.
I can get up in a
Guys,
tree.
We
you know,
didn't
if I
give it
need
much.
to.
A few months ago, the guy that fell off the cruise ship, which happens, but he was
Oh,
from
y'all.
Alabama, and was out there 15 hours, and they actually found him.
See, that would be
And
15 hours
And he
of
didn't
just
even have
being
a
afraid.
flotation device.
Yeah, think about that cruise ship leaving, and you see it disappearing. You're like, hey, I'm out here. Hello.
And they never find it. This happens a lot, but they actually found this guy. And they said he was
Golly.
about completely exhausted by the time
Yeah, I
he
would
got
think
Sure.
so. It's like, hello.
Man,
Because when I went on that cruise that time, I remember at night standing looking out there going, ooh, that'd be
I
terrible
know.
to be out
I
there.
almost
right
want
now.
you to step back from the rail a little
Yeah,
bit.
it may scare you. You'll put your life jacket on.
Wow. So now I'm real thinking about things.
yeah.
There was a little mice
Speaking
that
of
got
pooping
loose.
in your pants, was you scared that day on your way to Nashville? Since you,
Okay. All right.
I thought you might have been scared is what caused all that.
Red Velvet Lounge, we had a mice. Was it Red Velvet Lounge or was it the teleport? I can't remember.
We had one in there.
Yeah.
Remember the interns all screaming?
Oh, yeah.
And then
Yeah,
Bubba hit it with a golf club?
Yeah, that's right. We were. I think Rick and I think we're up on chairs, like a line in the circus. We were sitting up on the chair.
And we're going, "Oh, you gotta
and at one
stomp."
point, we're like, "What are we doing? We're grown men, and we're
And just
worried about
stomp it.
Yeah.
I'm the same one.
So there you go. There's your answer. I guess. I don't know.
Well, I think what we've
I think
all
we
come
all
to
kinda-
the
yeah.
conclusion is we're very fortunate that we don't get put in these situations very often. I guess.
Yeah.
I'm telling you.
Like I'm starting to think now, like if I was at the top of a building and the first couple floors were on fire,
That's a tough one.
I begin to be afraid at that point.
Oh yeah.
I try to get through it and
Yeah.
and whatever that takes, and I'll work
Yeah,
as
that's
hard.
fair.
But I'd be afraid at that point.
But at this point, just normal little things like
Yeah.
there's nothing that would take me to that point.
No.
I don't, but extreme stuff, yes.
Yeah. But yeah, you the wild animals. Now I'm not talking about like I'm on a safari and I've put myself in that situation. I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about like just I'm out in the woods and all of a sudden there's a bear in front of me charging or a mountain
Yeah.
lion
And
and
you
I got to deal with
What
it.
you
It's a
gonna do?
different game. Yeah.
What are you gonna do?
Yeah.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Have it in our Trump update today.
I'm very proud of myself.
You can't always get
Will you mind? Deal or no deal? I don't wear a toupee. It's my hair.
Well, Bubba, this has been done before. You remember when Biden talked about that if he was still in school with Trump, he'd took him out behind the barn and
Yeah,
gave him a little whipping.
He broke that out in a speech last week, wasn't it? When he first
Well, he did
said
it in
that?
2016
He did-
originally.
Yeah,
but-
you remember in 2016 he brought it up. and-
Okay,
and for
I don't
some
remember
reason,
that one.
This past Wednesday.
yeah, he's
done it again.
revisited
All right,
it again.
So I don't have the one from this week.
Yeah.
I have the one from 2016.
Yeah, you want to hear that again? This is back in 2016 when he said it the first time. Here it is.
Listen to this. Now,
He said, because I'm famous, because I'm a star, because I'm a billionaire, I can do things other people can't.
face.
What a disgusting assertion for anyone to make.
Face.
The press always asks me, don't I wish I were debating him? No, I wish we were in high school. I could take him behind the gym. That's what I wish.
So now he's doubled down on that again.
Yeah, and he also threw in. It says Wednesdays when they said he said this. He also
yesterday.
he weighed in on him saying it was just locker room talk. Said I've been in a lot of locker rooms my whole life. Listen to this. He says I'm a pretty good athlete. Any guy who talked to me that way usually was the fattest, ugliest SOB in the room. Now that's Biden again.
So this is the
and
latest.
This is Trump's reaction to that.
And he said he was boasting how he would beat the blank out of Trump behind the gym.
Yeah.
And now Trump has responded this Thursday saying, and there's more, but I'll give you the first one, that if the two fought, speaking of Biden, that Biden would go down fast and hard, crying all the way. And then he says, crazy Joe Biden is trying to act like a tough guy. This is, of course, the tweet you asked if it was in Twitter. Yeah. Yes, today's tweet, Bubba. Actually, he is weak both mentally and physically, and yet he threatens me for the second time, meaning 2016 and now yesterday, with physical assault. He doesn't know me, but he would go down fast and hard, crying all the way. Don't threaten people, Joe.
So the biggest complaint about Trump that you hear from a lot of folks, including Joe Biden, is he acts like he's always doing these things where he's threatening or bullying people, and now Biden's doing it to him. Is that what I'm supposed to follow here?
Well, I love that
Biden's 75, by the way. Trump's 71.
Right. Well, he says that he'd go down fast and hard, be crying all the way.
Hold on, this may be the. Did you say it was at a women's event?
I guess it was whatever. It was yesterday.
I'm sure. Okay, I think I may have it if you want it.
Oh yeah, I'd love to hear it. So is this Biden right here?
Let's see.
Crazy Joe.
This is it.
Okay, we'll try.
When a guy who ended up becoming our national
All right, hold on.
leader said, "I can
take. Just give me a second.
Okay, because I do want to hear it because it sounds like this time he talked about he was a pretty good athlete.
Yeah,
right?
Rick said he was a good athlete. And he's been in a lot of locker room.
Now, we know he likes to take the train to work, and he's got a big heart based on his giving.
And let's don't forget this. It hadn't really, but there were people when all this groping come out. He's known as, almost like the old man that overdoes it. They say he's known for his hug and his hand dropping in a few places, too, Biden.
Oh, yeah.
According to
well, you would. We're trying to figure out if this is it or
I'm
not.
not saying he's a Harvey Weinstein, but
No,
they say,
no.
like in pictures and stuff, he's been known to get a little handsy.
Yeah, well, you remember.
Now, that's reports. I don't know.
No, but we do. What was that video we had him one time? Was it? I forget. Was it Michelle?
Oh, and he was rubbing that lady's shoulders. Remember, it was it creeped everybody out.
Who was that? I can't remember who it was.
Somebody.
But I do remember that. But I figure the next one in all this thing, we're now going out and finding all the handsy people out there that Biden's gonna get trapped in that eventually. Because I don't know like you, but he seems that I wouldn't be surprised if somebody said, "Now here's a Biden update." Would you at all?
Well, now we know he'll copy a speech from somebody.
Right.
You
And
know,
we
he
also-
dropped out of one race because of that.
And we also know he's also not very observant based on stand up.
No, that one got by.
Yeah. So
all right, I think this is it. The whole time it was just the words are not with the actual movement of the mouth.
When a guy who ended up becoming our national leader said, "I can grab a woman anywhere and she likes it," and then said, "I made a mistake. I didn't make a
It's frozen up. I'm sorry.
Golly. You okay over there?
mistake." But they asked me, would I like to debate this gentleman? And I said, no. I said, if we were in high school, I'd take him behind the gym and beat the hell out of him. Well, I've been in a lot of locker rooms my whole life, and pretty damn good athlete. Any guy who talked that way was usually the fattest, ugliest SOB in the room.
Thanks, Joe.
So that was why Trump sends that tweet today
yes.
in response to
Chuck
Joe.
Graham, state
doubling
senator's here. Chuck, stand up, Chuck. Let him see you. Oh, God love you. What am I talking about?
So
Rick, they have on this. I'm looking at.
I
the
think that'd be
headline.
a pretty good fisticuff, don't you? The president and the former vice president, 75-71, duking it out.
Yeah, the president says that he's not mentally fit and he's not physically fit, and he'd go down hard and he'd go down crying.
Have you seen? They have it like in the boxers match, and they list their height and their weight.
Please look what Adler
It's
has.
got them. Rick, and he lists their height and weight, and then for training regime for Biden, he said arm curls on the phone.
Six minutes now past the hour. Rick and Bubba, brand new hour. This one starts with the national anthem. 7.5 minutes past the hour. The Rick and Bubba Show, 29 years, still swinging. We still swinging. All right, so Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, and Helmsy, they've done their job. Heck of a job. Knocked out the kickoff hour. They've got the day started. Eddie Van Adler joins us now. He'll give you the YouTube experience. He settles in. A lot to cover. Your phone calls will be a big part of that. 866-WE-BE-BIG. Over there he sits, the pride of Cedar Springs, Alabama. Most of you probably know him best as the silver-tongued one, the man with a golden voice, professional lunch eaters, man of the year, the inventor of pizza in a cup, Shakespeare's worst nightmare, and the master of the King's English. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for Bill Bubba Bussey!
Whoa.
Bubba, how are you?
I'm good, Rick Burgess. Friends, neighbors, associates everywhere, welcome to Rick and Bubba.
Well, I'm singing. Life ain't easy. Whoever said it would be. Life ain't easy. Whoever said it should be. Life ain't easy. And nothing comes free. Free, free, free. It ain't free, baby. You are me, Dr. Hook in the medicine show. Life ain't easy.
No, it ain't.
Well, it was interesting,
No, it ain't.
and I meant to get it in yesterday, and we didn't. We were recapping that barn burner of national championship game. By the way, people are just so mad. There's so much going on about that. People that didn't have a team in it, they're just saying, what a terrible waste, what a horrible game. Unless you're a Georgia fan. But so
do you think the committee? And look, when
What a
it goes to 12 teams, a lot of this is going to work its way out.
and maybe we should just
But
keep
like
saying
next
that.
year, do you think if TCU is a borderline team, do you think they will cringe before they cast that ballot?
Well,
even though they may be deserving to be in it.
It was a tough day for the outside the Big Five entries.
Oh yeah.
Because the outside the Big Fives really needed TCU to take Georgia to the wire or beat them.
Yep.
And that performance,
We were all shocked by the Michigan game.
and let me be clear,
I'll be honest.
And let me be clear, taking that one game and making that kind of narrative isn't fair,
Right.
but it is reality.
Right.
And so anyway, there's
But
sometimes
it's
things
also
aren't fair.
not-
Like Dr. Hook
Yeah.
in Medicine Show just said, life ain't. Sometimes things shouldn't be the way they are. But they are.
Yeah, and we shouldn't assume that TCU is on the same level with Michigan just because they beat them in one game.
Absolutely. That's
or their conference.
But I'm trying to find it, but something's going on with Twitter on my phone right now, and I don't know what's happening. But anyway, I was trying to find it. But, they were talking to I'll summarize. They were talking to Kirby Smart, and they were trying to ask him, as they did any coach that had a team that became the dominant team of the era, and this applies to everything, okay? And they were asking him, well, how do you get here? And you know what he said? Well, can I just let everybody? There is no easy road. I mean, you have to sacrifice. You have to work your butt off. You have to bleed. You have to hurt. You have to be disciplined. He said, this doesn't just happen.
Right. No.
You have to really put in.
There's a cost.
That's it. There's a cost to it. And that, of course,
some people aren't willing to do it.
Right. That goes into the bigger thing. I mean, if we were all honest, Rick included, I remember being this way and still learning it. Some of us don't like what Jesus said when he said, now, if you want to be my disciples, it's going to cost you. Deny self. Die. That doesn't mean become a better version of yourself. It means you no longer exist. You'll now be a new creation in me, and you're going to pick up a cross, which means you're going to continue to die. and it's going to cost you. And the road to follow me it's narrow, and he even says in his own words in Matthew 7, it's hard, and most aren't willing to do it. As I said, Jesus was that way out ahead of the Marines. They said the few, the proud, the Marines. Jesus said the few, the humble, my disciples. You know, of course, we got stories today. It's going to concern us again. You know what? Here's one of the things that I was speaking of difficult. Here's one of the things that I've noticed today. I was talking. I'm having a lot of fun with this so far in 23, and we'll see how far it goes. But Sherry has made the commitment to get up with me now, and for us to go ahead and do our time in Scripture together before I leave. Well, today she got up, and I saw her in her just little face. She's just so sleepy, making her little coffee, and she said, "You know what? I didn't realize I actually do dream." She said, but the problem is that I usually sleep past REM, so I can't remember it.
Right.
But now I'm waking up in the middle of REM sleep while the dream is happening. She goes, and I realize I dream a lot more than I thought I did. She goes, no wonder you remember dreams, because you're waking up right after you had them. And I said, yeah, that's exactly right, by the way. So anyway, we'll unpack it. We got a lot to do. We got charity charge today, bub. We're gonna be handing out. We're gonna be handing out
some money.
Handing out checks
got a good
today.
check today.
Later today on the YouTube channel, installment number 2 in our study of the Revelation. And boy, this is already a lot of fun. People, the way they act about the Revelation is unbelievable. It has been, and I know why. I know why, because I know human beings. Deep down, we're like, okay, I want to know everything I want to know about the end. So the end kind of bothers us, doesn't it? It really shouldn't, because it's actually was written as I began to study it and learn all the background on it. It was actually written, and Christ gave it to John. It was supposed to motivate and inspire the church that everything's going to be all right.
Right.
Now, but what happens is, if you're not right with God, you start thinking, well, this day of the Lord looks. You know, where's the baby Jesus? Where's the suffering servant? And
suffering servant days are over.
But it is interesting. Some of it positive, some of it negative. The intrigue in it. But anyway, installment number 2 today. So that'll be live, and it's gonna. I'm really learning a lot, and it is fascinating. That'll be live today at noon Central on our YouTube channel, and then Adler archives it soon after for your own consumption on your own time. So that's happening today as well. So let's jump in it, boys. We'll see what's going on. And we mentioned on the show our old friend Gary Palmer. I say he's in the news today.
Yeah, and I heard this story yesterday, and I thought, you got to be kidding me. And boy, they have jumped on them with 2 feet on them.
Oh yeah.
They don't know where to stop.
I didn't know the Golden Globes were happening again. All right, we'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Election record 7-2, knockout punch, salty language. and then under Trump is training regime, golf and McDonald's. Election record 1-0, knockout punch, devastating tweet. And they're paired up. They're in front of each other, their fists up.
Adler, put those pictures up again, Gray. That's what you were talking about. Look, these are the pictures of Biden being a little handsy. Look, we all know that guy.
Yeah. I mean, I'm not putting him in the Weinstein class.
No.
The little handsy. Chuck Graham.
This is the president, by the way, and the former vice president.
The president told somebody that he was going to knock them down hard, and they wouldn't be able to take it. And they
Crying all the way.
Crying all the way.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
News update. Well, Rick, we had the story earlier this week about a self-driving Uber car that ran over a pedestrian in Tempe, Arizona, earlier this week. Now, it turns out the car was going 38 miles per hour. The speed limit was 45, and a pedestrian who was crossing the street pushing a bike did get hit, but we've got the dash cam of that incident now. It was at night, and when you see this, initially the story, you kind of think, oh, yeah, self-driving cars are out of control. But after seeing the dash cam, I'll be honest with you, if I was driving the car, I don't know that I could have avoided that collision. And that's really where this is all about. And it is a little disturbing that you see somebody about to get hit by a car. So just a heads up.
Yeah, when I read the story, I thought it ran off the road and hit somebody in their own business. But
Here we go.
Watch this.
So I'm driving down the road right here. There's no street light, no crossing. It's out in a little more isolated area, and you don't see her until the headlights are on.
Yeah, I'm like
she's not wearing any lights. She's not wearing anything reflective, it doesn't look like. Until the light hits her tennis shoes, you don't know she's there.
Does she not see the car?
That's my point.
Here's
she
the
not
in-
see the
look at the interior
down.
view. So here's the person that's the passenger. Watch their reaction.
I mean, they're riding along. They're not controlling the car, although responsible for it. And then they look up at the last minute.
How about
and
that?
you see a shocked look on their face.
I'm sorry. I don't know if you're driving, you can avoid that.
No.
Well,
even if you slam on your brakes, you're still going to hit them.
Well, I was going to say, but I guess this is where maybe I misunderstand. But isn't that the point of driverless cars? They're supposed to have sensors and stuff on them that would take away human error.
Well, maybe
that it was
she just
supposed
stepped into it. When she stepped into the line of the sensor, it was too late.
Yeah,
she stepped. It ain't like it went to her. She stepped into the path.
No, I got you, but I'm talking about. I thought part of the design was this would actually take away error, and then the sensors would stop the car, and they're supposed to be safer than a human driving.
Well, not perfect by any means.
Let's say, no, not in this case.
No.
So because she is already about 3/4 of the way across.
There's a little responsibility on.
No
on her,
question,
too.
but not. Two different points.
I agree.
I thought the technology was supposed to be moving this ahead.
It should have detected.
This looks like you hit her just like you would if a person was driving.
Right. Yeah.
But what I'm saying is
It's supposed to be better than that.
It's supposed to be better than that. But what I would say to this point, I still don't understand how she didn't see the car.
Right.
Now that part I don't understand.
She didn't look like she made any attempt to get out.
Well, think about it like this too. If a deer jumped out, is it going to pick up that? Probably not.
Yeah, well,
I don't know. I'm asking
because what I'm saying is, if we're doing this,
what I'm saying.
There's more to it than hey,
Yeah.
it'd be nice not to have to drive.
Yeah.
It's also, I would think, because I've seen commercials for cars that are developing now. The Tim Tebow commercial,
Right.
where the car stops
Yeah.
itself
Right.
because he said he didn't hit the brakes because it was a joke about rivalries and all that.
Sure.
Right.
But it's supposed to do that, and I would think if you're going to take this technology, you'd like to, and maybe you can't do it, is to get to the point where we're going to make it even safer where you don't have that error of a human.
Yeah.
They can't respond quick enough, like computers.
Right.
You're
Right.
coming up with something that responds faster than a human being can. But in this case, I still, with all that, let's push all the technology out. I don't understand how the woman didn't see the car coming.
Bottom line, a vehicle can't go from on to stop.
Right.
You know, and there was she was not in the path. I don't know how far the sensors
That's
go
my
out,
point.
but she wouldn't have
Visually-
been in the path of the sensors anyway with enough warning.
Right.
Because
see, I
if
don't
you're
know.
that sensitive, that wide, then you're going to be stopping every time somebody comes by you. You see what I'm saying?
It's no different
She did
than
not
a
get in
car
the
being
line.
in another lane way on up there. You're not,
I mean, now if she would have already been out in it, it would have probably picked her up. But she stepped in it about the time.
Well, she's coming across the road, so
Yeah.
she was in the road the whole time.
Yeah, but it wouldn't have picked her up from the left.
Well, that's what I'm saying. I don't
Well,
know.
no.
what if a
here's
car
the
was
thing.
coming? Then you
Okay,
gonna stop for
time
it?
out. I wish y'all would do this so
Mm-hmm.
badly, and I know Bubba, you will probably. Since I'm saying this, there's a TED Talk, and you know about TED Talks because.
"21 minutes past the hour, the Rick and Bubba Show. Thank you for being with us today. We start unpacking the stories just when commercial air travel couldn't be any more complicated or dreaded. It looks like, and then there's more.
Well, we had the big Southwest debacle a couple of weekends ago.
Oh, yeah.
We have a story this morning says the FAA has temporarily grounded all North American flights after a computer failure. The FAA says it's working to restore the system, performing final validation checks to reload it up or reload it now. So we have a story on that?
Yeah. All North American flights?
That's what it says.
That's a big number. Okay.
Yeah, thousands. Is this real?
Yeah.
Yeah, breaking news. Several reports saying the FAA temporarily grounded all flights across North America. A critical computer system called the Notice to Air Mission System failed late last night.
Yeah, so this is the system that gets time-sensitive information to pilots, even to airports quickly, really to help them plan routes. Now, no estimate of when this will be restored, but if you do have a flight scheduled for today, you're definitely going to want to check before heading to the airport. We have the latest on this developing story throughout Good Day.
You can't have nothing.
Okay,
I mean,
it is a verified story now. Daily Mail also has it as their lead story. It says tens of thousands of passengers stranded after the FAA system outage. Pilots cannot access their flight plans.
Yeah, and they're saying some functions are beginning to come back online, but added it would take time to resolve 100%.
It apparently happened this morning at 5:31 a.m. Eastern time.
I mean, you can't even have a North American flight. I'm telling you, air travel right now is so horrible and so unreliable. It really makes life really difficult because I know what I'm about to say sounds outrageous, okay? But when people are putting together their plans of travel, there has to be some sort of timeline that is mostly dependable.
Yeah.
Because you're trying to figure out when you need to leave. You're trying to be somewhere by a certain time. We're getting spooked so bad with the man church sending, sometimes we fly our guys out, and it cost us a fortune to fly private, a fortune. And so we're trying but we've dabbled with commercial, and I thought we had one down in Tampa, and I was excited because Dawson was sitting down there, and I said, okay, well, we had one work out. And Dawson said, I got to talk to you. I said, what? He goes, by the way, if I'm not a Diamond member, I didn't make that speaking engagement. He said, all my flights got quagged up, and because I was a Diamond member, I ended up getting there barely in time. I said, so if you weren't a Diamond member, if we'd send anybody else on our team, they wouldn't have made it. He goes, you would not have had a speaker. And see, I mean, you can't do that. I mean, can't we? Do y'all not understand what your job is? Your job is to get us safely. I don't have a problem with that. But this just doing a poor job, just not being able to get the job done. Not anything about safety. Just not. Everything's fine. The planes are fine. The pilots are fine. But you can't get us from point A to point B in somewhat a time frame. That part, I just don't understand why y'all can't get that right.
The FAA has just announced all flights in the United States are going to be grounded until 9 a.m. Eastern time.
And Flight Aware, which tracks delays and cancellations, showed nearly 1,200 flights to, from, and within the United States are being delayed. As of about 30 minutes ago, only 93 flights are canceled so far, so they're pushing everything back, but some you just have to cancel.
Yeah, so if you're flying today, you need to check in immediately with your carrier for updated information.
And don't miss, the domino effect has now started.
Oh, yeah.
You can say all day long, well, they're going to start back at 9 Eastern, but what that's going to cause.
Yeah, but the plane that should have left at 6 was supposed to be somewhere else at 9.
The domino effect. See, we've learned, traveling over the years, I've watched that domino effect. Once you hear a little something, you think it doesn't affect you, but it does.
It sure does.
Because here comes the domino.
Good gracious alive.
Hey, we'll fly.
After the weather stuff, now this.
Oh, and like y'all said, the Southwest debacle.
Yeah.
So,
and that's one of the ones you thought you could depend on.
And I would say if you're in an office that provides rental cars, you might ought to get on in there early. You're gonna have plenty of calls.
So a friend of ours had to drive up to Nashville because they were catching a flight to go out to Arizona. And luckily, he got a notification as they were 20 minutes from the airport that everything was canceled back on the whole Southwest thing. So you've got your family in Nashville, and you're going to Arizona, and everything was canceled. They had to make a decision, ended up driving 25 hours to Arizona.
Wow. Well, here's the thing, though.
Could you imagine that decision?
A company, an airline, they shouldn't, they should have enough backup that could not happen. We're talking about the FAA that's over the whole country.
Oh, yeah.
This is unacceptable. This is one of those things on Rick's list cannot happen.
That's right.
Right.
Yeah.
I mean, how does this happen? You got to have backup on top of backup.
Right.
I mean, this is ridiculous.
I know a family.
It is. I mean, you know what I mean? I mean, well, they got one,
I can always
Windows
tell.
computer running all this somewhere.
I just laugh because when you say ridiculous, I always perk up because just when you're serious,
Yeah,
you know what I
it
mean.
is.
Like
It
if
is.
you ever
I'm
want to
gonna
get my
smack here in a
attention,
minute.
That's funny. Well, how about this, Bubba? I doesn't have to tie this, but just the other debacle. I found out. I know of a family that was taking 10 people. All the family was going to a Caribbean island. They were going to do this over the holidays. 10 now. They don't find out till they get to the airport, like your friend, that everything they had planned flight-wise is canceled. All of it. Okay? So then they start saying, well, can we get – and they waited so late to tell them. Now they've lost all the money where they've booked all the rooms.
Oh, yeah.
Because they missed that window.
Ooh.
So that money is gone. And they start saying, well, can you eventually get us there? We could experience some of it. And they said, well, because of this time of year, we can't get you on another flight there for 10 more days. And they said, well, 10 days was our vacation.
Right.
So they had to eat every dime of a 10-day vacation for 10 people.
But that was a big number.
And then I love, though, when the airline comes and said, well, we'll refund you your flights or get you on another plane.
Right.
No, what we want to do is over. You're going to refund me all my rooms and the resort we were going to and all that.
And find me 2 more weeks of vacation.
Right, yeah.
Going to be RVing, I guess.
You're
I don't
not
know
going to
what
drive
kind
to a
of.
Caribbean island. I promise you.
No,
that.
not that.
You're
No.
right.
That's going to be a little tough.
I don't know what kind of computer failure they had. We don't know
Get
the
a route.
details of it, but Hams, this is ridiculous.
Ridiculous.
Amazon doesn't never go down when you order stuff.
Nah.
Oh, knock on wood.
They got stuff backed up 6 ways to Sunday.
Well, you think that you'd have a pretty good backup on people's air travel.
You would think.
And this is the National Airspace System. Is that what it's called?
Yeah.
It's I don't know what it is.
It's the operations across.
It's the
the
computers
National
that run
Airspace System.
what they call the notice to air missions.
Right.
When I see an airport now, it just makes me nauseous. I'm thinking, can I get through the rest of my life without having to go back to one? I don't know.
It's the exact opposite feeling you get when you see like a Chick-fil-A drive-thru.
There you go. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba.
Buzzbox.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
There's a TED Talk out there that is about the technology behind these selfless driving cars, and it is amazing.
Oh yeah.
What's actually taking place, and it shows you diagrams and all the testing that has gone through, and it does highlight cars that are ahead. And this looks like I can't tell if it's a 2-lane, one directional 2-lane, or we got traffic going both ways toward each other, but it is, the technology allows you to be able to see things ahead. And so I don't know what failed here. The car company, specific car company, may have put out a statement said this is why this happened. I don't know.
But I will say, to say that the pedestrian has no responsibility in this, she's not out there saying, well, I guess you can walk across the street now because there's driverless cars coming through.
Right.
I mean, the bottom line is she walked across the street with cars coming.
Yes.
And walked across with cars with car lights on, driven or not driven by a human being, and walked right in front of one. I mean, that part's not up for debate.
Some of that is just strange, but it's good to have the dash cam so it can be analyzed and try to figure out what's going on. You hate that happen to anybody, but it's just a strange. It looks like it's a 2-lane road, and it looks to be a bike lane on one side, but she is crossing the road. She's not riding on the side.
But I don't see how she doesn't see the car coming.
No, I don't either.
Well, and again,
she's got to see the lights way before they shine on her.
Right.
And
was she distracted somehow?
Well, I was going to say, we're complete assumption on my part, but we don't know what was going on with this person. I mean, they may have been, let's face it, they may have had something to drink. They may have
been high on something.
Yeah, you just
we
don't
know. Don't know.
But I'm just saying though.
But that footage changes at least the way I was envisioning what happened. I thought we had a self-driving car that went out of control, and that
got on the sidewalk.
Yeah, it doesn't look that way, does it?
Yeah, and I understand what you're saying, Greg, about 2-lane roads, which you're right, it wouldn't work. But and the commercial with Tim Tebow, Big Al walks right out in front of the car and it stops.
Rick, is that
well, I'm
supposed
not
to be a real? I mean, I don't know.
No, it was. It was supposed to say.
Is it a commercial for cars?
Yes.
Yeah.
We have cars right now that the technology is supposed
Even
to be
if you're
there.
driving it, they will stop.
Because what they're trying to do is all of us being idiots on our phones is they're trying to say even if you're an idiot looking down at your phone, we got to get the car to stop.
Well, that's going to
anyway.
also be depending on how fast you're going.
Yeah.
Just like a person, I could stop if somebody stepped in front of me if I'm not going very fast. But if I'm going 50 and you step in front of me, I can't stop.
Yeah,
these cars are probably the same way.
This was going 38.
Still got physics.
It's going 38. So what I'm saying is, though, couldn't you come up with the sensor being able to be far enough out in front of you, not off to the side, but in front of
it's
you,
supposed to be.
to stop you before you hit somebody that's right in the middle of the road?
Well, you would hope that would be available, that it would be able to look, and see and be able to differentiate between a car coming, a pedestrian, an animal in the road. I mean, you got a lot. Even if you hit a deer, you do a lot of damage.
Yeah, in my opinion,
and you could be killed.
Yeah,
I mean, we've had that too.
We can research and try to do better, but in my opinion, in this particular case, the pedestrian is the one who's at fault here, because there's no way. There's no way because we're not saying that. Hey, we don't have that standard now. The standard now is try to get where people can see you, get reflectors on you. If you walk out in the middle of in front of a car in the dark, or you're coming across the road in darkness, not under a street light, they can't see you. Have something reflective, et cetera, et cetera. In this case, a person crosses a dark road and with a car coming and walks right in front of it. Yeah. I mean, that's what happened. So, we're not to the point now where we go, well, we have these self-driving cars now, and that shouldn't have happened. Just bottom line is a pedestrian shouldn't walk in front of a car in this way. Yeah. I mean, there's no way to keep from being hit.
Yeah, I don't know that if this had been a normal car with a normal person driving it, if the result would be any different.
I don't think it would be.
It wouldn't be in the news nationally because it would just be an everyday occurrence there locally. Tragic as it is, but it's disturbing, and we hate it happen. But I definitely have a different feel about it since I saw the footage.
Yeah, when I saw the story, I thought one careened up on a sidewalk and took a pedestrian out
in the middle of the day in downtown or something.
But that's not what happened.
No.
15 minutes to the top. Sadly, either way, top of the hour. 15 minutes to the top of the hour. 866 We Be Big. Your phone calls coming in. We'll take those when we come back. Hang in there.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
It's 35 minutes past the hour. Rick and Bubba. Got a charity charge check coming up here and another opportunity for you to participate in the Buffalo Wild Wings Rick and Bubba charity charge. So catch that next hour. All right, do also want to point you to simplysafebubba.com. Now more than ever, unfortunately, we have to think about safety and security, and because people don't know how to act. And so simplysafebubba.com is the latest technology. If you don't have a simplysafebubba.com system, in all fairness, it's almost like you're hung in the past. This is the current way to handle security. It's much more efficient, less expensive, and more comprehensive. You can put a sensor really anywhere you want to, and you can adapt it to the way your property is set up, whether that's your home or it's your small business. You'll install it yourself, so there you go. You're actually going to put it in on your time, not calling a company that tells you got to sit and wait for them on their time. And you get monitored for less than $1 a day. And also they monitor flooding, they monitor fire, medical emergencies, and they have the video verification, meaning law enforcement can see this is not a false alarm.
Rick, flooding, very important.
Oh,
very.
Got
very.
an update for
I'm going to say you're more likely to have flooding problems than a break-in.
Did you know that our old friend Ryan Greenwood updated me yesterday that he has been living in a hotel since December 27th?
No.
Because of flooding? Because of the pipes?
Once it happens, and if you're not there to react immediately, the damage can be unbelievable.
And at his property, you know what they're telling him? You ain't going back anytime soon.
Mm.
So anyway, so the quicker you know, the less damage is done. So go right now. We get you 40% off. Good gracious, 40% off any new system. Just go to simplysafebubba.com. Also, a link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. Say it with me. There is no safe like Simply Safe. All right, so we have some other things that we needed to cover.
Real quick again, if you are traveling to an airport this morning, all U.S. flights are grounded until 9 o'clock Eastern Time because of a computer snafu that happened about 2 hours ago. So no planes today, folks, for a little while, and it is going to be backed up when it starts. So check with your provider right now about how your schedule is going to be affected.
Whoa, Domino. So anytime I see any of our acquaintances or friends pop up in the headlines, it always gets Speedy's attention, then our attention. We have various representatives and senators on the program. Some of them we're just getting to meet. Some we've known for years. Gary Palmer we've known for years.
Yeah, a long time. Long before he was in politics.
Or as we call him, Mr. Excitement.
Right.
Or as Greg calls him, old number 6.
That's right.
So anyway, but Gary Palmer, when you think of a think tank, you think of Gary. He's brilliant. He knows the Constitution forward and backward. It's good to have him,
smart cookie,
out there representing America, and he has taken the Biden administration to task.
Well, Rick, I heard this story yesterday that some officials, bureaucrats in the government, were considering banning gas stoves.
Unbelievable.
Banning them.
Unbelievable.
And I'm like, wait a minute. I've had electric, I've had gas.
Wait a minute.
That's a consumer choice, not a government choice.
That's right.
And I'm thinking, what is the problem? Well, they're saying, well, there's some emissions here, and it could be bad. I'm gonna jump ahead. I'm gonna jump ahead and say this. I bet it has nothing to do with that. This is the environmental wackos again. Don't want to see a flame on anything because they think it's global warming.
Right.
I'm gonna predict when all the layers of the onion is peeled off, it goes back to the environmental wackos that are in our bureaucrats in our government.
Right.
Well, Gary Palmer and several other high-ranking officials said, just hold the phone just a minute. We're not going to have some unelected person barking out, we're going to ban stoves. That ain't happening. Ain't happening in this country while I'm here, okay? And I appreciate him making that stand.
Yep. Yeah, he's saying they don't have the power to do this, and they shouldn't be given this power. It's not. They don't have this power.
Well, they think they do, and they do if they get away with it.
Right. That's the key.
point.
That's the key.
And there may be some safety issues with it. I don't know.
Well, yeah.
But let's let the science dictate that, not a bureaucrat who probably has some other motive in mind in all this. And most of the time, the correct use of a gas oven or stove or whatever, it's about the ventilation. And if you're not ventilating it properly, of course it can be dangerous. But anything can be if you don't do it right.
And
if you don't have the proper precautions on electricity, it can be dangerous.
That's right. I was just about to say
anytime we use power to do something, you have to use it within the context of how it was designed and built.
Yeah, and you're right. They're using, as they always do, the tactic that the government has used to grab power since the fall of all creation is fear.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, look, this is dangerous. Mm-hmm. I mean, this is going to get y'all. It's killing people. There's really, like y'all said, with electricity or gas.
You got me a minute ago.
Yeah, with electricity or gas, there's always potential for user error.
Yes.
Are there to be something that happened beyond anybody's control? I mean, we've heard electrical fires, we've heard of gas fires. There's the electrocution. I'm breathing in gas.
You're always going.
Yeah, you can't say that gas is dangerous, electricity isn't, or batteries are not dangerous, but everything else is. Solar is not dangerous, but everything else is. See, you hit the nail on the head. Now we're getting into propaganda and agendas. We're not really talking about truth.
No.
Yeah.
And Gary came out, Representative Gary Palmer, Alabama 6. He doubled down on his criticism of the Biden administration after the U.S. Consumer Product Safety Commission, the USCPCS, SC, said it was considering a potential ban on gas stoves. The idea went back to the drawing board following swift criticism from lawmakers and consumers. As I said yesterday, this is Gary Palmer talking, unelected bureaucrats should not have the type of power to even consider such an action. It's time to rein in the Biden administration and their continual desire to control American lives and decisions.
Manchin also mad. It's always interesting to watch him. He said the federal government has no business telling American families how they cook their dinner.
Now, Rick, get this. The commissioner, Rich, whoever his name is, of the USCPSC, clarified a potential ban on gas stoves and said it would only impact new products. Well, once again, you're telling me how I have to cook dinner. I'm so against the government being in our pants on every single thing we do or up our skirt.
Yeah.
You know what?
Yeah. Wow.
Well said.
Well, I am. I'm just tired of it. They're going to tell you, from the womb to the tomb, every single detail of how you got to live your life. Well, and I'm anti that, and I think the people that started this country was anti this.
Now, this sounds like from the Rick and Bubba show, when we say, is this your biggest problem? Manchin goes on to say, if the Consumer Product Safety Commission, if this is what they're working on, we need to reevaluate the entire commission. This is what you're doing?
Yeah.
This is what you're concentrating on? And I love this. I don't know who Kenny Webster is, but he says, I can't wait to see the headlines when the feds raid Jill Biden's private home to confiscate her criminal gas stove.
Yeah.
I got to tell you, we on a personal note, Rick, we just put one of these in, and there's a reason. See, I like things to be better. I like excellence.
Yeah.
We just put one of these things in, and there is a saying: cooking. Now we're cooking with gas. Hey, it's much better.
Yeah, it is.
Much better.
Easier to control the heat.
And they're not taking mine away.
Up, down.
There's
let people choose.
Yeah, there's different applications. There's some people probably like the convenience of electric. Some people like the some of the benefits of gas. But you know what? That's
our
your
choice.
decision.
Yes. Yeah.
That's not
Our
some
choice.
pointed head, got degrees all over the wall liberal who ain't never done anything in the real world sitting up in D.C. somewhere.
You know what this is? Ridiculous.
It's absolutely asinine.
Thank you.
I'll upgrade it. I'll
upgrade.
upgrade.
Yeah, I like that too.
That was the highest level of stupidity that my dad used to talk about. Asinine.
So when you hit asinine, you're there.
I knew that was it. Well, we were. The old meter was pegged out.
Let me tell you what's going to happen. We have a story today that y'all may have touched on the kickoff hour, but we'll get to that. Now the word field is being outlawed.
It's being removed.
Yeah.
Listen, we're going to get to the point.
We saved that for y'all.
Unbelievable.
We're going to get to the point to where, just like Helmsy said, generations will use the phrase, now you're cooking with gas. And our current society will decide that that's a mean thing to say.
Yeah.
Because it's dangerous.
Because it's dangerous.
Yeah.
Listen, here's the thing:
If
consumer
you can't
product,
say that.
Consumer product safety people, whatever your title is, and whatever you're, writing a
Pointed
memo, trying to tell us how smart you are and what you've done for the country today. If there is scientific proof, publish the proof. Let us make the decision. If we want to poison ourselves with gas and chemicals coming off our gas stove, let it be our decision. It's not yours.
Wait a minute. Breaking news. Breaking news.
This just in.
Bubba, you were looking for the angle. It just said this. They've just discovered that if you're vaccinated, the gas won't bother you.
Right. And that's a whole nother topic we got to cover today.
Gas stoves are in 40% of U.S. homes.
Sure.
And, Bubba, to your point, there's just been this recent thing that came out that 12% of childhood asthma cases can be attributed to gas stoves. But that's in one research.
You know what?
That's only in one example.
The 12%, those families ought to look at electric.
Yeah, there you go.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
The Rick and Bubba Show, 866 We Be Big is a number. As we work our way back, and we'll get to your phone call, so I know some of you want to talk about this topic about the driverless car that hit the pedestrian. Now that you've seen the dash cam, it kind of gives you a little different vision. But here's that TED Talk talking about driverless cars. We've edited, about a minute and a half, 2 minutes worth of it?
About 2 minutes, and it'll give you the gist of, now this is way above my head, and hopefully y'all can have a little more.
How the car sees the world. So this is our vehicle. It starts by understanding where it is in the world by taking a map and its sensor data and aligning the two. And then we layer on top of that what it sees in the moment. And so here, all the purple boxes you can see are other vehicles on the road, and the red thing on the side over there is a cyclist. And up in the distance, if you look really closely, you can see some cones. Then we know where the cars were in the moment, but we have to do better than that. We have to predict what's going to happen. So here the pickup truck in the top right is about to make a left lane change because the road in front of it is closed. And so it needs to get out of the way. Knowing that one pickup truck is great, but we really need to know what everybody's thinking. So it becomes quite a complicated problem.
Yeah, it does.
And then given that, we can figure out how the car should respond in the moment. And so what trajectory it should follow, how quickly it should slow down or speed up. And then that all turns into just following a path, turning the steering wheel left or right, pressing the brake or gas. It's really just two numbers at the end of the day. So how hard can it really be? Back when we started in 2009, this is what our system looked like. So you can see our car in the middle, the other boxes on the road driving down the highway. The car needs to understand where it is and roughly where the other vehicles are. It's really a geometric understanding of the world. Once we started driving on neighborhoods and city streets, the problem becomes a whole new level of difficulty. You see pedestrians crossing in front of us, cars crossing in front of us, going every which way, the traffic lights, crosswalks. It's an incredibly complicated problem by comparison. And then once you have that problem solved, the vehicle has to be able to deal with construction. So here the cones on the left are forcing it to drive to the right, but not just construction in isolation, of course. It has to deal with other people moving through that construction zones as well. And of course, if anyone's breaking the rules, the police are there. And the car has to understand that that flashing light on the top of the car means that it's not just a car, it's actually a police officer.
Wow. Wow.
There's a lot that goes into it.
Bubba.
And it
just
makes
kept
you
going
realize how complicated driving is by anybody, a human or a computer, you know?
Tommy, welcome to the Rick and Bubba Show. Tommy, go ahead.
You know, the article I read on Fox News said that driver was there for the express purpose of taking over in an emergency. Now, he was watching his cell phone and he wasn't alert. I guarantee you some engineer somewhere saying this is in the category of can't happen. It's dark. You're in an area with pedestrians. That, rider that's supposed to take over is supposed to be alert, paying attention, anticipating. We've all taught teenagers how to drive. When you're riding through the neighborhood, the one thing you tell them is, you see old husky boy there with the Batman cape on? He's going to jump out in front of your car as you go by and try to stop you. You got to be alert for that. And I think the only way a driverless car system is going to work is if you dedicate a lane for driverless cars where no pedestrians will ever walk, and it's going to be like Disney, where you get in and it's like the Hanson cars.
Tommy, have you seen the footage?
I have. And you look at him, and he's looking down at his phone.
It's a she,
and when he looks up, then he gets scared. And I guarantee you that the only reason I even read that far to see that is it looked like it was his mugshot. I think he's facing charges.
Well, I think always the driver is going to be responsible. I think it's a she.
Yeah.
Is it?
So. I thought it was too.
Okay,
it may not be.
But I think
thought it was a guy.
The whole
I'm not making fun.
The whole reason for a driverless car would be, as you said, Rick, to have sensory perception better than a human,
right,
via electronics, and to let the driver be able to not pay attention to everything as close. So I understand. I think the driver always is going to be responsible, but it's.
But I don't know how
this particular situation. I just don't see how even somebody driving could have stopped the car. They might have swerved to miss it.
Do y'all think you would have seen her if you were looking out the front window?
No, I don't. I mean, based
it was
on
quick.
that,
I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, it was very quick.
Well, I'll tell you, I actually hit a person before, and Greg, you were in there, and so was Sherry, leaving our neighborhood one time. And what happened here is you had a person coming out of their house, and the pizza person didn't know which house and stopped in the lane coming toward me.
Mm-hmm.
So I've got the lane against her driveway, and the pizza person, and Bubba, we can relate to this, the pizza's here.
I think I was at your house when that happened.
Yeah, and the pizza person is over here and It is 9 minutes to the top of the hour. The Rick and Bubba Show, we are back. We are thankful that you are with us today. Some updates on things that you need to know. Got the latest ticket count from Oxford, Alabama, and the Performing Arts Center. 16 tickets remain before the Man Church Conference is sold out, and that was as of going to bed last night. So 16 tickets remained the last time we got an update. So it is going to sell out. So if you haven't got your tickets, you might want to check to see if any remain. There should be maybe a handful there now if you so desire to go at the end of February. So just an FYI update on that for men's groups or just individual men all over the country as they are coming from everywhere to Oxford, Alabama. So looking forward to that.
And Rick, we need to remind everybody again, because I know a lot of folks, if you're in the morning time listening to this and you have a flight today, all U.S. flights have been grounded until 9 o'clock Eastern time due to a computer snafu. So you need to check in with your provider if you're headed to the airport this morning.
Have you noticed, and I've known this for 29 years, Bubba, there's certain things that fire us all up individually, and he loves breaking news.
He loves breaking news.
He gets an official voice.
He's got an official voice that he goes to.
He's in it, and he's got even an official posture.
Yeah.
He even sits a certain
I think inside him they're way back. It's you know how you say latent. I think is a news anchor.
A news
breaking
anchor.
news.
Yeah. That and weather.
Yeah, he wants to be, and that applies.
Yeah.
And
Rick,
he,
I'm in my serious voice now. Y'all calm down.
Yeah. Stop all this foolishness.
Listen, I know if I'm headed to the airport this morning, this show is probably going to be the first thing a lot of people hear.
Of course,
right.
everybody goes here to find out what the great journalism that we produce.
Well, no, I think they're just going to be listening anyway.
Right. So got a little bit of wing sauce on my
they
lip,
don't
but
want
I'm
to.
still doing it.
They don't want to get to the parking lot and go, "What? No flights."
Right. Yeah. No, you don't. But he does have an official voice he gets in.
And that's the same one that he used during the topaz thing.
Yes, it
and
was.
That's what made the whole bit
It was.
take off.
It was.
A little procedure call. That was the whole joke of the whole thing.
By the way, speaking of weather, and I meant to say this on yesterday's show. Two things I missed on yesterday's show was a spam comment and this picture that was sent to me with a blazing mullet. But anyway,
You didn't show that?
We'll show it.
Come on, Rick.
Adler's fine. Hold on, bring it up just a minute. I'll tell you. But let me get this one first. So Bubba and Span, they love to get on the air with me and bring up something that's kind of, Poindexter, geeky, and then ask me if I'm going. And then they always love my comments. No, I'm sorry, I'm scheduled to eat nails. Or I'm scheduled to lay on broken glass. I'm scheduled
to paint to watch dry.
I'm scheduled to be drugged by a horse. This kind of stuff. So anyway, but Span did not help himself Monday night. He did not help himself. I follow Span on social media because I like what he's saying about the weather, and I just enjoy Span anyway.
Oh, yeah.
All of a sudden, I'm sitting there. We're moments from kickoff, and he tweets out, "Weather Brains is about to start." And I sat back. I said, "Span, that you have geeked out on doing a Weather Brains in the middle of the college national championship football game." Now, after the game started, I realized probably that was a better choice.
Maybe he can see in the future.
And if you don't believe me, just look at the horrible ratings that ESPN's trying to clean up today. They lost a lot of money in that second half.
They sure did.
But anyway, they said some of the lowest.
Thanks, committee.
But what I'm saying is, how geeky are you to say let's get together and talk about weather during the football game, the championship?
Yeah, who scheduled that?
I thought, my goodness, man, you can't be. I even looked before I had a little fun with him. I even looked to be sure that wasn't an old tweet that I was just now seeing. Right. And then I saw it was just a few minutes ago that he put it out. I'm like, Weather Brains is going to sit around and talk about weather during this game? So, of course, it turned out to be a better decision. Yeah. So the other was, mom and dad, now with them living in their retirement community, it's pretty common now that they've all this moving, you find old pictures, you find this, you find that.
Did they know about the planes being grounded?
Well, let me tell you something. They do now. Yeah. And so anyway, and then of course you have people sending them stuff from over the years and Dad's coaching career and all this. But Greg, you'll be my witness on this. We grew up in a house very common of the generation our parents came from. Long hair on men, thumbs down, double thumbs down.
You want me to describe what Dad called it?
Probably not.
No, can't do it.
Probably not.
No. So when
Very loud.
No, Junior.
When we didn't pay our own bills, our hair was short.
Yeah.
Because we cut it the way they said to. I know it's a strange concept that when somebody else is paying your bills and they're in authority over you, do what they say.
Rick, there's a reason why my hair is so and I know this is a weird concept in today's age. I'm still scared of my dad.
That's correct.
That's
I bet
why
he
my
loves
hair
that.
is the way it is today.
Yeah,
I keep it
because you don't want to
short.
hear it.
Right, I don't want to hear it.
So anyway, Greg and I, of course, we became rockers, and we had to let
Keep mine short too. Mine passed away in like 79.
It goes back to me. It goes back to me wearing the suit when I preached at a Baptist church. I don't know what my grandparents can or can't see, but I ain't taking no chances.
Rick, believe it or not, I've looked back at pictures when I was in college and stuff like that, and they weren't around as much, and I could get away with some stuff. I had some nice flowing hair. I do this today. Respect Mac Daddy.
Right.
That's all this is.
This literally happened. I went off to Troy to play football, so I was gone for like 13 weeks without ever seeing anybody until the first game. Okay, well, I grew my hair the whole 13 weeks. So Mom and Dad show up before I thought they were going to. Dad had to come to something in Montgomery for coaches. They came a couple of weeks before I thought they were coming. And I'm in the dressing room, and the guys come in and said, "Hey, your mom and dad's outside." And I said, "What?" And they said, "Yeah, they said they were coming through. They want to know if you want to go get something to eat." And I walked out with my hair long, and my dad, it was so deadpan. And I said, "Hey, good to see you. I didn't know y'all were coming." They said, "Yeah, we was thinking about maybe, I know you got to do some stuff and you got some meetings, but after you're done and go get your hair cut, meet us over at Western Sizzling." And I mean, he just said it and then I go in there, I'm new to this place. I said, "Where do people cut hair here?" And they said, "You're going to get a haircut today?" I said, "Absolutely I am."
And there was no social media to tell on us.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. So anyway, so when I got out on my own, Greg and I, we became rockers. We had to let it flow. Well, the mullet was king. And so I grew a smoking, I'm talking about Billy Ray Cyrus, jealous, smoking
Joe
mullet.
Dirt.
And here's a picture of it right here.
My.
Look at that sweet thing. Look at that Kentucky
I believe
waterfall.
that's Jay Brown you with.
It is.
Great Jay Brown.
So anyway, Jay Brown's wife sent this picture to Mom the other day.
Look at that.
And
We'll be throwing it back.
Yeah. And look, Greg, look deep into that face. That guy was trouble right there.
Yeah, he was.
You could see.
But look at that flowing mullet.
I mean,
Isn't
you
that
could
thing-
land an airplane on
if
it.
you
Isn't
would,
that thing beautiful? Isn't it
if you would
beautiful?
dye your hair blonde right there, you are John Daly.
That is correct.
Yeah.
That is correct.
Good night. Look at that.
Always a
Good,
little
bud.
bloated.
Just slightly bloated.
Hey, going hard, not a lot of sleep.
No, running hard.
Bit of
Rough
water.
night.
Holding on to water a little
Yeah,
bit.
gotta hydrate.
Sure. Not real strong. Not like we said the other day. Gastrointestinal flora, not real good here.
Not great.
Right. That's
Eat when you can.
That's right. That's right. Anything that yeast can do to you is being done. You know. So.
Got a boat ramp on the back of my head.
Right.
Not many alarm
I
clocks.
like it. I think that's a good look for you.
I do too.
Bring it back.
What do you think about one more time? One more time.
Second, mullet, yes.
Top of the hour. We'll be back. Buffalo Wild Wings, they're here. And we'll find out what you've already done, and we'll give you an opportunity to do more just by eating great food.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
So whether we like to talk about it or not, life insurance is something that we all need. Now, there's no need to get complicated with it. And, somewhere Dave Ramsey's going, you tell him, Rick. Here's how it needs to be. If we die before our loved ones, we want our loved ones to get a check so that they will be financially taken care of that replaces what we provided for them. Is it any more complicated than that? All this other stuff where you try to just let's take it down to simplicity. And also another thing, could someone please simplify this process? Yes, the answer is yes, and that's Ladder. Ladder is 100% digital, no doctors, no needles, no paperwork when you apply for $3 million or less. So you thought when I said that it wasn't going to be a whole lot. No, if it's $3 million or down, no doctors, no needles, no paperwork. You just answer a few questions about your health in an application. Ladder's customers rate them 4.8 out of 5 stars on Trustpilot. They made the Forbes Best Life Insurance list. So if you would like to find out more, real simple again, just go to Ladder, like a ladder you would climb, Ladder, ladderlife.com/Bubba. Also, ladderlife.com/Bubba. There's no hidden fees. You can cancel anytime, and you get a full refund. If you decide, in 30 days you go, I don't know if I want to do this, well, then fine, though. Then you're out. Not a problem, okay? Life insurance, trust your old friends Rick and Bubba. Life insurance is going to cost more the older you get.
Yes.
So remember,
don't let 50 sneak up on you.
Remember what life insurance really is.
A week makes a big difference.
This is how life insurance works. They say, we bet you won't die young. We go, I bet I will. So anyway, so the older we get, they're going to charge you more. Ladderlife.com/Bubba. Go get this done. Simple, reliable, and exactly what you're looking for. Stops in the lane. Now I'm between the house and the pizza person, the driveway. We're coming out of our driveway, and we're now getting up to speed to get out of the neighborhood. And the person wasn't paying attention and just stepped out of their driveway to go talk to the pizza person right in front of the van. I mean, and there was nothing. I hit the brakes, but like you said, there's a certain amount of time you got for the thing.
I mean, it was so quick.
And knocked her up onto the windshield, and she luckily was okay. I think she broke her arm or something or hurt her arm. But, she didn't get killed, thank praise the Lord. But it was there was really nothing that could be done because she just stepped right in front of the car. I mean, it was
I
think
there's no way to stop.
I think if we're looking for a perfect world from the driving car, we won't get that. But if we can make it better than it is now, that would be great. But I think you're always still going to have problems. I mean, we have problems with airplanes, but we still fly.
Well, you just heard the TED Talk of all the
are,
things they've got to get the car to be aware of.
And by the way, it is in show notes if those of you that are emailing.
But I'll be honest with you, they can, again, cost-wise, I don't know how far they'll go, but they can conquer this technically. I think the most complicated driving vehicle we've ever had was a space shuttle on reentry, and it was so complicated and required so many things to be checked and adjusted that computers had to land that. Humans could not manually land the space shuttle. I mean, they could take control of it, but none of them had ever been able to do it because of the complexity of it and the speed at which it was traveling.
Mark in Alabama. Mark, go ahead.
How you guys doing this morning?
Good.
So the company that I work for, we have developed our own driverless car over in Europe. And the big issue is if you're going to have driverless cars, they all need to be driverless cars because the cars talk to each other. Now, I know this doesn't pertain to, getting hit on the bicycle.
Right.
But, that's a big thing is if you have some people driving and some people in the driverless car, the cars need to be able to talk to each other. So if you're driving, your old Ford on the road and this guy has this brand new, state-of-the-art driverless car, then that driverless car doesn't know what that car is going to do. If it was also a driverless car, they would talk to each other and you know exactly what the cars are going to do.
Yeah, and that's a broader, you're right,
yeah.
that's a broader topic. I still don't know how we resolve this pedestrian situation, but I understand what you're saying. As far as dealing with other automobiles until they're all driverless, there's going to be a breakdown in communication.
Right, and I mean, it would be easy if a car had just passed a pedestrian, then that car is going to tell the other car there's a pedestrian ahead.
Okay, well, that would be
the more of them out there, basically, you're saying the bigger the network, the more reports they would have to deal with.
That makes sense.
Object on the left. Object, think clear.
Had an object 10-4. Be aware.
6 minutes now past the hour of the Rick and Bubba Show. Thank you for being with us. Much to do as the show goes forward. Wednesday Bible study back today, installment 2 of the Revelation, live noon Central, 1 o'clock Eastern on the Rick and Bubba YouTube channel. Archived soon after and available for your consumption if you so desire later. Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, Helmsy, Eddie Van Adler here. And Bubba, do you hear that familiar sound, my friend? Rick and Bubba, Buffalo Wild Wings charity charge. As the Rick and Bubba family, if you are anywhere visiting or living in the great state of Alabama, you can head out to any participating Buffalo Wild Wings when we do our charity charge opportunities. And the last one, you went out and enjoyed delicious food from the participating Buffalo Wild Wings. Tim Spencer is here. And Tim, once again, the Rick and Bubba audience clearly responded.
Yes, we did. Christmas time, it looks like everybody was out in the shopping centers and helped us out for another successful one. But
right.
You know what? You hear that noise?
Yeah.
And it doesn't mean charity charge. It means Bubba and Greg know what they're having for breakfast.
Absolutely.
Right.
Well, our show was we've been so innovative on so many things. Now, the industry would disagree, but when did we decide that you eat certain foods at certain times of the day?
Correct.
When did that happen? I mean, I don't know who declared that. Wings are not a breakfast food. Who said?
Well,
where did that come from?
And you even have people that go, I like to have breakfast for dinner.
Fine.
Right.
But
what about dinner for breakfast?
What's wrong? Why, you can't have one and not be able to have the other.
What's the big deal?
Unfair.
Yeah. So
onion rings are good whenever you get them.
Yeah, they are. And we were talking about no two onion rings are the same. Just because a restaurant says they have onion rings doesn't mean they're going to deliver. You guys have great ones.
Yes, you do.
Thank you.
Speaking of food, Community Food Bank of Central Alabama, they benefited from the last charity charge. Nicole Williams is here today from the Community Food Bank of Central Alabama. Nicole, welcome to Rick and Bubba.
Thank you. Thank you for having me.
Well, that's our pleasure. So those that went out to the Buffalo Wild Wings locations and they sacrificed by eating delicious food, 10% of those food sales on that night, that day, goes to you. So tell those people what they just did and how that works. What did they benefit?
Well, y'all, we're the Community Food Bank of Central Alabama, and our job is to feed our neighbors in need. And so we are so honored to really be there for neighbors that are having a hard time making ends meet, especially right now with gas prices and inflation and things like that. We have a lot of just our neighbors that are really struggling, and we're here for them. So,
and I think that's something, though, that sometimes people are shocked by. You see, and there's nothing wrong with helping people all over the world. We certainly do that, too. But I think a lot of times we think, well, our country is so bountiful and so blessed, and there's so much food that we really don't have a problem in our country. Or where you live, or even in your state, and you guys see on the front lines that actually isn't true. Our own neighbors really need help.
That's true. We have people, that are deciding between paying rent or maybe buying medications. A lot of the things that cost money in our lives are set amounts. You've got to pay your power bill, you got to pay your rent, and the thing that can give is the money that you spend on food. And so a lot of times that's where families make cuts. And we want to make sure that families and children and people really have good and nutritious food to eat. It's so important for kids, especially.
And that's key, too, not just any food. The food that your body needs.
Absolutely.
Yeah, and you guys are so efficient with money, which I want everybody to know that. $1, you guys squeeze how many meals out of that?
4 meals.
4 meals out of $1.
Mm-hmm.
That's incredible.
We just fed a lot of people.
Yeah. Well, think about that.
Did.
Think about that. If you went out and ate, and then by the time you were all done and the people around you, $10 went. You just did 40 meals.
Yeah.
40 meals with $10.
Yeah, we can stretch those dollars by buying in bulk, and obviously a lot of great people donate food to us. What we call retail reclamation that comes from grocery stores, and the community donates food, and that's how we're able to really stretch those dollars and the food that we're able to, collect from the community and really just get that to the people that need it.
That's great.
It really is, and I know there's a lot of people that participate. Providing what you guys go and buy. at the same time. So it's a great system. It is true that we do have a lot of food in our country, but what isn't true, and sadly, now more than ever, what isn't true is that somebody's money goes as far as it once did. Right now, food for everybody costs more. And so really now, more than ever, you guys sadly are probably needed.
Yeah, absolutely true. And, I mentioned families and children, but we also want to support our seniors. Unfortunately, Alabama ranks in the top 10 need for seniors. And so we want to take care of those folks that have, given to our community for years and years, and maybe you're on a fixed income and needing to buy medications. So we really want to take care of our seniors.
Well, it's one of the reasons that Buffalo Wild Wings and all of us wanted to embrace you guys, because your message really is quite simple. It's not complicated, and the need is easy to see, but also the need is also easy for those of us that have a little extra income, or in this case, just went and ate the food that we could afford so others could get food maybe they can't afford.
That's right.
So, Tim, tell us how it went.
Well, if we're spending $1 for 4 people, man, that's a lot of math.
Yeah, but so you don't weight it off on quite an equation there.
No, it's too early. So we were able to donate $4,500. So that feeds 18,000 people.
18,000 meals, baby.
Yep. That's awesome.
Thank y'all so much.
Awesome.
That is
fantastic.
amazing.
Yeah.
Amazing.
Well, and again, you also are one of those organizations that that kind of money, as what you just clearly showed, means a lot.
Yes.
4,500.
I'm excited.
Yeah,
I'm excited for that one. Everybody supported it. It's not us, man. It's the guests that come in.
That's right.
The team members we have serving the people. We just get to sit here and talk about it a little bit.
So the locations for you to participate are Alabaster, Alabama, Birmingham, Alabama on 280, Gardendale, Tuscaloosa, Hoover, downtown Birmingham on 4th Avenue South, Trussville, Pell City, Oxford, and Chelsea. So there's another opportunity coming up on Monday, and I just, on behalf of the show and our family, want to thank you guys that, years ago we have some that are evergreens. They come around at a certain time every year, and one of those is the Bronner Burgess Memorial Fund, because this is the month that we remember what the show went through and what our family went through when William Bronner Burgess went to be with his perfect father on January the 19th of 2008. So as that day approaches, the Bronner Burgess Memorial Fund will benefit from Monday's Buffalo Wild Wings charity charge. And really the Bronner Burgess Memorial Fund is very straightforward. We follow the instructions of Christ. Christ said, work in your Jerusalem, work in your Judea, work in your Samaria, and work to the ends of the earth. So we give grants that benefit evangelical ministries that are in our own city, that are in our own state, that are in our own country, and all the way to the ends of the earth, and the work that you guys are doing. But I do want to take a moment to also thank, because we don't do fundraisers, and we try to provide for the Bronner Burgess Memorial Fund through the sale of BuzzBox Coffee, through the sale of Sherry's book, through speaking engagements when the two of us go out, and we put percentages of that into the Bronner Burgess Memorial Fund, and that's how we fund it. So those of you that at times just say, you didn't ask me to, but I'm going to donate anyway because I want to be part of it, we want to thank you so much. And a lot of you did that at the end of the year without any prompting at all, which was very kind. But also, Tim, you did this without prompting too, saying, well, we can help. And I'm going to tell you, for every dime that is raised for the Bronner Burgess Memorial Fund, it impacts so many things all over the world, but most importantly, the number of people that have come to know Christ. Wow. Right. About eternity. So that'll be, will benefit, the Bronner Burgess Memorial Fund will benefit from Monday's charity charge.
When we first started this now, Bubba, I think we're going on 4 or 5 years now.
I know.
And we're going to do it again this year. It's really not a question in our mind to do this. Like you've said multiple times, it's a win for everyone involved.
Win, 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 win.
And for us to be able to now say there's recurring charities we can help, it's it's cool to see that what it's evolved into.
Yeah, really. So thank you from the bottom of our hearts, and also Nicole, thank you for the incredible work you guys do, and I think all of us together want to in unison thank that audience out there that responds to this. And makes it happen. So thanks to all of you, and so you'll see the work being done through the Community Food Bank of Central Alabama. Maybe you didn't get involved in this, you didn't have a chance to get involved with this, but you'd still like to help them. We've put their website in show notes today, feedingal.org, and you can go there and see that, and you can come alongside the Community Food Bank of Central Alabama on your own if you'd like to. So that's there. Thanks again, Nicole. Appreciate you guys very much. Tim, thank you for what you've already done. And
see you everybody on Monday.
That's right, and what you continue to do. Another opportunity at those participating locations on Monday the 16th, benefiting the Bronner Burgess Memorial Fund. Our number's 866-WE-BE-BIG. We got more stories to cover, and we look forward to chatting with you when the Rick and Bubba Show continues.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Glad to be here, and thank all of you for being part of the Rick and Bubba experience.
Bubba, Kosovo, you talk about how bad it has gotten. You know, we're divided, Bubba. We're divided.
We are divided.
We're a divided country. Right. We're so divided. Of course, we seem like in our history have been divided quite a few times. Anybody recall the horribly misnamed Civil War? But anyway, everybody keeps talking about how bad it is, and we're divided, and where are we headed, and where's civility? Well, Kosovo sometimes we'll look ahead to see other places around the world where we may be headed. This little scene in Kosovo's parliament was a doozy.
Well, Rick, they were trying to have a vote to approve a border demarcation deal with one of their neighbors. They needed 120-seat parliament, and they needed 80 votes for this deal to pass. The deal is a precondition by the European Union for Kosovo citizens to travel freely within its visa-free travel zone. Now, the opposition Self-Determination Party was not happy about this vote and was going to do anything they could to stop it, including using tear gas in the chamber to prevent the vote. Now, their party says that Kosovo loses territory under the agreement and that this is not a good deal for them.
Guys, you got to see this. I mean, we got it on RBTV. We'll put it in show notes today. There's footage of the tear gas being tossed in Parliament.
Oh, yeah.
Look, please look. What about that guy just keeps walking like that didn't fly right past him?
Several of them thrown.
I mean, there's tear gas bombs that have been thrown, and they still voted 80-11. Did you see the one guy walking up to the platform and it just flew right past him?
Rick.
He didn't even check up. Watch this guy. He even gets a little spark over by him. He just keeps on walking. There comes 11.
What in the world? It looked like that guy sitting down right there threw one of them.
Yeah.
Their reaction is not what I want it to be.
You would think they act like this happens all the time.
Absolutely.
Well, it is
another
get your
day.
mask out.
Yeah.
It is Kosovo, and they've been under warlike conditions for a while there when
Eyes
they separated.
Look, panicking. Here's one guy still checking his text messages.
Well, it's just
and it's just kind of room. Did you see that?
Yes.
And then he's just kind of wiping his eyes as he walks out. Well, yeah, that little tear gas here at Parliament today, but we voted 80-11. Let's move on.
Maybe if you're trying to delay the vote, that's just common.
Look, they've all just kind of calmly left the room, and now there's a haze of the aftermath of.
Look, mask.
Now they got some mask on because it burns your eyes and everything. I mean, they got the vote in,
so they voted with mask on.
No, and the vote did pass. They got the 80 votes.
The fact they had masks available, what's that tell you?
Guys, they just calmly walked out of the chamber, put their gas mask on, and then came back in and voted.
I don't know.
Look, some guy, you're right. Little skyhook back there. He just sitting back there.
Hey, I mean, he's sitting there like nothing ever happened.
Guys, who brings tear gas to a meeting?
Well, somebody who's serious.
Evidently.
Yeah. There it goes. That.
I may have something for y'all in a couple weeks at Monday's meeting.
Well, you look at that. I mean, yes, we've gotten where our meetings of Congress have gotten a little dicey, but we're not to tear gas yet.
No, not yet. And now they're threatening to carry each other out behind the barn and whoop each other. But I mean,
yeah, no tear gas yet.
Now that we do have.
It's all talk at this point.
All right. So this other thing that we talked about, and we heard it in the kickoff hour, but that's been a while back, so it's worth a revisit now. that, you know, and anytime the celebrity left starts something, it just gets bizarro. So now we have several celebrities that are joining an effort to get us to kick the habit of using plastic straws.
That's right, Rick.
Now, before we go into this again, and for some of you we go into it for the first time, am I not mistaken that actual experts have come forward and said that, hey, wait a minute, we actually know about straws and they actually do decompose?
I don't know how they do in the ocean.
Right. Well, like Bubba said, saltwater.
For some reason, they
will
seem to
break
be
down
tore
anything.
up about the ocean.
Yeah, and I know plastic has a longer, life than some paper products and all that. That's why I don't know why we got away from them to begin with.
We used to have paper straws.
Yeah, I remember that. They had a little waxy covering on them, and they would go away.
Had good old paper sacks.
But Rick, we've heard when we had the disaster in the Gulf, and it was a disaster with all the oil, that would destroy the Gulf for 10, 15 years and
Never
all
the
that.
same.
And it was a handle for a while, but it went away because salt water is amazingly good at breaking down everything. I think that's why it is the filter for the globe. But
22 minutes past the hour. The Rick and Bubba Show. Thank you for being with us today. Did it, Bubba? We don't like the sound of this, but we got to. Well, apparently America has no problems. I look and it seems that we have some really serious problems.
Rick, before we do that, let's remind everybody, the FAA has grounded all the airplanes in the U.S. till 9 o'clock Eastern Time, just for your convenience.
Thank you, Bubba.
Thank you, sir.
Computer snafu, and the president has ordered an investigation into what happened to it.
Oh.
Breaking news with Bubba.
Maybe he can investigate his classified.
Now,
Let me tell you,
Greg,
if you're headed to the airport, you're glad I just broke in and told you.
You probably have a lot of ways to be. You've probably been told about it, but I mean,
tens of thousands of people are stranded. Rick.
Just broke in.
It's going to be the biggest news story today.
Hey, listen, ladies and gentlemen, breaking
glad
news
Greg
from
didn't-
America's news anchor, Bill Bubba Bussey.
I'm kind of glad Greg didn't work with us on 9/11.
Yeah, right.
Oh, good night.
Okay, maybe not a great analogy there.
He would have been downplaying it all.
When we got a few people waiting on the flight. That's
Rick, would we call the anchor?
early on, he absolutely would have.
Hey, well, I will tell you too. In that time, though, your access to information a lot more limited.
Yes, it was.
A lot more limited.
Rick, is the anchor William Bussey or does
Yes,
he go by?
I'm sorry,
Okay,
you're right.
yeah,
America's news anchor, William E. Bussey.
Okay, yeah.
We don't
yeah.
even put Bubba in
Right, there you go.
because he's his authoritative voice.
Yes. See, Bubba sounds like somebody that ain't serious about it.
Yeah, Bubba's the guy that talks to you about mudding.
Yeah.
You know, he wants to talk to you about his truck getting stuck.
We can always say Dr. Bussey, too.
That's true.
Dr. William E. Bussey is breaking news.
You know, I kind of like that.
Yeah,
Oh, that's good.
Yeah, you say that sounds good, doesn't it?
Dr. W.E.B.
The doctor is in.
There he is there. Wow, how'd you find that so quick? Hey, can I ask him something? Can I ask you something? What was your Google search?
I gotta know.
It was the best news anchor I could find on Google.
Pictures
Images.
of great news anchors.
Yes.
That was it.
Big news anchor. Big.
Large news anchor.
All right, so
Sorry, Bubba.
well, if your flight has been canceled and are delayed and messed your whole world up, as that seems to happen at airports all the time, you're going to find it really difficult to care about what people seem to be wanting us to care about at USC and at Michigan. Michigan's Department of Health and Human Services, they're in. University of Southern California, they're in. The new word that we must stop using is field. We cannot say that I work in the broadcasting field.
Or my field of study.
Well, your field of study, what are you studying? What field are you wanting to go into? You can't do that anymore.
You can't use the word field.
Field's out. They're saying the reason why? Because field is racist. You, Greg, the fact you don't know that, this shows once again.
So can we say football field?
Nope. That's racist.
But
Baseball field?
And you say field worker, and you probably can't.
how about
what field I'm going into?
Nope.
That's not the
allowed.
same as a field.
No,
it's
it's
not
not.
even the same thing.
It's not.
I don't.
Same
Here's what I
word,
want.
Same word, but totally different.
Would you like
In
to
order
know?
for us to do this, I want to. They're going to have to produce one person who came in and said, "I'm sorry, I was extremely offended because somebody asked me what field I wanted to go into, and because of the connotation of slavery." I want to know that one person. I don't think there's anybody out there.
Now, keep in mind,
Nobody.
Greg did throw it in there at the end. The reason why this word is some people are wanting it banned. They say it has slavery connotations. Slaves working in the field. Of course, I don't know how to tell everybody this. I worked in a field this year. Farmers work in fields. People been working in fields long before slavery, long during slavery.
We're growing crops
through
in
a field
fields.
yesterday,
We're doing. We use. I mean, but Rick, don't understand. As dumb as that is, if we're actually referring to a field, I still think it's ridiculous. But that's not what they're talking about. Just the word. What field of work you're going in.
By the way, what field of work?
Even though it has, when you're using it that way, it has nothing to do with an actual field.
Really, Bubba's comment on football field, at least that's a field.
Yeah. I mean, it's stupid.
But what field you're going into is not even a field that people would work in.
Is this real? Or is this
Field reporter out.
There's two. Michigan's Department of Health and Human Resources says it will no longer use the word field worker in agency communication, meaning the agent, this agent's going out into the field, because the term's implication for descendants of enslaved black and brown individuals.
But it's not.
Woke leaders at USC banned the word field because it's racist. They will use the term I can't even say it, practicum, when talking about their type of work.
Again, have we had a bunch of people complaining?
This is once again guilty white people being offended on behalf of black and brown people.
Exactly.
So what are you supposed to say if you're asking somebody what field of study they're going into? What is the synonym to correct that?
Well, practicum is the one at the university. Now, what do we do with these agents? Because I met yesterday with
practicum.
I met yesterday with one of the ministries that we support, and you know what he kept talking about is how many of them go out into the field to see how the churches are doing, and how the pastors are doing. We're sending people into the field,
but you can't say send them into the practicum.
Do you know what Jesus said about evangelism? He said the harvest is plentiful, but the workers are few. Can you say that anymore? Jesus can't even say that.
Guys.
Well, let me tell you, he can say whatever he wants.
Yes,
Rick, when I say I'm going into the field, it has nothing to do.
And one day everybody will agree on that, by the way.
Yeah.
Or what field of work you are. It has nothing to do with the real field. Which it doesn't matter if
it's
it
absurd.
did. It's still
it's absurd.
Let's go back to last fall. We remember the CDC. They
it's ridiculous.
Sent out terms of select population groups that you should use. Do you remember that? How they said instead of using inmate people or persons who are incarcerated or detained, and they go through the whole list of what you should do instead of. This is part of that.
Which goes back to what we said when it started. Where does it end?
Right.
This is what you're seeing.
Yeah.
When these type stories come out, you go, okay, here we go.
I'm reading Wikipedia right now, and it says practicum is an undergraduate or graduate level course, often a specialized field of study.
Thank you.
To be a teacher, don't you have to do practicum, take some test or something?
But why? Listen to what Adler's saying. It's supposed to be for the field you're going into.
Praxis.
I mean, they're trying
to in the definition.
They're not even using it the right way. Practicum.
It makes no sense.
Who cares?
Phone
Who's
calls
offended?
are next. All 10 lines are available. We'll chat with you.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Even aluminum doesn't stand up well to salt water over time.
No.
So I just don't know. I'm not up on plastic and straws and how long they can survive in salt water, but I just have a feeling that there's a definite lifespan to it.
Well, how about this? I'll go back to this.
Throw a little ultraviolet on top of that.
Well, the celebrities in the far left have never let their emotions, stop them from doing something that they haven't really asked. It was really interesting. And we talked about this a little bit yesterday in the Bible study. John Lennox, who we've had on the show many times, and who the scientist, a mathematician that's out defending, says that when science has tried to, bury God, but science and God go together. He was actually asked about Steve Hawkins' comments after his death. And he said, well, the error that Steve made, in all due respect, you can hear his voice saying it. He said, in all due respect, he said, Steve was an expert on a lot of things and had a great, brilliant mind. I mean, the fact that he had ALS as long as he did. His life expectancy was much shorter than it ended up being.
Oh, wow. He lived 55 years with it.
But he said where Steve made the mistake is he suddenly began to talk about a topic he wasn't an expert on, and that was God.
Mm-hmm.
He didn't research God. He was not an expert on God. And so he really didn't have any standing when it came to him declaring who God was or wasn't or exists or doesn't exist, because that was not a subject that he was an expert on. He didn't really know what he was talking about.
Yeah. Well,
in
all fairness, some of it that he was an expert on was in theory.
Right. But he was saying at least there was extensive study on that. His knowledge of God was below 100 level.
Right.
Even on what God had said about himself, where God was in science, where he wasn't, creation, all these different things. He said he wasn't an expert on that. And when you look back, you really kind of find that there was even looked like early, and Sherry was pointing this to me, that early on when he was a young man, he actually didn't have the same views about God that he had when he kind of became bitter about his suffering, I'm sure.
Right.
Suffering does one or two things. It turns you away from God, or
Right.
it brings you closer. And sadly for him, it seems like it went the other way. But in the same thing, when we go to do things like strawless campaigns, shouldn't we at least sit down with the experts and have some idea what we're actually talking about? I mean,
you would hope. You would hope.
Not just our feelings, but what it actually is. But here's the other thing, and I go back to, and I hate to bring this up, Bubba, because I know so far the day's been okay, but I know it was a little rough when we started some of the topics we had to talk about, but we had some, some things we.
None of them as bad as that mayonnaise eaten yesterday.
Jimmy Carter, I'm sorry, but the gas deal, when Jimmy declared he wasn't going to do gas at that price and didn't understand that our country is only part of the world, and so it's a world market. So now we have Seattle and followed closely by Malibu, and I know those two places think that they're really sharp, and that means a lot, that somehow that those who manufacture straws and sell them to the world, are going to just crumble and go under if Malibu and Seattle stop using them. The thing about the ocean and plastic in the ocean, the whole world is putting things in the ocean, not just us.
Who's dumping it in there?
Yeah, I don't know.
We don't do that here.
What I'm saying is, I think of all the countries, our record really pretty clean. I mean, I'm not saying we're spotless, but we can. Seattle and Malibu can go strawless all they want to, but then the people who sell straws on a world market will just sell it to the people who want them.
Yeah.
I mean, it's not going to stop straws. And then if there's countries that for some reason are either understand that it will eventually go away or they don't, if they're throwing them in the ocean and we stop, it's kind of like this thing we're doing on this man-made global warming. We can make all the adjustments we want to if the rest of the world isn't making them.
Right. It doesn't really matter.
I mean, it's
I mean, we can do what we can, but it's not going to clear the problem.
But I don't think Seattle and Malibu are going to eradicate plastic straws from the world, do you?
No, not when you look at what China and some of the other big countries are doing.
So all the big problems that we're facing right now, Seattle and Malibu and celebrities want us to take a lot of energy and focus it on the dangers and the destruction that come with plastic straws.
And you realize we probably went to plastic because somebody was complaining that the paper straws were cutting down too many trees.
Yeah,
you realize?
no, sure.
Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Every time.
35 minutes past the hour of the Rick and Bubba Show. Here we go. All 10 lines are available. Looks like we got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 of them in use. So there's a few that are available, and you can get in right now if you move. 866-WE-BE-BIG, 30 seconds a pop. At the end of 30 seconds, the buzzer will sound. Your time on the program will come to a close. Another person will get an opportunity unless so you receive the one of two timeouts that are available. Well, let's start with Dusty Dusty, welcome to the Rick and Bubba Show. You're on the phone, Tro. 30 seconds, sir. Go right ahead.
Good morning, gentlemen.
Hey, buddy.
Y'all doing all right?
Yes, sir. Very well.
Hey, I just wanted to make a quick comment and a question. First of all, I'm going to quote the guy from yesterday about the word field. Boy, that's just a barn fire of stupidity. But here's my question. How are you going to be able to plug field to greens now? Because now you're doing a racist term to plug the product. How are you going to be able to do that,
That's
gentlemen?
a great line.
This is also a good question in our email, and Rick, I think you may be on it too. What is the FBI going to call their 56 field offices that are full of field agents?
I know. I thought of how many people we're sending people into the field. We have agents in the field. Can I say this too? And I go to Greg's point. Those of you that have faced difficulty because you're black or brown, does this kind of stuff aggravate you? I know it would your ancestors. Because of what they say, you are still alive, and you wouldn't be alive during slavery, but you were alive during the civil rights movement. You experienced Jim Crow laws, things like that. Does this bother you as much as it does us? Does it offend you that this is the kind of stuff they're concentrating on because it's not going to help anybody? Does it bother you for them to act like this is a big deal? That's an important word. Yeah. Where are the people who are brown or black that are legitimately offended by the word field because of having some slavery connotation? Do these people even exist, and does it bother you? Because I would think if I was in your position, it might bother me more than it bothers anybody.
Yeah.
Of how silly this is and how serious the true struggle
in this
was.
story. I
And
love the fact that they say some people are arguing it is typical of the toxic foolishness that has infiltrated academia.
Amen to that. Let's go to Rodney in Tennessee. Rodney, welcome to Rick and Bubba. 30 seconds. Go ahead.
Hey, guys. I'm going to try for a timeout here. Bubba, this is your NASA buddy, Rod. I was at CES last week. We were doing a live UHD downlink from the ISS. So we were there early to set things up, and the Secretary of Energy was there running through her charts, and it was all I could do to contain myself. They are definitely trying to wean the country off of natural gas, and they're trying to sell the benefits of moving to a heat pump instead of using natural gas or oil for heat. Now, can you imagine living in Minnesota or Wisconsin and how disappointed you're going to find out about how lousy a heat pump actually heats your home?
Well, they'll find out that strip heat will run, and it will cost them big time.
That's right. And you know, Rodney, to your point, to the point you're making, and you did get the timeout.
And see, I knew that was behind something.
And I knew you had that at hello. But let me,
with that alphabet soup you gave us.
Yeah, well played.
But anyway, Rodney, here's what
Rodney's a pretty big deal, y'all.
Rodney, on this point, heat pumps are. I look at them the way I look at universal health care. They're perfectly okay unless you really need it. Mm-hmm. And you know, it's like universal health care is great unless you actually get sick. A heat pump's great if you live in a climate like ours that doesn't really require
moderate temperatures.
That's moderate in our, you know, we had the Arctic blast, but that's once every 30 years or something.
Yeah.
You know, but yeah, we don't have that a lot, so a heat pump's fine. But to your point, in these places where winter actually comes and stays the entire time and doesn't let up, it's not enough. And like Bubba said, the other thing is, why do we act like that electricity's not, you know, we're about to all get on batteries and plug them in and
hey,
the grid.
How do you think they're generating that electricity? With burning,
that was the part that
burning
that
coal
was the part
and
I
natural
couldn't
gas.
understand.
Yeah, right.
Where do they think the electricity is going? So you're going to take natural gas, which is efficient heat, out of your home, go to electricity, and where's that electricity coming from? Probably natural gas. So what did you accomplish? And we're subsidizing all of it.
Natural gas,
contain myself.
Rodney, is fairly clean. I mean, when it comes to the burning world, it's way ahead of the game.
Absolutely.
Matter of fact, we probably should have gone to natural gas as a step to go to battery to begin with.
Agreed.
Of course. And there was a Secret Service agent standing next to me, and I could not contain myself, so I kept sneezing well, we're on radio, so
Right.
bovine scatology.
Yes.
And the guy kept eyeballing me, and I thought, okay, I probably ought to dial that back.
Are they that stupid, Rodney, or is it just agenda based?
It's agenda, of course it is.
Because they're not that stupid,
the
right?
insulting part is they showed a video where, okay, so how much are you spending now on your heating and natural gas? And you know what that'll be? It'll be zero when you go to electricity. Like, well, you're going to pay out the nose for electricity.
Come on. Right. But they know that, don't they,
Well,
Robert?
they're used to selling people on ideas who are bad at math.
Exactly. Rodney, thank you for your common sense and logic and pointing and going, either we're completely we've become Neanderthals, or you have some sort of agenda.
And Rodney, I am looking forward to seeing astronauts on Mars sending back beautiful high-def pictures here to Earth for us to enjoy.
Doing the best I can to make that happen, brother.
Thank you, Rodney. Only one timeout remains, but
that stuff's going on. We don't even think about it every day. They're planning. They're getting ready to do it.
Corey Smith Lake. Corey, go ahead.
Hey guys, I got to know, is Adler's new laugh a bit, or is he being legit with that? What's the deal?
Adler, what about the new laugh? Is this something you're experimenting with, or
my new laugh?
Here's what I think's going on. Okay, and I think it's the same laugh we've all heard, but now we get him all the time, and so people think it's a new thing he's trying.
Okay, because he's not. We can access.
We access him
so much easier,
which is great. But I think that's what they're hearing. They're hearing his laugh in the background more than they did.
Oh yeah,
previous to this studio, and so I think that's what it is.
I love the off mic laugh.
I do too.
That's what he's doing.
Are you experimenting with a new laugh? I came back with a new laugh.
Maybe I'm wrong, but I
no, I'm not. I'm not trying to experiment.
No, I think it's the same laugh. We're just hearing it more.
I do think that it is telling that it took 10 years of me being on the show to get a microphone. So
Yes.
I'm just trying not to screw it up.
Well, here's the thing we're talking about. You know, we just don't
careful.
give a mic to anyone. We want to vet you out.
Yes, absolutely. I mean, it's just smart. It's smart on y'all's part, and I'm trying to be careful not to abuse the privilege.
Yeah. Let's go.
You're not.
Let's go to.
Keep laughing.
Let's go to Candace. Candace, welcome to the Rick and Bubba Show. Candace, go ahead.
Is that it?
Yeah.
Okay.
Hey guys, so the AL.com news story the other day was talking about how natural gas is racist, and they were trying. These politicians were trying. Yes, they were saying that underprivileged areas, black and brown communities that have gas stoves in their homes, that they put out pollutants, and it's mainly attacking them in the areas because they can't have electric, and so we need to ban natural gas. Okay. Well, the study that came from was from Stanford, and they said, all right, let's take a small sample, and we'll see what kind of emissions are coming from this gas stove. The problem with that is that they use a gas stove that has a pilot light. And essentially, every stove you have in your house right now, a restaurant, has an electric ignition.
Correct.
I grew up in a house that had a pilot light stove. I mean, we also had wood-burning heaters. We didn't have any air conditioning or heat until I was 14, but I was in the country. I was not in the inner city. But the whole deal is, it's not racist. It can't be racist. They're just playing that and saying, we got to get rid of all the natural gas.
Well,
so all of
y'all,
this
they can just
conversation.
They just
Go
say
ahead.
anything now.
Well, and you know this,
They
kind
do.
of like Rodney was saying, Candace, they know it's not racist. It's all propaganda.
Well, they've had luck using that terminology
Correct.
before, so they just keep going back and running
But
it.
they're starting to sound like loons. I mean, trying
They are, and yes.
Yeah. Drawing some of these lines, it's lunacy.
And a gas range is an upgrade. When people just like Helms was talking about, when you redo your kitchen, you put in a gas range because it's better. It cooks better. I have
It
electric. When maybe 10 years from now we redo our kitchen, I'm putting in gas.
Right. I remember when I was able to have a gas stove, I thought, well, and I'm doing a little better. Because
that and carpet.
Yeah. Yeah. It was actually the opposite. having those
paneling.
Yeah. Having those electric eyes, that was more for.
Listen, this
the
days all
of
goes
struggle.
back to they think that this is somehow environmentally sound. And the problem is, if we don't pump natural gas out of, especially like the Gulf of Mexico, it just blurts up out of the ground anyway.
Rick and Bubba.
So did we want to go with the setup here first that Helmsy has, and then we'll unpack it?
Sure,
All
sounds
right,
good.
Here's the story.
This one is a stinker. Wisconsin cops are looking for a serial toilet clogger for, you guessed it, repeatedly clogging their toilet in a women's public restroom. Now, before we jump to conclusions here, how do we really know that the load being left in the toilet is from the same person? Well, for starters, the New York Post reports the suspect isn't clogging the toilet with poop. Instead, for the past year and a half, the assailant has been stuffing a 20-ounce soda bottle into the bowl. The Sheboygan Police Department took to Facebook to tell people to not throw trash or, quote, other rubbish in public toilets. They also called out to the public to ask if anyone knows who has been clogging toilets at the Deland Community Center. Now, why are the police on the case? It turns out the stunt has led to thousands of dollars in repair and labor costs. It is unclear what crime the police would charge the serial clogger with, but my guess is they aren't full of
Well, there we go. So we've got a serial clogger in Wisconsin.
So I take a bottle and I
Deland
keep shoving it in the commode.
Civic Center,
Sheboygan, Wisconsin.
And Rick, according to the
Sheboygan.
story, in 2016, this happened 12 times.
12.
2017, it happened 14 times. And so far in 2018, 3 times. So somebody's intentionally cramming
Sheboygan.
a soda bottle down the toilet, clogging it up, and costing, as
Now-
the story said, thousands of dollars in damage.
But why? Why would anybody?
Well, you got people that do,
What do you get out of that?
It could be worse, but I mean, they had some reason they like vandalizing toilets. This particular one. If it's the same, is it the same toilet?
Yeah, it's at the same
It's at
place.
the same community center.
I'm saying, I
don't think it's the same.
Can't you hit a little, some kind of stake out there and see if you can find the person?
Here's what I don't get. Yeah,
That's going to be a hard one to stake out.
I don't get that they're telling
learn
the
to sit down.
public don't put trash down the toilet. Well, that's not going to stop. This is like the toilet version of gun control.
Right.
Well, all you're doing is telling people who already don't put trash in the toilet.
Yeah, this
Not to do
person
it.
is doing this on purpose.
They're doing it on purpose. They're not mistaken. Going, oh well, if I'd have known that for the last 3 years, I'd stop clogging up. Is that what clogging is?
See, they're gonna have to catch this person, make an example of them.
You know what I do? Give them a little swirly.
Yep.
Good.
That'd do it.
You catch this person and give them a swirly, and I'll tell you one thing. Say, hey, how you feeling right now? 20 ounce.
Yeah.
How's that 20-ounce bottle feeling to you now, swirly? It is 9 minutes to the top of the hour of the Rick and Bubba Show. As we make our way back, carshield.com/Bubba. Carshield.com/Bubba. Are you driving an automobile right now that no longer has warranty? So if you are, if something breaks, guess who's going to pay it? It's going to be you. And I don't know about all of y'all, but roaring out of the holidays into this economy after spending a lot of money on wonderful things, I really don't need an auto repair invoice right now. Well, if you have a Car Shield protection plan, you won't, because if it's covered repair, they're going to pay the ASC certified mechanic that you chose directly, or the dealership, whichever way you want to go, which also features ASC certified mechanics. That's your call. They'll do that. But when you're under the Car Shield, guess what? Even if there is no need for repair yet, you still get 24/7 roadside assistance. Love that. You get a rental car while yours is being repaired at no cost to you. So look for a plan that is right for you and get that car protected from Car Shield. Carshield.com/Bubba. We're going to get you a free quote, and we're also going to save you 20% off the protection plan that you select. You'll also find that link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors button. All right, so, Bubba, we have an update in the world of COVID and vaccines. Well, the Pentagon officially, in my opinion, way later than they should have, the Pentagon has officially dropped Biden's COVID vaccine mandate for the U.S. military after more than 6,000 of our bravest were discharged because they refused to take the shot.
And not only that, it has dramatically hurt our recruitment of new soldiers.
Yes, it has.
The Pentagon officially dropped the policy nearly 17 months, Rick, after it was imposed. But you say they officially did it. It was written into the defense budget. They had to do it.
There you
so they were forced to make this decision. And again, the recruiting, they're calling it a recruiting crisis now for new troops. So you're going to see some real bonuses and some real perks to get people joining the military. And, Rick, I don't know if you saw, it was a major fall off. I don't have that number right in front of me on this page.
Right.
Because I've been monitoring the airports. But
right. Well, let me tell you something.
Okay, I got it here. Yeah. Let's see. This is this is the ones that have been discharged. Over 3,700 Marines, 1,800 soldiers, over 2,000 sailors have been discharged for refusing to get vaccinated.
So let me throw this out, and this is why the people were reluctant. I talked with someone who has great expertise and has worked many years in the pharmaceutical industry, and I'll leave it at that. And we said it on the show yesterday, and I said, was that accurate? He said 100%, which I know is a new thing. We love to all say 100%.
Mm-hmm.
And he said it was impossible. He said, I'm not sitting here saying that we didn't need to try to do something. Don't hear me say that. He said, but we took all of the research and development rules and we trashed them because we were in an emergency.
Right.
And because we did that, it was a lie and impossible for us to tell the American people the vaccines were safe and effective. He said that was an impossible statement to make. So it just wasn't true. We didn't know that. I don't know why we would say that. It would be okay to say we think or we hope that they're going to be safe and effective. We believe they will be, but not emphatically. Get in line, safe and effective. If you don't do it, you hate your neighbor and you're a bad person and you're going to die.
Well, they sold it as a vaccination, and what we all think of when you get your shots before you go to school, and you're done with it for your whole life. You know, you build up that immunity, your body stays with it. We didn't know it was going to be like the flu shot, that it was going to last a few months, and then you had to reload.
On a sad note, is it tied, is it not? We don't know. Air Force football player Hunter Brown suffered a medical emergency on his way to class Monday and died, 21 years old, dropped dead. They had
this
life-saving
goes,
measures, but they were unsuccessful.
We don't know. We don't know.
Offensive lineman on the football team.
But the first thing that comes to mind to many of us who know people who've had bad reactions to this, was he vaccinated? And probably was, if I had to guess.
If he's in the Air Force Academy, I would, like you, I don't think I'm on shaky ground to say he was probably made to.
Now, there's also a news story out today. False claim COVID vaccines linked to athletes' cardiac arrest comes from blog, not real research. Now, I understand that how these things can get legs and go, but I do think it is a fair question. Were these people who suffered out of the ordinary physical anomalies, were they tied? Were they vaccinated? It's a fair question. Well, now, I'm not saying, and here's the problem, because they won't address it straight up, honestly and transparently. It gives the view that they're hiding something because they won't discuss it. Now, if you're transparent, say, look, this guy like Damar Hamlin, which you haven't heard a whole lot about his heart since he had cardiac arrest.
No.
They haven't come out and said the rhythm of his heart got off because of direct trauma. Okay, I'm good with that. I can believe that. They haven't come out and said that he had an enlarged heart. He had a family history. He had something going on with his heart that wasn't right to begin with. Hadn't said that. Quiet as a mouse. We're all wondering, could this be the fluid that builds up around the heart that we have seen as a side effect in a few people from the vaccine? And they won't comment on. Okay, that's right. You even asking that question is unethical, unfair. You're not being good. You're not being honest with it. No, it's a fair question. Give us a fair and honest answer, and we can move on. Well, you won't believe what we say. Well, you know what? There's a reason for that because you seem like you've been hiding the answer. The sooner you come out and address it, we can move on. If it ain't, just tell us the truth. Give us the facts.
And you're right. What's causing this, anytime you walk up to somebody and say, "Now, I'd like to ask you," but no, you can't say that. If you're not allowed, to Bubba's point, to ask the question, that always sends off alarms. Babylon B even making fun of it. It's got a bunch of people in lab coats, like a bunch of doctors, and I love this. Experts say they don't know what thing is causing everyone to suddenly collapse, but it's definitely not that one thing.
Right, that they can't mention.
Yeah.
Good night.
I mean, that's how silly this has become. And we're talking about life and death here. And the reason why it gets people kind of uncomfortable, these are young, healthy people by all accounts. So
what was it?
Rick, here's the thing. Let's say I am a vax guy, okay? I believe in the vaccine. I think everybody ought to have it. But when I see these issues, I go, guys, we need to address the issue, not bury it. Right. Because when we bury it, we only build up people's disbelief in this. Go ahead, Speedy.
No, I was just going to say CBS Sports, I guess, interviewed Fauci, and he said it was ridiculous to even ask about
So you're not even allowed to ask.
Well, why can't I ask the question?
Top of the hour.
Rick and Bubba.
Well, I will tell you that one of the things that we talk about on the show, and there's other meats that are available from Moink, but you know we're Southerners, you know we're Gentiles, so we get to eat pork, but you know not all pork's the same. I mean that's one of the problems. You know, just like a lot of other things, I don't know why we as a country have made a decision to be totally dependent on the Chinese for everything. I mean, that doesn't even make sense to me. 60% of U.S. pork production comes from one company that is owned by the Chinese, and the way that they, you know, raise the hogs, the way that they produce the pork is actually been banned in 160 countries, including China. Yet some of the pork on the grocery aisle every day, you know, is this has been done, the workaround. Well, with Moink, they deliver grass-fed, grass-finished beef and lamb, pastured pork and chicken, sustainable wild-caught Alaskan salmon, and they do that right to the door. And the Moink farmers, they're the kind of farmers like your mama and your pawpaw. I mean, you know, you remember that you went to see your grandparents' farm; they were true farmers, and Moink meat tastes like it's supposed to because why? The family farm does a better job. Bottom line. Keep American farming going by signing up at moinkbox.com/Bubba right now, and the listeners of our show will get free filet mignon in every order for a year. That's 1 year. You get the best filet you've ever tasted, but that's for a limited time. Go to moinkbox.com/Bubba. Andre Crouch, the classic there, Take Me Back. Bubba, I hope you're well, sir. Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, Helmsy, Adler, all here, and also interns ready to go this hour, Salty Duke and Drops of Jupiter. It is the day before spring break, as I mentioned. We have some stories we'll update here for you today. There's, always the good, the bad, the ugly. But we'll also take a lot of phone calls today because, as I mentioned in the beginning of the hour, as we call it in the business, the billboard. Setting you up for the hour. You know, we're not gonna get to talk to the audience for a while, so we have to kind of visit a little bit before we leave today. If you're not going to see somebody for a while, you got to spend some time with them before you go. So we'll definitely be working out some of those a lot of phone call segments today too to get a chance to talk with you. So if there's something on your mind you want to discuss with us that you think, well, I'm not going to see them for a while, we'll do that. So I was looking at some of the headlines. I know we continue to find out about the Austin bomber, as we said, once they went into his house and started getting all his stuff and looking at it. Headline today, in part of that confession that he left for everybody, I wish I were sorry, but I am not. Well, that doesn't bode well for eternity there. I've done something, I know it's horrible, and I know I probably should feel bad about it, but I want my last dying words to know before I die that I am not sorry for what I did. And I got to tell you, if there's anything worse you could say at the end of your life, is that I've done things that are sinful, that are evil, and I do not apologize for them. That's about as bad as it gets. I mean, that if you want to hear the way not to go, that's it.
Well, everybody will be responsible for themselves, and I hate to hear that. I really do, because I think that's a bad choice. But
right.
it was his choice to make.
It was.
And
there was the opposite end of that available to him.
Yeah, it was. That's what's really sad about it.
Yeah. So so we'll continue. You know, still they keep trying to. People keep asking me, have they laid out what they think was his motivation and what drove him? And I've seen some sprinkles of that, but no narrative that says here's kind of where we think he was coming from.
Right.
It was almost kind of a hodgepodge of different things. So.
Rick, also today we'll have to take a look at what appears to be a show that keeps predicting the future of The Simpsons.
Yeah.
Did they predict the Toys R Us bankruptcy on an episode? They've got. And who are these people that scan every episode of The Simpsons looking for future predictions?
You know,
it's funny, and I know we have a little fun with it, but the irony there is somewhat interesting to look at. Also, we had a story yesterday we didn't get to. There's a follow-up today. There was a TV station in Texas that had some rather spicy language to get on the air.
Great.
It was Chris TV, KRIS. And there's an update today, and they have.
That's what we were listening to off air, Greg, and we couldn't air it.
They have apologized for it and said they've got to the bottom of it.
Oh, they have?
Yeah, they've got to the bottom.
I don't understand why this person was whispering what they were whispering.
Oh my
have they clarified that?
No, it's going to be a very vague answer, but
I just don't know how that's come up in a. Look, I understand I understand your mic's hot.
Yeah.
You say something you shouldn't say. But this particular commentary, how is that a conversation going on near anyone's microphone?
Correct.
Yeah, and what is it in reference to?
And Rick, more of the kiss and tell scandals of former Trump lovers who have done all they can do to get out of their non-disclosure agreement. It began last night with Karen McDougal on CNN as she rushed to get ahead of Stormy Daniels this weekend.
Right. And then there's a third one out there that I guess they haven't interviewed her yet that's something to do with The Apprentice. They're all trying to get their interview out there first, and as you said, get out of their non-disclosure. You know, one thing with Stormy, what they keep saying, and maybe it's something people need to apply to your life. If you 6 minutes past the hour from the No Name Studio on the bleeding edge of technology. Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, Helmsy, Eddie Van Adler, Team Rick and Bubba, all here. Welcome back, America's newsman, William E. Bussey, the doctor.
Yes, the doctor is in.
Let's bring out the doctor.
Flights resuming nationwide very shortly. They said that Atlanta Hartsfield is already operating on partial flights, and so is Newark. And it looks like Reagan International in D.C. has some planes coming in now. So they're going to try to get all that back going. If you missed it earlier, all the planes were grounded this morning.
Breaking news.
Yep.
But they're back now.
Yep. Looks like we're slowly but surely starting to get back.
Thank you, William.
Thank you, Dr. William E. Bussey, America's
welcome,
news
sir.
anchor.
Glad I could help.
Don't forget installment 2 of the Revelation today in the Wednesday Bible study, noon Central, 1 o'clock Eastern, live, archived soon after, and available for your own consumption.
Rick, I need to hold my ear when I do that.
You do.
Mm-hmm. You remember the guy on Laugh In that used to do, what was his name? Gary, Greg, you ought to know that.
I know
Gary. Yeah, he was famous Burbank DJ. What was his name?
I remember that the
great
Dave
Malcolm Street did it too.
Dave Fitz would do it if you needed to.
And what it was, for all of you, newbies in the business that hadn't been around long, back before they had really good, that's him right there.
Yeah.
When you didn't have headphones, and headphones were not as plentiful back then, good ones and amplifiers to be able to hear yourself on. If you covered up your ear, you could hear yourself.
Yeah,
internally talk.
Mm-hmm.
You see people singing.
You can hear what you're saying.
I was a little disappointed, by the way, on that. I tried to give you that in that picture Adler showed after the break when I went to see that play where they did "It's a Wonderful Life" on the radio.
Right. Yeah.
I'm at the microphone doing that.
Yeah.
And you didn't give me anything on it.
Well, I
thought you were
I
scratching
noticed
your
it,
head.
but I
Sorry,
just
Rick.
didn't think anything about it.
Because it was so natural.
Yeah.
So anyway,
Go ahead, Rick.
Biden in the news. Did he go?
Where?
Where did he go? Everybody. Yep.
Basement.
Anybody know?
Basement Joe.
Where did he go?
Basement Joe.
By the way, that also helps if you ever have to sing with an echo. You can do that too.
Absolutely.
You pulled the music down, he was still singing.
That was so good.
I think you're going to have to continue that, Greg.
As a matter of fact, Bubba, I put my hand in my ear when I auditioned for Pentatonic. So we told you that Biden was not going to be held to the same standard that Trump was held to, and really today,
even Biden's own standard.
Yeah, right. So, and today, Joey Behar, everybody's favorite,
Twit.
That's mild.
she's gonna tell us just straight up why they have a double standard.
That's right.
Yeah.
But anyway, Biden at first was on 60 Minutes back in September, and he's reacting to classified documents being found at Trump's
now listen to
residence.
this. Joe Biden is telling you the standard for this happening, and now he's caught up in it.
Right.
And do you think it will be the same
No,
standard?
Bubba,
Ain't no
no.
way.
No way.
Let's see what the Presidente says about people mishandling classified documents.
And you saw the photograph of the top secret documents laid out on the floor at Mar-a-Lago.
That's right.
What did you think to yourself, looking at that image?
How that could possibly happen, how anyone could be that irresponsible. And I thought, what data was in there that may compromise sources and methods? By that I mean names of people who helped, or et cetera. And it's just totally irresponsible.
And you don't know.
So let me ask you, Mr. President. You have classified documents was found in your office in your think tank from back in your VP days. What would you say to that? I would say totally irresponsible.
Totally.
Because if it's one way, we have to have it both ways.
Sadly, if you ask him now, he's just going to say, "I don't know what you're talking about." And
he said he didn't. He wasn't aware of it.
And
he said that yesterday.
And he's not going to be lying. He really doesn't know. But why the double standard by the media? Why the double standard? Well, Joey Behar, everybody's favorite, as Bubba said, nice, kind person who's on TV.
Mm-hmm.
Joey Behar. Probably Joey Behar could be used in the future to torture terrorists.
I think calling her a twit is a compliment.
It is. Well, it's a little disrespectful.
It
to
could be
twits.
a lot worse.
Yeah,
I can tell you that.
The only people you've upset are twits.
Cut that mic off. I can give you another one.
No, but anyway, she is going to tell us
I'll
why.
smell it.
She's going to tell us why Trump doing this is different than Biden doing.
Oh, okay.
Here we go.
And you don't know.
I still got that one running.
That's okay.
I thought Whoopi's voice had changed.
I thought, boy, Whoopi.
Scott Pelley sounds a lot like Whoopi.
When
Good
Whoopi's
night.
face was up there with that voice, I thought, well, I got to find her pronouns.
All right, here we go.
Really, I think that what you just said is right, that there are differences in what happened.
Yes, but the optics are not good.
Well, we all know that Trump is a liar and a thief. You know? We know that.
The thief. Don't miss thief.
It's not that big a jump to say that he obstructed and he lied. We don't think that Biden is a liar and a thief, so we give him the benefit of the doubt. That's partly what's going on. But what I think also is going on, no matter what the truth of it is, Whoopi, they will spin it, Bubblehead and Marjorie Taylor and that crowd, Matt Gaetz, you think they're not going to spin this, that it's just as bad as Trump? And so the lie gets out there, people believe it, just like that Donaldson person, whatever his name is.
Byron.
What's his name?
Byron
Donalds. I saw him also. He was at the fight on the floor, too, wasn't
He was nominated for Speaker a number of
Yes.
times.
By two people.
He's been the darling.
15 rounds.
But I mean, what I'm just saying is that the lying has been so invasive, so ubiquitous, that no one will believe the truth anymore. And that you can put that at the feet of Donald Trump, who started the lying.
So
what started the lying? She's saying that Donald Trump started lying in politics?
This is a
He's
classic.
the one who invented it?
This is a classic left move, as they blame others for doing exactly what they do.
Yeah, but Donald, we all know Donald Trump's a crook and a liar.
Yeah, right.
Now, Biden,
We
let's
do.
look at his past, his long career,
Yeah.
at the things that he said in his reverse stone.
And I don't know.
I apologize
I've heard
to all the tweets out there.
I've
for
heard
calling
about
that.
security at Mar-a-Lago or whatever, and it's pretty intense as far as getting in and getting around. This was just at an office at Penn. Okay, I think
the point
access
is
to
no
it-
different. You can't go well. Now Biden's not a liar, but he is, so we'll give him the benefit of the doubt.
Yeah,
You can't
let's land there a minute. If you want to say that Donald Trump doesn't always tell the truth, you are correct. He doesn't. I don't know that he's a thief. Now, that part, I don't know any evidence on that. But are we really trying to sign it with a straight face?
There isn't any evidence.
How about this?
That's-
On it with a straight face, are we honestly saying that Joe Biden is an honest man?
Yeah.
Who is clean as a whistle? His family, they're a bunch of rogues.
Yeah.
The things he's done with the influence that he has in these offices
Selling it.
for 50 years is dirty. He's lied so many times we couldn't even put together a montage because there's not enough time in a segment. It's okay for you to say you don't like Donald Trump, but you lose some credibility when you present Joe Biden as this honest, hardworking politician that has everybody's interest but his own at the forefront, and him having classified documents out for everybody to see at a think tank at Penn, that we shouldn't be concerned about that because of their character. She's basically saying in two places classified documents were lying out, but one's from an evil man and the other's from a very kind, honest man, so we give the kind, honest man the benefit of the doubt. The Bidens? What? Wow. Do you know anything about the Bidens? Anything at all? No, you do, but you're just pretending because you prefer politically the Democratic Party. We can all see through this.
Yeah,
you
Rick,
don't have any
someone
principles.
who has got to become a multimillionaire with many, many homes by being a meager public servant for his whole life.
40 years.
and call someone a liar while lying.
And remember, we impeached Trump for trying to go to a foreign leader, among other things, and get information on Biden. Remember, that was the Ukraine. We forget that. Do you remember Joe Biden, who called and said, no missiles for you until we get rid of this prosecutor that I don't like, who did the same thing?
Bragged about it.
Yeah, bragged about it. But not a word said about that.
And on the honest thing, has anybody, and if I'm wrong, I'll own it, if anybody can find documentation. Has there been, he's lied about a lot of other things, but let's just take something you can't even get around. You know, if I was a lawyer in a courtroom, you know how they like to establish that you'll lie?
Right.
Even they'll come up with something that you go, well, that wasn't a big deal. But you lied.
But you did lie.
All right, so has anyone heard Joe Biden say, at one time I believed marriage was between a man and a woman, and due to conviction or research, I acknowledge I once said that, and I'm not lying by saying something different now. I just changed my mind based on me evolving as a person. Has anybody got that anywhere? Has he ever said that?
No.
All right. At one time, I believed that life began at conception because I'm Catholic. But over time, I've studied and researched the science, and I've met with some women, and my heart changed. And now I believe that there should be abortion on demand. Has he ever said that? There's a process of changing his mind? No, at one time he said one thing, and now he says something different, and he's never explained why.
It's just expedient.
That's called lying.
Politically expedient.
Right, yeah, that's
if he acknowledged what he had said before.
Has he given us the process of how he changed his view? He really hasn't.
Yeah.
We'll be back. 866-WE-BE-BIG is our number. The website's Rick and Bubba, spell out the word and.com. Go there for all the Rick and Bubba information. Would you like to get content on your own time, too? We have a podcast channel and also a YouTube channel that has live and archives.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Want someone that you're trying to pay off to go away, be sure you sign your disclosure paper. You need to be sure and get your signature on it. Because she claims Trump never signed hers, so that makes it void.
I think any of them that take money and then realize they can make more money for telling their story is going to find a way to get out of it.
Yeah, that's true. But be sure you sign all the paperwork. So that's out there. And you were mentioning Toys R Us. I was actually talking to a friend of mine that deals in this world of, hey, I've got property, and I go out and I go to all the major retailers and see if they want to buy the property to put a fill in the blank there.
Yeah.
So this is kind of his world. And he said on Toys R Us, and I thought the same thing, he said Toys R Us, he said a lot of people are thinking that this has to do with e-commerce and online. He said, and it's not. He said it's nothing more complicated than what you're seeing with a lot of broadcast companies. He said they paid too much for them. When Toys R Us sold, who they sold it to overpaid. And he said so they never could get back out of that hole to get on the profit side. He said if you had Toys R Us and bought it at the rate it should have been bought at, you wouldn't be in this situation.
Well, I started to say
they overpaid for it.
For those of you in a full panic who may be expecting soon, someone will buy Toys R Us for what did I say? What did I just say?
Toys of Us.
Toys R Us for dimes on the dollar and will reopen and be a much more stable company.
Or just go buy your stuff you need online. But he said in this case it was the business model was the problem. They went in and said I want to be the owner of Toys R Us, and they overpaid what it was really worth.
Yeah,
and that's why it went under.
There just wasn't enough growth there, high end to justify it.
16 minutes past. More Rick and Bubba coming up right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
22 minutes now past the hour. Rick and Bubba Show, 866-WE-BE-BIG is our number. We'll chat with you again at the bottom of the hour. So we'll line those phones up going into the next break. Some things you need to know. I mentioned it earlier, the Man Church Conference, end of February. As when we started the show today, the report I got from the venue was 16 tickets. That's 16. All that was left before it is declared sold out. So if you haven't got them and you want to be there in late February, as we gather with men from all over the country coming in for the first ever Man Church Conference, you can go get those tickets now. Also with the Man Church, some services that are going on around the country. Andrew Varvutis on January the 19th will be in Opelika, Alabama, where you hear us on I-92. They're in year 4. Going through now, they're getting ready to go through our 4th curriculum.
I like his last name.
Oh yeah, Varvutis.
That's fun to say.
Let me tell you something.
Varvutis.
When you are Greek, but you were raised in Louisiana, so you've been raised in the Cajun culture, but you're also Greek. So,
Greek Cajun.
And you talk about a snob on Cajun food. I mean, but how about this? When I eat,
is he hard to win an argument with?
Yes, he is. Very argumentative. So anyway, but it can work. I do want to make a note. First Baptist Church, Greenville, Mississippi, contacted Helms yesterday. Blake Prime was coming there. We're going to move that date. That's going to have to change, right, Helms? I have that right? So I mentioned that. I want to correct that. But on the 28 things that are still going, First Baptist Church, Crestview, Florida, Jordy Henson will be there, Bubba's running buddy. And then via video with our kickoff video, which is also an option, I have the honor of kicking off the men's discipleship strategy in Jackson, Alabama, at First Baptist Church, Jackson, via video. So you can find all those and others by going to themanchurch.com. So, Bubba, this is one of those things when you look at the Golden Globes. Did you even know that happened last night?
Oh, yeah, I saw the hype for it.
Yeah. Well, I know that what everybody's talking about is Eddie Murphy, who can be very, very funny, that he absolutely mocked Will Smith. And we can't play what he said because he used the F word, but he got up to he got the coveted Cecil D. DeMille or Cecil D. DeMille,
Cecil B. DeMille
award on Tuesday. That's is that like a lifetime achievement thing or something?
One of them.
It's a big honor. I know, so much so I don't know how to pronounce it. But anyway, he said that the blueprint for his career was pay your taxes, mind your own business, and keep Will Smith's wife's name out of your blanking mouth.
That's funny. You got to admit that's funny.
That is good.
It was very. He could have used a different word.
He could have, but he was quoting what Will said.
But I will say it was funny.
Let me ask you this too. I saw a report. I have not heard the clip, so it may be totally erroneous in that way. But the actor who did the movie Elvis.
Okay, yes.
What's his name?
I don't know.
I know who you're talking about, but I don't know his name.
You know, the one that just came out.
The young guy.
Yeah.
He got an award, and I guess it was for that movie.
Yeah.
And he spoke in an Elvis voice accepting it.
That's pretty good.
Did he really?
I've read one story that said he can't quit talking that way.
Well, I can relate to that.
Think about it.
I can relate to that.
Thank you.
If
Thank you very much.
If you do a voice,
What's his name? Austin
Butler.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Think about how long he had to talk like that.
Yeah, I can relate to that. It's like he can't stop doing it.
But he wasn't trying to, but he just can't quit doing it.
I understand.
Thank you, Silla.
Thank you. Austin, did y'all say Austin Butler? Did y'all say
Yeah.
that? Austin Butler.
Adler, see if you can do we have
play
it? Let's listen to it, Rick.
Yeah, it's going to get us blocked, but go ahead.
God. Oh, man. All my words are leaving me. I just am so grateful right now. I'm in this room full of my heroes. Brad, I love you. Quentin, I printed out the Pulp Fiction script when I was 12. I cannot believe I'm here right now.
Yeah.
I haven't screened it, so I don't know. But yeah, that
like
sounds kind
Scylla.
of Elvis-y, kind of Elvis-y. Guy.
You know, I mean,
thank
Brad,
you, Brad.
I love you.
Thank you very much.
Not as much as I love the Memphis Mafia.
No sandwich.
Now, that is one of the few movies.
Then he got booed because he actually referred to being in the acting field.
Oh, that's good.
Yeah.
That's good right there.
I'd booed him right out of there.
I'd way to bring one back, Greg.
I'm proud to be part of the acting field.
I'm sorry.
Where's Zilla?
I didn't.
Where's Colonel Tom?
I don't know what's going on. But by the way, it was discovered that the Hollywood Foreign Press Association had no black members.
No.
And Gerard Carmichael, I'm not sure who that is, when he came on the stage, he said, "I realize I'm here because I'm black," which is pretty funny.
And he was correct.
Thank you very much.
I have seen the Fableman, Steven Spielberg movie. That's supposed to be loosely about his life. Yeah, it's good.
Okay.
I was wanting to say
it's good.
Rick, I have not heard anybody say they've seen that movie. I've never even heard the title of it.
Yeah,
I haven't.
It's a good movie.
You ain't heard it either.
I'd have one time.
Yeah.
You hadn't seen it.
No, I haven't seen it.
I did not.
And he completely forgot about it.
All right, let me come clean. I would not have known about it if my son, who is an aspiring filmmaker, hadn't told me.
So quit acting like you were aware.
And he said he could relate to it because it was, when you see people that want to do something as a kid like you did, and they go on to be, really, really good at it.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. But anyway, it's
Glad to be here tonight.
so I didn't know much about it, and it was one of those kind of movies which I kind of like now. They'll go ahead and let you watch it streaming and at the theater. They don't really care. So I didn't go see
Like
it.
that.
I watched it at home.
Like that option.
But anyway, I don't know anything about the Banshees of something. That won Best Picture for a comedy. Colin Farrell. I don't know what that is.
Oh, Colin.
Greg?
I heard that was good.
Yeah, TV drama Yellowstone won, but Kevin
Costner did.
The floods kept him from coming.
Yeah, he made that up.
Yeah, so that was kind of good. And I'm looking at others that I don't really know.
The Banshees of what?
Yeah. There's one that kept winning all kinds of stuff. Does anybody know what Everything Everywhere All at Once means?
Yeah, I want to see that. I want to see the Everywhere All at Once, by the way.
Okay, this one here.
The Banshees one. Back to that one.
Yeah, I saw the trailer for that.
Is that an Australian Shepherd?
So
I did too.
So the whole thing is like
Colin
one of them's
Morgan.
mad at the other one. He's trying to figure out why and get him to talk to him.
Yeah,
the whole thing.
Yeah.
Have y'all seen the advertisement for the new Tom Hanks? Something about Mr. Otto or something weird?
Yes,
I
want to see that.
Looks pretty good.
His stuff's usually pretty good.
But it spooked me a little bit. Please don't let it be like The Terminal. I'm about The Terminal.
Yeah, that was a bad turn.
But I don't think it's like that. There's a lot of dialogue in that one. Phone calls are next. All 10 lines are available. We'll chat with you at 866-WE-BE-BIG.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Anyway, so that is going on.
That crazy Irish.
Wasn't that a song by somebody one time?
Cyrus, yeah. Goo Goo Dolls.
That's it. Yep, that's the one I was thinking of.
Never says it one time during the song.
I know. Bubba, I know this. The legend of this comes up from time to time, and I've heard it being talked about before. The world's largest collection of ocean garbage. They're now claiming, every now and then we get an update on this collection of ocean.
Right. Yeah.
And now they're saying it's twice the size of Texas.
Now
is that Greg?
I'm with you.
Texas,
Think about
Texas
Texas.
big.
When they told me it was the size of Texas, which that was the original, I was impressed.
Right.
You don't have to double it.
Well,
No.
we know there is a floating garbage collection out in the Pacific
Guys,
Ocean.
think about what you're saying.
And you've seen
big.
people that approach it and divers and all that. How did it get there? Who's throwing this out?
It all has grouped together, but why would it all group together? Why would it all come together?
Greg and
guess
I
it
were
gets
talking
stuck
about
together
that.
or something.
What makes it?
Does it the
What-
plastic
the waves,
fuse itself?
However, the wave affects one piece of
attracts other
garbage
plastic.
would push the others and kind of push them together. I don't know.
All right, I'm gonna hit you.
Guys,
I'm gonna hit you with these numbers. Greg.
Twice the size of Texas.
Look at that.
The patch, they say,
Let me see.
is not a solid mass of plastic. It includes some 1.8 trillion pieces of plastic. It weighs 88,000 tons.
Good night.
The size of 500 jumbo jets.
I'm sorry.
The new figures are as much as 16 times higher than what they estimated before.
So where did it come from?
Now, where are they getting it?
Who's dumping the garbage out there?
Who counted
how many
1.8 trillion?
What was the first day that piece started floating that said, I'm getting this thing started? And then all of a sudden, all the other garbage came up.
Yeah.
I saw a picture, and there was like laundry baskets and
everything.
Yeah.
Just weird.
I've seen divers in
I got to
it,
tell you,
know.
I'm missing some stuff. I'd like to have a look at it. I mean,
I'm
I've
sure
been
that's not the only-
You think there'd be more pictures of it
Missing
available?
some
And guys, that can't be the only one. I doubt all garbage goes to this one thing. The ocean's pretty big.
It's very large.
But Rick, who's been putting it out there? Who's dumping it to do all
Well,
this?
ships. and-
Well, here's what I don't get. Can't we just go get it and start loading it up on various ships and clean it up?
Or some kind of
I mean,
technology.
it's not like it should be hard to find.
Oh, there's a couple of them here. Okay.
Got a lot of garbage patches.
Well,
out there.
Adler's responded to it, but nobody else cares.
Yeah.
Eastern Garbage Patch.
Okay. Says how long plastic may remain in the ocean is a big unknown, but unless we begin to remove it, some would say it may remain there forever, and I don't know about that.
Let's work on who's throwing it in the ocean.
Yeah, let's stop that to begin with.
No governments are stepping up to clean up the trash in the world's oceans, which are, Bubba, international waters. It's going to be up to privately funded groups like Ocean Cleanup Foundation. Okay, well, y'all get out there and get after it.
Yeah.
Man.
I mean, can't we deal with it?
News after those stats they just put out, if they're legit.
The Great Pacific,
a big old bear there.
The Great Pacific garbage patch is the largest, but as you said, there are others.
Yeah, well, I'd like to know how long it can survive in salt water.
Why don't we do a prison?
Evidently a long time.
We
Bubba.
do a
It's
prison
twice the size of
campaign
Texas.
like we've done with cleaning the roads off. We'll send prisoners out there on boats and clean it up.
Plastic.
If it's all stuck together, can't we just light it and let it burn?
Well,
That's good too.
There's got to
Bubba.
be
I
a
like
way
that.
we just jump off and chew it up.
If this documentary series Blue Planet finds out about this, they'll do a whole episode on it.
Talk about the seabirds. Everything they say, all of them have plastic in them when they die. They
The
say
majestic seabirds found outside the Pacific Ocean. We marvel at the things and the intelligence we find in these birds, but they may not fly much longer. There's always the turnaround where they throw all the humans under the bus. Well, to me, in this case, they're saying since plastic has only been around since the 50s, there's no way of knowing exactly how long this will last in the ocean because we don't, it hasn't been around that long.
Right.
So we'll see.
But it's an oil-based product, so I mean, it may be 100 years, maybe 200. I don't know.
Yeah.
Maybe 6 months. I don't know.
We're watching the sea otter in the majestic way they interact. They will mate for life, but mates are getting harder to find. Choking otters in the pile of plastic left by the evil humans could possibly choke out the sea otter and the desire for their fur in their pelt. So you're just like, man, we were having fun here for a while. And that all went downhill. By the way, I'm with you, Greg. When they claim a lot of species mate for life, but they all look the same. How do they know? This is clearly Martha. He's been with her for years. She looks just like the other one. I mean, how do you know he's not moving on? No, we can tell. Top of the hour. We'll be back.
But how?
Rick and Bubba.
35 minutes now past the hour. The Rick and Bubba Show. Let's go. So we make our way back. And we have phone calls coming in, and that's what we're going to do right now. So if you want to get in, go right ahead. We got all lines available. We look forward to chatting with you. We will get started. Let's see. Look at the board here, see where everybody's coming in from. We'll start with Jordan.
All right, Jordan, fire it in there.
Out of Gadsden, Alabama, listening to Z93. Jordan, go right ahead.
Okay, so Greg, you may have to help me explain this one, but
Greg's got a lot of explaining to do.
He does.
The guy who hosted the Golden Globes last night made a joke about the guy who is the head of Scientology. His wife has been missing for years, and he made a joke about finding her last night, and it did not go over well with the crowd.
Yeah, he walked out because didn't Tom Cruise send his Golden Globes back protesting there were no minorities or whatever? So he walks out with 3 of them and told that he would trade them if Tom would let him know where that guy's missing. What's the guy, Miscavige, his name?
I didn't know this.
Yeah,
I'm out of the loop on that.
He
He said he would trade that if he would tell her where his wife was because she's just disappeared. Nobody knows where she
Really?
was.
I didn't know that. I didn't even know that.
Who is this guy anyway, the host?
I have no idea.
I mean, I don't know who that is.
Yeah, but can Tom have his Golden Globes back now that they have a? I don't know, whatever. So I didn't even know about this missing person. I had no idea.
Oh yeah,
yeah. That the host is Jared Carmichael, and like Greg is talking about, Miscavige or however you say it, the head of Scientology's wife has not been seen in what is it 7 years? Greg?
Really?
Yeah, and that the girl Leah Remini, whatever, that's exposed them that wasn't signed. She's brought it up about hey, she just disappeared. Nobody knows where she's at.
You think she may have gone against the king? That's what used to happen back in those days.
Oh yeah.
Yep.
Mm-hmm. To Keith Trustful 1047 WZZK. Keith, go ahead.
Yeah, I think y'all need to get Adler to do some computer magic with Rick's mullet picture have some lips on there singing Achy Breaky Heart, put a loser spot on the wheel of meat, Achy Breaky Ricky.
Okay. Yeah,
Long way home.
Great.
you walked that so much further than I thought you were going to, but it's
funny.
Look, Billy Ray Cyrus didn't have nothing on me. I mean, I had that thing was blazing. What about Greg when I put a baseball cap on? Good night.
Man.
Oh,
I'll be honest, Rick. You let it go even longer than that at one point.
I did. Yeah, it got
That was
longer.
the start of it.
Yeah, it's been longer than it got longer than that.
Yeah, you were full Kentucky waterfall there. At one point.
Yes, he was.
Road Trip John, welcome to Rick and Bubba. Go ahead.
Last week, you guys were talking about distractions in church with worship leaders and things like that. I just want to add something to it. All you people that are dating or engaged or barely even married, you haven't even had an argument yet. There's no reason to put one hand on her derriere and one hand in the hand while she scratches your back. You're worshiping Jesus, and you're a big distraction to everybody else.
Oh my God.
I'm having to move my seat. I can't
What are
stand
you
it.
talking about?
We're not at a Usher or Cisco concert. So just want to remind you all that.
That's a good one.
That is a good one. I've seen it.
Oh, yes.
I've seen you all like going, all right, y'all go, what's it going
Whoa, whoa.
So he went with Usher and Cisco.
That's funny. I'll tell you the one that was funny, the time we were all praying down at the altar, and Sherry went down there and thought she was walking up there and that it was me kneeled down. She got confused when she closed her eyes and put her hand on the back of somebody's shoulders, like pray together, and begin to kind of just, like that. All of a sudden, when it was over, she looked and saw where I was. She goes, oh, my goodness, I had my hand on somebody's shoulder. That's not even you.
Oh, no.
Yeah. But, yeah, some of y'all, look, we're in church now. I appreciate it.
Listen, we were at a school function one time.
Hey.
And they were somebody. They were really, really appreciating each other, sitting by each other up there. And we got to laughing.
You and me, I remember that.
Yeah,
I remember that.
I couldn't hardly breathe.
At one point, I thought, I think they could get arrested if this keeps going.
Yeah. You
Greg,
want to scream,
Greg,
get a room.
don't think they were.
Everybody was uncomfortable.
Think of every.
This is not hand around the arm around the shoulder, because I do that sometimes. Just
Sure.
prop it up.
This was like that video somebody sent us at that concert. Remember they stood up in front of everybody?
No. Listen, Greg.
This is a lot of rotating and
Keep me in line. Keep me in line if I'm out of line. Greg, think about everybody in the audience. You know what Bubba and I watched. Think about, in general, every expression of PDA you've ever seen.
Yeah.
Now, on the other end of the spectrum, people 100% intimate. Okay?
Okay.
It was in between the two.
Really? Almost inappropriate.
Yeah. It wasn't. It
So you went from PDA to...
It didn't. It was beyond the normal PDA.
Everybody
it wasn't quite to the other.
Yeah, but it was beyond.
But it was in between the two.
I got you.
And
they were getting in uncharted
there's
territory.
one thing to have your arm around somebody, but the circles you make with your hands and all. You go, well, that's a lot of attention up there.
Let me give everybody a hint. Once what you're doing at whatever event you're watching, your hand officially touches skin. Okay. Okay. Now you got to back it up. Okay. Back it down. Okay. So you're going to have to stop what's happening here. Okay. You're over the line. We're all here. Okay. Just be aware. Okay. Back it down.
Thank you, Rick.
Back it down.
Well, we got it. We got it.
Bubba's down.
We got you, buddy.
Bubba, I'll talk to you tomorrow, buddy.
Good to see you.
All right. Let's
Like
get
crying down.
Brian.
Tears.
Brian and the great.
I'll tell you what you need to do.
Listen, everybody.
I keep seeing that scene.
Greg, we were laughing. Sorry, you don't know how bad it was. You really don't.
Everybody was
It's almost like it's almost like seeing somebody and you go, okay, you're doing that intentionally.
Yeah, okay, we get it. That's
because
funny.
you can't be. That's not natural.
Greg, let me tell you this.
They was
Let me
lost
tell-
in it.
It's like y'all know we're here for a presentation.
Everybody else
right?
just left.
Yeah,
when you're not.
You're not getting on.
Are you even still in your seat?
Yeah, you're not getting on a troop ship to go overseas.
Yeah,
you know what I mean?
That's right.
Greg, let me put it to you this way: every teenager you ever been in line at a roller coaster, and the line was really long, and there's teenagers making out in the line, they would have been bothered.
They would have been. That's too far.
The teenagers would have said, "Hey,
yeah, come back off."
oh my goodness."
Oh gosh.
So let's go to Brian in Michigan. Brian, welcome to Rick and Bubba.
Hey, Rick and Bubba. I don't know if you keep up with news with WWE, but apparently there's rumors going on that it's getting sold to Saudi Arabia. Last night was the rumors. And then, there's rumors going now that it was actually sold, but there has not been official word by the WWE yet.
I have not.
I have seen that.
I have. You have?
The headline was that McMahon had to be suspended from his own company because of inappropriate touching or something.
Well, the last I saw,
he's come back.
That he was
and
coming
he's
back.
selling it.
Okay. To Saudi Arabia.
Over $1 billion.
All right,
Well, they got golf. They might as well have professional wrestling.
It sounds
Says
very,
his daughter just resigned to see.
it sounds very Vince-like.
Oh, yeah.
Because, first of all, I was not shocked that he decided to come back.
And did y'all realize wrestling is huge? Saudi Arabia, they love the WWE.
I did not know
They bring
that.
them over there and pay huge money.
I did not know that.
Oh, yeah. Now, I hope this doesn't affect Bama Mark's contract.
What a day.
That's the only thing.
What a day.
Well, last time he called, he was going down to their training facility.
I bet that worked out.
Let's go to Albertville, Z93. Brian. Another Brian. Go ahead.
Hey, yes, I wanted to thank you for your inspirational thoughts and stuff that you do on the show. And I wanted to ask why we hadn't heard Pastor Tony Evans, lead off the Kickoff show anymore.
Helms doesn't like him.
I don't have anything to do with that, by the way. That's Speedy picks the
I don't know why
things.
Helms has a problem with him. I don't.
Right.
And I honestly think we just get in here so quickly and,
Yes,
and
you
we
just
get
grab the
caught
first
up.
one you got.
We get caught
That's
up.
obviously not long enough.
We get caught up talking and those things, and we forget we need to start the show.
Yeah.
And he hits the first one that he can get out there.
There's no real thought
We've
process.
got about, I don't know,
Yeah.
8, 10 that we will use, especially during the best of.
Well, now I heard Tony's during the best of.
Yeah, we
So-
play them, but I think just when we're live every day and it's not a best of, we
Right.
just
Couple things that we'll note you on. Well, you can always tell when we've talked the entire break and haven't planned what's next. You can tell if I come back with the Rick and Bubba theme. That's always a sign. It's either that or Adler has told me that we have a guest on and I can't use a bed music. But if it's not involving a guest and you hear us come back to the Rick and Bubba theme, we've been talking or eating during the break.
Well, and I'll even pull
We ran over real quick and hit the button.
because I
curtain
didn't get
back.
any bed music out and I just reached for that. It's right beside
Well,
me.
and let's pull the curtain even further back. Used to, we had to physically start the commercials. Someone had to come in here and hit a button.
Yeah, right.
Now that's automated.
Right.
So right now, we're all in our offices, production room, hanging out, doing all that. And when we hear the commercials start to play, that's kind of our cue to make our way in here.
Yeah.
And sometimes we got like 15, 30 seconds, and we need to run to our spots.
Yeah. Todd in Birmingham.
happens.
Yeah.
Todd, welcome to Rick and Bubba. Go ahead.
Hey, guys, y'all were talking about PDAs and all that. We used to go to a
There he went.
Oh, man. I wanted to hear that.
Dang it.
We lost it. Doggone it. Oh, my goodness. So, anyway, that looked funny. It was
He had a good PDA story.
It was a PDA story in church, too.
The one, didn't you send me the one of that guy and his girlfriend up at that concert dancing in front of everybody?
Unbelievable.
Just carrying that sugar
That's
up
unbelievable. All right,
in broad daylight.
we'll be back. More Rick and Bubba next.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Here and thank all of you for being part of the Rick and Bubba family.
We leave for spring break. Edgar's Bakery has sent you a birthday cake a few days early, and the good news is we have sisters back here that said they're going to start celebrating their birthday here every year. This is their second year.
Good.
So it's almost
Good.
like it's for them too. Your birthday is today. Is it today? The two. What day? Sunday. So you're kind of like a bunch of you next week. So here we go. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you.
Really, y'all don't make a fuss.
Happy birthday, dear Bubba. Happy birthday to you. And there it went.
Wow, what a great cake.
What does it have on it?
They've got me in my Hendrick Jeep Commando.
No,
And it looks just like you.
It does. It's got mud on the tires. I mean, I've been out mudding in that shot.
Yeah, that does look like your Jeep. So
Man, that's a great design.
And look at you looking out the side of it.
I know it.
And it's strawberry.
Yeah, it is, and it's a strawberry cake, which is what you wanted. So,
y'all really don't make a fuss. Set it down right here, Speedy.
Yeah,
Rick, we love Edgar's cakes, and actually, my daughter has chose them for her wedding cake. Her and Lisa came over and sampled, and Edgar's will be doing the wedding cake at my daughter's wedding.
Well, how about that? Yeah. So at the end of May,
once they come over and taste it, they were in.
Well, yeah, we agree.
I told them. I said we get them all the time. I said, once you taste them, it's in.
Edgar's Bakery #1, and we've got ourselves another birthday cake to enjoy.
They have captured me doing one of my favorite things, Rick, out mudding.
Oh, I thought it had a picture of you eating.
Well, I may have a snack in there with me. Who knows? But we appreciate Edgar's and Hendrick.
That's twice that I ever heard you say the word mudding. What's going on with you in mudding?
You just get out and ride the
But you
woods.
asked how to spell it. Who you send something about mudding?
No, I was just putting it on a social media post. That's all.
Okay.
I didn't know if it was one D or two.
Right, yeah.
When you drop the G.
Mudding. Yeah, so thank you, Edgar's Bakery, and happy birthday to you, Bubba. And I guess, let's see, today's the 23rd if you're listening live, is that right? So you'll be...
Yeah, it's the week of,
Yeah.
during vacation.
Yeah.
It's, when you got a late March birthday, it's always strange. Sometimes it's on Easter, sometimes it's on Good Friday.
Boy.
It's in spring break a lot, so it's just all over the road.
I'm going to cut you the first piece, Bubba.
Thank you.
All right, this is where I'm trying
to
smell
Speedy, you don't have to cut it that big. Seriously.
This is where I'm trying to figure out how old we are.
He's trying to give me a quarter of the cake on my plate.
Since you were born in March and I was born in October.
That's okay, I'll take it.
What are we flipping over to now? How old are we now?
53?
54?
54.
Let's see, 64. What? I have to
It's
do the math
2018.
here.
Yeah. So I guess we're 54 now.
Yeah. I've
Here we go,
moved.
Bob.
I've moved the bar forward for us, Rick.
Okay.
See you in October.
It's actually
wow.
Good night, Bob.
Speedy, thank you. That's very generous of
There's
you.
one
About
tire
a quarter
for
of the
you.
tank.
You're eating
quarter of the cake.
There's a tire for the tire.
Yeah.
How about the?
Well, it looks good, doesn't it?
I'm just give me some of that.
Speedy, I want to share with everybody.
Can I tell you, Bubba? This is actually quite comforting. I thought I was already 54.
Really?
Yeah.
No,
I thought I turned
because
50 this past year, and I turned 49.
Really?
Yeah. I thought I was 50 all day.
Well, how's that feel?
Huh?
How old
really
do
don't know
you?
how-
Are you
That's a good
49.
mistake to make.
I'll be 50 at the end of the year, but my wife had to tell me I was 49.
How old are you, Helms?
40.
That's right. We did the whole 4 thing. And Adler, how old are you? 31. 32.
Oh, little baby.
Yep. There he is.
Pump.
Yeah. How about he's got a big week coming up.
He does.
Yeah, 54, just to be sure.
Okay.
He had to check.
Well,
you know you're getting old
For a
when you
minute,
have
I
to check.
panicked.
Yeah.
I thought, no, I couldn't be 55, and I didn't know it.
I don't want to let the cat out of the bag, but what happened is Bubba and I shut down counting once we survived 52.
Yeah. After that,
we were worried about that 52, and once we survived, it's almost like we it's still going.
we got over the hump. Now we're looking to that next hump.
All right, so you just turned 54 next week, and I'll turn 54 in October. Is that
Right,
correct?
that is correct.
That's right. And Greg, that makes you 52.
I'm 51. I'll be 52 in July.
Okay.
Yeah. Again,
that's
remember
tough.
how you played those old man characters?
Yeah.
That's real now.
Hold him, man.
Hold him up.
See, I wish I had one of those years. See, my wife it's always easy because my wife was born in 1970.
Right, that's the easy.
Give me one easy like that. That's the
Yeah,
easy
you can
thing.
add that one on.
Yeah, but so anyway, so we're 54. I'm not yet, but this is my 54 year.
Yeah, you're knocking on it.
Okay, got it. All right, I know how old everybody is now.
Yep.
So
Rick, that means you're 53 and a half. Remember when you was a kid, you throw half in there because you thought it meant something.
Well, you stopped
made
doing
you
that.
older.
You stopped doing that.
Yeah.
All right, so here we go once again on these Simpson predictions, and then we'll come out and we'll talk to Adler because Adler's got a big week coming up next week.
Mm-hmm.
Is it possible the Simpsons can predict the future? And there's been some that are it's unbelievable the things they've come up with. And it is 9 minutes to the top of the hour of the Rick and Bubba Show. This wonderful, precious song that I heard as a kid that was about camping. I thought, man, these people like camping. Greg, steel guitar.
How many people thinking of Anchorman right now?
Bubba, as we make our way back, we're all of us on the edge of our seats for a science update.
Yes.
Involving something green or a comet, something like that.
The green comet.
The green comet.
It is known as the green comet.
That sounds like a superhero.
It does.
Yeah.
What could it be, though?
Oh my goodness! I didn't know the word nibble was an afternoon delight. But now that I can see the lyrics coming on,
Is it really?
Yeah, it really is.
I missed that.
I did too. I didn't get that.
Nibble?
I thought they were eating by the campfire.
Well, they were.
So anyway, Bubba, tell us about this green comet thing.
Rick, a recently discovered comet will soon make its appearance in the night sky for the first time in 50,000 years.
All right, Greg.
Discovered on March the 2nd, 2022 by astronomers at the Palomar Observatory in San Diego. The comet will make its closest approach to the sun on January the 12th, which is tomorrow. The comet has an orbit around the sun that passes through the outer reaches of the solar system, which is why it has taken such a long time for it to get back to Earth and swing by, and it'll be 50,000 years before we see it again.
How about that?
Stargazers in the northern hemisphere using telescopes and binoculars should look to the northeast horizon just before midnight to spot it on January the 12th. The closest it will actually get to the Earth is between February the 1st and 2nd, when it will get within 26 million miles. That's fairly close, and
that's a lot of numbers they've thrown out there.
In space terms.
So, Bubba, we weren't alive when it came the first time, and we won't be alive if it comes again.
That is correct. That is correct.
So one shot, 50,000 years. So who's going to be here to check it?
Well, I will. I mean, Greg,
they said 50,000 years. You were wrong.
I want to tell you, we don't get to sit out around a campfire a whole lot, but we did this weekend a little bit. And, we were looking at the stars and trying to identify them. You could see Mars because it was obviously red. And, we checked it with the app we've got, and we saw Jupiter and the Big Dipper. And, it's
Orion's belt.
It's kind of cool getting out there and seeing. We could see the Milky Way. You could see it, the cut of it. It was so dark. Man. So that was kind of neat.
Did y'all eat s'mores?
No, I usually cut s'mores short. I just eat the marshmallows. I get tired of holding them over the fire.
Too much work.
I know you did that at the Christmas party.
Yeah, I just rather eat marshmallows. I think sit by a fire.
I think you've answered my question. Can I ask you a question about the s'more?
Yeah.
Are you an anti-s'moreite because of the mess and the complexity, or you don't really care about the taste? You're fine with just the marshmallow.
One, I don't want to take the time to do it. I'd rather just eat the marshmallow.
Have you ever ate the chocolate part after the marshmallow?
And two, I'm not a big graham cracker fan. I mean, it's good in some things, but I don't like just a graham cracker.
You never had graham crackers with peanut butter?
I've had all that stuff, and it's okay. I'm not saying I'm anti. I'll eat
about
it.
A 5?
Yeah, I'm just not fired up about it.
But you do reach down there and break a little of that chocolate bar. I'll throw it in.
No, I will eat the chocolate bar, absolutely.
So you eat,
but I love marshmallows. I don't know how they can be bad for you. They're mostly air.
Yeah.
No, not.
They're actually good for you.
Really?
No, I don't think that.
Yeah, a marshmallow.
Pure sugar.
A marshmallow. It is simple. You're right about that. It's sugar.
What about that
It's
jar?
a sugar cube.
What about the jar of whipped marshmallow? What about that?
Oh, that's
How about that?
That's when somebody means business.
I've made s'mores with Ruby the last 2 nights in a row. That's probably not
very messy.
Hey, look
probably
for the
not
comet.
healthy, but man, we have a great time.
Hey, look for the green comet.
So messy.
Bubba, I think where you are, you don't want to
So
work
messy.
to eat. You know what I mean? You
I
wanna
agree.
Just,
Too many moving parts.
Yeah.
I'm enjoying being around the campfire. I'll just pop a few, marshmallows and be good with it. No need to get all fancy with it.
One of my favorite things, which is why we love the Grays format, I sometimes will even desire a meal that I'm just not willing to prepare.
Yeah.
But if you had stuff just laying out on the table that I could just pick it up and eat, I'll always go to there.
Well, I make Betty mad sometimes because I'll eat things cold, and she wants to warm everything in the oven.
Right, yeah.
And if I'm going to warm it, the worst I'm going to do is microwave. I'm not taking time to heat the oven up.
Y'all eat leftover pizza out of the fridge or heat it up?
Both.
Yes.
Both.
Yeah, I'll eat it out of the fridge while I'm waiting on it to heat up. So I'll do both. I mean, what you do.
It just depends on what mood I'm in.
Can I go? Can I ask a star back to Bubba and his stars? Can I ask him a question?
Yeah, of course. Go right ahead.
How far do you go with it when you're stargazing? To Greg's point, he brought up Orion. Okay, do you really get specific on stars like Sirius and Orion and Capella, or do you? I mean, are you really showing out in that world, or are you just focused on other planets?
Well, it just depends what's visible. Usually, I mean, if I'm looking up,
But
I
you
go,
can, like,
I go,
hey, man.
there's the Little Dipper, and it's rising, so I know the Big Dipper's coming behind
So,
it.
but do you get specific on what those are? I don't know the.
Well,
I don't know
this
these,
is what
so-
happened. So we're looking. I go, that star obviously has a red tint to it. That must be Mars. And someone in the group pulls out an app and goes, "That is
Right,
Mars."
right.
And what is this one over here? I said, "Well, it's very bright. It's probably Jupiter." Well, it
Right,
is Jupiter.
right.
And then where's Polaris, the northern star? Well,
Okay, so
we're
there's-
looking for it.
Let me ask you this.
I'm not constellation heavy.
That's what I'm getting at.
Yeah, I don't
wanted
really
to
know.
know
all
how
that.
deep
I'm more
you
of the
took it.
planets, I
wanted to
guess.
know how
Other
deep
than the
you took
Dipper,
it.
I could never see them.
I know.
I just
you
like to look
can't
up.
get it. Big Bear. Do you see that star that you bought and named after Betty?
No, I don't see it.
Y'all remember that
No.
service? You
Yeah.
named a star?
Oh, yeah.
Greg, I was actually
I
looking
really
at-
don't feel like they were licensed to sell it.
I don't think they were.
Yeah.
This is what I do, Helmsy. If I'm sitting out there with the campfire, gazing at the farm, and I just start thinking about these things. Do y'all remember we were growing up? We didn't know what any of this meant.
Oh, that's a weird. That song always made me feel weird.
Well, yeah, Greg, it should. Kid, I'm going, what are they talking about?
That's a weird. I knew it was weird. Even as a kid, I knew it was weird.
I remember as a kid going, can we get to Let the Sun Shine? That I can follow.
That I like.
Realizes they were actually trying to promote astrology, which of course
Yeah.
is mysticism, and God hates it.
Yeah,
but
there's a
anyway-
big
yeah,
difference
right.
in astronomy and astrology,
Correct.
although they're very close together to say.
Yeah, astronomy, not that's yeah.
You mean when you had that big telescope, you
Oh,
were
yeah.
all into
Yeah.
it?
Amanda brought that up.
That
this
lasted
weekend
about a
with some
week.
friends.
Yeah.
But I mean, it went way quicker
Greg,
than I thought. it
Greg,
would.
I don't
I
mind.
kinda wish I had
listen,
one
I
of
don't
those.
mind you saying it lasted a couple months, but a week is ridiculous.
I think you didn't use it. It may have kept
Look,
it
I'm a
past a
kid
week.
guy. I get that. Okay, but you don't have to exaggerate.
Nah,
Hey,
I don't
it's a
know.
good enough
Just
story
think,
at 1 month.
If he'd have had it now, he could see UAB from his house.
Oh, yeah.
10 days.
10 days. Top of the hour.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Toys R Us?
Well, Rick, I never was watch The Simpsons every week kind of guy. I mean, I caught it every now and then just to see what was going on. But fans of The Simpsons are now convinced that a 2004 episode predicted the closing of Toys R Us. Now, I started reading the details on this, and this one may be a stretch. Now, I know they predicted Trump as president, and they did
They
this,
predicted
and they did
him
that.
with a Playboy model.
I don't know if they did that.
Greg, you don't need The Simpsons for that one.
No. In the episode, angry, childless adults destroy everything childlike and deface Toys R Us by flipping the logo backward, the backward R forward the way it should be.
That's funny.
Now, fans have been flooding social media with theories that the episode was trying to hint that the Toys R Us store would one day
You
close
said
its
Toys
door.
of Us again.
Rick,
Toys of Us.
do you realize
That maybe that's a store
It's
you
the
need.
cake.
Rick,
And then there's Baby Toys of Us.
Rick,
Greg, babies of us.
Yeah.
look, these vacations come along at a particular time for a good reason. Everybody
It's
needs
been a
to-
couple months since Christmas.
And well, you stagger them out over the year. You know, the 4th of July will be out there too.
Bubba, let me tell you something. We better do something. I think we've done a blistering 6 weeks.
Hey, now calm down.
Wait a minute.
Now wait a minute.
Wait a minute. Wait a minute.
That and the smell of this cake under my nose. Good
Go ahead.
night.
Eat a piece of that.
I'm not,
It's gonna pop.
I'm not trying to say we negotiated a lot of vacation in our last contract, but somebody said if Johnny Carson was alive, he'd be offended.
He's like, hey, you guys need to show up a little more.
But anyway,
No, we still work on Friday.
I'll watch it.
Wait a dang minute.
but
Wait a minute.
But guys, here's what we do. And Greg, I know you've warned us about this, but I had to tell somebody again yesterday that you're an expert on certain things like this, including Munchausen, even though this doesn't apply to that. We're now so obsessed that the Simpsons seem to be showing some things that are somewhat accurate.
I know where you
go. Now we're declaring that having an episode that old people hate Toys R Us and they go turn the R the right way. That was them predicting it was going to go under.
Now we're
That's a
stretching.
little
Maybe
bit,
a stretch.
That's a little bit of
Every event we check and try to find a
If you want to say they went after Toys R Us and they didn't like it and they fixed the R and it's kind of ironic that they did an episode about Toys R Us, being disliked, and now they're going out of business. That's not quite predicting it was going out of business.
Changing the name to Toys of Us. Remember?
Right. What if we started a new line, Toys of Us, and all we did was have toys we like?
Y'all are gonna laugh when they rebrand and come out. And that's the name.
Look, you go into Toys of Us, you look, and everybody goes, "Well, who wants this Johnny West stuff?" And I'm like, "Well, that's Toys of Us." You go and find stuff.
Lawn darts are back. Because we loved lawn darts.
You talk about possibly lawn darts showed you there was a time that there weren't many lawyers.
Exactly.
Because nobody would have put that product out in modern day. Nobody.
Oh, that was a great product.
You throw it up in the air and hope it gets in the circle.
Yeah.
I mean, how many people were killed by that game we never knew about? Maimed? Huh?
Hey, hey, look, we're gonna have that at Toys of Us.
Rock'em Sock'em Robots back.
Right.
The big version,
That's
not
right.
the little version.
Electric football back. That little
Toys of
hand
Us.
football. It's back. We'll be right back. We'll look at Adler's Week coming up next week. Hang in there.
Rick and Bubba.
But today, you take your lovely wife and y'all load up in a show enough RV, going out to see the country.
That's it. American road trip.
All right, I want to point out he has still not seen the movie RV.
Bubba's asking me about this every day, and I just keep
Sorry about
forgetting.
that.
It's okay.
I feel
Sorry
like
you
it's
couldn't work that in.
I feel like it's a
There's a
training.
part of me that wanted you to tell him you'd seen it because I was tired of hearing the question.
I should have just said that. Yeah.
Well, I'm only looking out for you because
That's true.
It could happen to you, buddy.
He did that with me about Men at Work. For when I first started working here, he realized I'd never seen the movie. He even somebody put one in my office when I was the DVD.
Yeah, but that was just because I thought you'd think it was funny.
I mean, I appreciate
This is like a training manual of things not to do with your RV on the road.
Yeah, it is.
Does Men at Work hold up, though? Does it hold up?
It's still where Eagles dare be.
It's still one of the funniest movies to me.
Now, where did you rent this? Did you rent it from a place called RVs of Us?
RVs of Us, yes.
Right.
We are.
I actually got
It's my birthday.
I actually got it on a website. There's a couple out there. Just Google it and you'll figure it
So
out.
show no good.
You just rented it on the website, huh?
Yes, yeah, and it's actually out of Huntsville.
Yeah.
Out of Huntsville, I'm just going to some guy's house.
Airbnb for RVs.
It's Airbnb. If you own an RV and you want to use it as a income source and you're okay with people driving it around, there's an option for
What
it.
if he is doing like people do when they try to act like they're sharp and send a picture of somebody good
And
looking?
they're ragged out
when it's
when you
not
get
them,
there.
but then you go to pick it up and it's some piece of junk.
It's duct taped up.
Kind of hope that happens, but I mean, I'm sorry.
Okay.
Yeah.
Adler, can I
Thanks,
ask you a
Brandon.
serious question though? Like, say you're in a
wish his name-
minor
yeah.
fender bender or something. Whose insurance pays for that? How does all that work?
They have insurance through the rental website or whatever. But
So who buys that? You or him?
yeah, it's like $30. It's like here's how much it is to
Like
rent
a
the
rental
RV.
car.
It's like a
Yeah, exactly. It's like a rental car.
Always
exactly.
buy it and then do whatever you want to. with
Yeah,
it.
and we've got roadside. We've got like if we have to get towed out of the Grand Canyon or whatever the case may be. Yeah, but guys, I finally got. So my wife is super into this app, Road Trippers, and it like helps you like plot out everything. But we got our thing. I finally Bubba. You asked me like where we're going. So we'll be hitting like Great Sand Dunes National Park on the way. The UFO Watchtower, Bubba. Yeah, buddy, that's what I'm talking about.
Hope y'all don't get abducted.
Treasure Falls, Mesa Verde National Park.
It is 6 minutes past the hour, a brand new hour from the No Name Studio, the bleeding edge of technology, from Sweet Home Alabama to the world. Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, Helmsy, all here. Welcome back, Bill Bubba Bussey.
Rick, glad to be here, and thank all of you for joining us. It's the little get-together we call Rick and Bubba.
I was telling Greg when
Rick and Bubba.
Dad was coaching at Jacksonville State and they would play Alabama A&M, when the Alabama A&M band would do Age of Aquarius into Let the Sun Shine, it was fantastic.
Oh, yeah, I remember very well.
Very, very
And when they would break it down at that little part, and boom, and then you're like, oh, we're back on Sears now. The Bulldogs are now getting into dance formation.
Oh yeah.
When they got in dance formation,
Look out.
you better be ready. and also allow for about 20 minutes for them to get into the stadium.
Oh yeah,
Yeah, we don't come in quick.
Don't break the line.
Right? Yeah, Bubba. Sorry.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah.
There's things that I really hate I missed, and that is one of them.
Well,
Oh,
it
Bubba.
is a crime.
Bubba,
it is an
Bubba.
absolute crime.
Why are we
that
reliving
Greg
this?
Burgess, of all people,
If I could just turn
missed
back
that.
time,
I think the
you'd
Santa
do
hat,
anything to be there.
the
wouldn't you?
Santa hat's what did it, though,
and
Greg.
if we'll just be there just long enough for that, and then we can come back. You know, we'll stay there.
Look, the
Him
gap
and
was
the
as
Santa
wide
hat.
as his studio. The gap
Rick,
was
Rick,
wide
now
as his
Bubba's the
studio.
gap gets wider every time. Bubba.
I could have drove a bus.
Bubba,
to
she
it.
couldn't have reached you if it was that far.
Oh, she held a giant flagpole.
Greg told me the gap in the band. Greg told me the gap in the band was as big as Yellowstone.
No, you ain't.
No, what? No, sir.
No. Let the sun
So the hat
shine.
went to shaking.
Oh my goodness.
He's looking
So-
up with,
Don't be mad with me.
oh, he didn't say that.
We didn't
Never
have
heard of that
We
one.
didn't have that then, did we?
Never heard of it.
I don't even know.
He's a little bummed
But,
after that.
but anyway, speaking of Yellowstone, and I heard Speedy play this. I heard Speedy play this in the kickoff hour. We've got a guy that tries to trash talk an elk in Yellowstone. Did you hear that? Have you heard about this?
Hasn't been one fight.
I saw the headline. I don't know. I don't know the story.
No, here's what you're going to love when somebody tries to be sharp. And by the way, I guessed it in the car. When you played.
did?
Oh, did you?
Yeah, when you played, I said that's
Well
somebody trying to taunt some sort of animal. And I had no idea it was an elk
Rick.
and all that. No, win, play, show. I almost texted. Now looking back, I wish I had, but I was trying to be a safe.
Have you done that?
I was trying to be a safe driver. But, I can't tell people. Boy, I saw yesterday. And I felt so bad for this young person. Somebody, being a good one, somebody was stopped in the turning lane, and then some idiot wasn't paying attention and hit him in the back.
Oh.
And the person who got hit was so mad. When I went by, they were out of their car screaming at the person that had hit them. Really, and the person that was just standing there like that cold face, like, hey, it's on me. I mean,
Look,
what do you do?
Yeah, right.
I've been in
They were so
a
mad.
few fender benders, and I'll say 99% of them were my fault.
Yeah.
So if somebody hits me, I'm not going to scream.
It's like you had it coming.
Yeah, I mean, because I know you don't mean to. Now,
Right.
if you come by me and you're like spinning your wheels or being stupid, that's one thing.
I saw the person who was mad had long hair, and I saw her bend her head over once, let her hair fall, throw it back, and go back in, screaming even
And
more.
finished.
And
Really?
You kind of think to yourself, well, I hope the law's on the way.
Yeah. You really do.
This, and
Yeah,
I'm sure they
nothing
are,
worse-
but
nothing worse than that.
It didn't look good. But anyway, this guy, and I know you were playing this audio.
Yeah, Adler's getting the video ready for you because the video adds a whole lot to it.
I didn't know we had video. Okay,
Look, Rick, there. Turn around there. Okay, you go.
right,
So they're
oh.
on the road. Look at the backdrop. How pretty this is.
Oh, how nice is that?
And so we got an elk.
There's John Dutton.
Yeah, he's staring down the car, and so they're easing up on it, and this is what happens.
Watch out, buddy. Want to fight?
Yeah, he wants to fight.
He didn't roll his window down.
Watch this. You're gonna love this.
You want to go, bud?
Well, I'm cocky.
Here's Tyre.
Yeah, that was his tire, and I think he cussed it, so I killed the audio. But you
Cheers,
can hear
tire.
his tire. Psst.
How about
Yeah.
the elk said? I'll tell you what. How about a flat tire? You like that? Cold out here.
Do people have no concern for their car?
Evidently not.
The body work or whatever
just
it's going to
go
have.
in a
on.
remote area too.
How about this?
Let's not
Just
forget that.
Just
Yeah.
go
How about
on.
that's
Real
pretty
cold.
Pretty good little
Just
drive
go
to
on.
get to change that tire.
Just go on.
Yeah.
I
Or
had
stay-
never-
or stay back.
I've never
Something.
been to Yellowstone. I'd love to go see it. It's definitely on my list before it blows up as a super volcano.
Right.
Adler, you've been out there, right?
Yes.
I've
yes,
been out.
indeed.
Have been there.
Have you?
I've been on the Wyoming side. I haven't been on the Montana side.
I didn't know. I should have known you'd been there.
World
I don't know why I
traveler.
didn't think
You
about
need
that.
the travel bell.
Well, if
Yeah,
it
when
had
you
been
were
if it had been in Europe, I knew Rick had been.
Yeah, absolutely.
when you were
I've
at
covered most of Europe.
So how long does it take to drive across it? If you go in, hey, here's the gate, welcome to Yellowstone. When you leave it, how long a drive is it?
Oh,
I mean, it's hours.
Because what I saw, remember where I was is not the big part of it.
Right.
I'm just getting a smidge of it. So I haven't had.
You were down on the Sonoma side, right?
I didn't get the full Yellowstone experience. Now, don't misunderstand me. Wyoming is.
Yeah.
I mean, it's a wild
Beautiful
frontier
country.
as well. Oh,
Yeah.
it's so gorgeous.
I told Betty
I was
I'd
there
love
with
to-
Adler's dad, by the way.
I would love to go
That's what I was
see,
wondering.
Montana and Big Sky Country out there. I think
Well,
that'd be really nice.
well, this is a thing we keep running into, and Sherry,
a nice, cool
Sherry
time of
knows
year.
that's more my area.
Right.
You know, she loves the beach, and she's not crazy about the mountains because she's terrified of heights. And for some reason, that even got
the Great Plains with a little rise.
Well, that's what I said. I said, baby, but here we don't have
a camper. What
we
about
don't,
a camper?
We don't have to get up in the mountains. I said we can just be in the Great Plains, and she keeps telling me, yes, I know you want to go to Montana, and we're going to go, and I want to go into Yellowstone on that side, the big side, and I will look around. Now I will tell you this: the part we went into in Wyoming. Now we saw elk, we saw all kinds of wildlife. We saw a giant moose. I mean, a big one. And
did you see any hot lava or anything?
No, not over there. Not on that
concerned
side.
about that.
Yeah, no.
Well, I am.
Yeah.
I mean, we know it has a giant magma chamber under it.
You remember that's when I told you when I got to fly fish?
And South Georgia.
I got to fly fish down the.
Yeah.
Is it the Snake River there still? And that still part of it.
Mm-hmm.
I got to. And it was real hard to get the trout in because they're afraid you'll hurt the fish, so they don't have barbs on the hook.
I know. What is that all about?
And that was weird. That's when I was with Randall Stevens.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Told him his suit stink.
To do the Yellowstone Grand Loop, which is around
his soup did stink, by the way.
The Yellowstone Grand Loop is 204 miles, and with traffic and just the rate you got to go, this map says it'll take 5.5 hours, but I am also reading that it'll take closer to 7 hours with traffic and elk getting in your way.
Are there places
so what
to
do you
stay? Like, can you cut it up?
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean?
Yes.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
A lot of times people recommend that you do this the lower loop on a day and do the upper loop on another day, and then do this section just on that day. So it's kind of a 3-day park. There's so much to see, and it's a good one for kids too, because you can go to Old Faithful, and it's just like, here's Old Faithful, and you get it. Like that's really neat. So
my luck the day I go
now,
is
why is
when
that
the
water squirt
volcano
up in there? It didn't heat it up.
They have like a boiler underneath. I think gas. It's a gas boiler.
Oh, it acted up the
tried to
day
get
I'm
rid
there.
of it.
Have y'all seen the movie? You remember the volcano went off on that island that everybody, like a tourist place, and everybody got all burnt up?
Yeah.
We covered the story. It ain't been that long ago. There's a movie out now about it.
Oh, really?
Yeah. Hadn't seen it. I saw the previews.
Greg, speaking of Yellowstone, I'm weighing off.
Saw the preview.
I don't watch Yellowstone, the TV series, but I watched like 18 whatever.
Yeah.
The beginning of the Dutton family. Now 1923 is out.
1923 is good.
Yeah, those are kind of intriguing.
You've
me.
ruined a lot of things for me this morning.
Yeah,
Don't worry, it's so confusing we can't run it.
Right.
There's no way we can. I've only seen one episode.
Right. The
So confusing.
Right. It is very confusing.
And they always do just like they did in 1883. They start it with some scene that ain't going to happen until you're about 3 deep.
Right. Am I going to? I've only seen one episode of 1923. Am I going to be okay? Why am I in Africa? I know that.
That's right. That
am I going to be okay
that's
there?
One of the boys.
And why am I over here in this school for female?
Now
Indians?
that I haven't got.
Why am I over there? I want to stay on the Great Frontier. I want to.
I'm caught up on episodes, and I still don't know what the orphanage thing is.
I'm jumping from cattle drives into Africa, and then I'm getting some flashback, I guess.
You ready for this?
School. Am I going to be okay?
One of the Duttons is in Africa right now.
That's one of the boys, right? Who was in the war, and he's got some sort of PTSD, so he's over there.
People hire him over there when they have like a line that's killing people,
and that's okay. But that almost seems like its own show.
It does.
I mean,
it does. And it would be
I'm over
good
here
one.
killing beasts that are man eaters. That seems like its own show.
Rick,
I'm not
I
sure
thought
it belongs in the Wyoming in the Dutton history.
I thought it was a flashback until I talked to Greg after the first episode. I thought they were flashing back when they were in Africa.
Well, now you didn't catch the letter from his mama to him while he's there.
Well,
right
Rick,
that don't happen again
stop?
until you got to jump forward.
The
Before you
ink
get
is
to
not a dry on this
That's what I'm
stuff.
saying.
Would y'all stop?
Can we have
you
any
see?
show that, like Greg, you've said, and I agree. I'm ready for shows that stay in the present time they're in. I'm done with flashbacks and forward flash, back flash. And can we just be in the time we're in and just tell the story?
Well, obviously we can't. But in that situation there, first of all, it's not his mom; it's his aunt. But she raised him.
Is it really? I thought it was
She
mom.
raised him,
and
but-
I like that actress.
Oh yeah, she's
real good.
She and Harrison Ford. I thought, well, if they got them in this, they serious
yeah.
about it.
Mhm.
Don't
But-
know her
but-
name.
What you're seeing of him in Africa right now is before he got the letter.
Okay.
Because the episode 1 ends with her writing the letter.
Yeah.
Well, no, that's why I got that.
Well, you'll find all that comes into play later.
That's what it got. So I was like, wow, this hasn't been a flashback.
I don't like these sheep people.
But what you're seeing on Africa after that initial first one is before he gets the letter.
When them sheep people cut that fence, I knew we had trouble.
Oh,
Helen Mirren.
Helen Mirren. She is
she's great. She's great. I'm going to tell Bubba a funny line she had in episode 1, but I can't share on the air. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
We're going to go see Mexican Hat in Utah, and then Monument Valley in Utah, Kaibab National Forest, Flagstaff. We're going to that meteor crater. You guys know what I'm talking about?
Watch
that
out.
gigantic meteor crater where a meteor hit the Earth. Okay, well.
It's a lake now.
Yeah, well, it's actually, I think it's just a, it looks like it's just a crater. I'm just looking at the picture
You know,
here.
one place I thought you might hit on the way that I haven't heard yet is go through Arkansas to that place where you dig for diamonds.
Oh, yeah.
You know,
we
diamond
keep doing them
national-
stories about people getting big diamonds out
getting
of that.
millions of dollars.
Well,
I thought you
and they're
might
planting
dig.
them there, but still, I mean,
Sure.
Are you just bypassing the giant ball of yarn? I mean, what else is on here? The big chair?
Yeah.
The giant hot dog
Listen.
of Utah.
If you can go through Anniston as you're leaving, you'll see the biggest chair in the world.
Right.
They got that big chair there.
adding that to the list.
That's the wrong way.
Adding
That's the
that.
wrong way, buddy.
That's east, but a little
But
double
it's just
back.
an
Just
hour out of the way
Worth
for the
it.
biggest chair.
Helmsy,
That
you
ain't
can
much.
hit that
I'll
one.
actually see
Yeah.
that today.
Worth it.
So roadtrippers.com, it's also a website. So you hit where you're starting from, your destination, and it tells you everything that's in between.
Well, you can like make your marks.
Okay.
And then it like gives you a little blurb about it. And then
All right.
like if I just hit one boom, one map, and then or one button, and then it's like launching. So there's our trip right there, guys.
Good.
Wow.
Nice.
How long?
Are you going for a month or a week?
A week. We're gonna be driving like
You're
8
gonna be
hours.
sick You're gonna be so of it. tired.
Every day we're gonna be driving like 8 hours.
You know,
That's
it's
going to
every
be real
day.
fun.
No, it's a lot of driving.
A lot of driving. A lot of driving.
It'll go by pretty quick for whoever goes back in the back of the show enough RV and sleeps or gets back there. But the person driving, it's 8.
Y'all, that hit me this week. I can make my wife drive, and I can go sleep in a full bed in the back.
You think you can?
Well, you're a better man than
I
me.
got a question.
If my wife's
I've
driving
told
us 8
you.
hours, I ain't
Told you.
sleeping.
Listen. I got a question too. What if you show up and it's too much vehicle for you?
That's
or,
right.
Or Aaron.
So
I mean,
this is
It can't
Like
be.
you take
You're
a
not
gas.
used
What
to
if you
driving
take
a
a
big
gas
vehicle.
pump out somewhere?
Yeah.
I know it looks like a van in the thing, but what if it's just
and,
bigger
and
than
did you
think?
bring anything to sit on so you can see over the
That's
steering
a
wheel?
good point. That is a good point.
that's not funny.
That was
That's
him.
straight
man.
up.
Man, that was-
That's straight
Sorry,
up.
that hit me just right.
straight
Like
up.
these are things you got to think about.
You know
No,
what?
it's not. No, it's not.
Well, I'll
It's
tell you
not
one
things
thing.
I got to think about, man.
I will say this,
Are you
guys.
gonna wear a hat so your head doesn't get cold?
I talked to
Where's your
somebody
winter hat?
this week that does this with their family, and they told me, tell Adler, he needs to have what they call a hell day, where the first day he drives 16 to 20 hours and just gets that
Hell
out of the
day.
way. That's what they called it. It was
There's
like-
nothing I love
think
more than
Aaron-
a vacation than a word called one of my days will be called Hell Day.
And they
I think Aaron has one of those a week. doesn't he?
Enjoy Hell Day. See you next week.
Hey,
Thank you, Ham.
Holiday Road.
Hey, what are you doing on vacation? Well, I got one Hell Day.
speaking of that, let's get out
but
of
you
La
don't have to drive as much on the back end if you do that,
get it.
and you can
I
take
understand.
advantage
but,
of.
But
the
let's get out
sights.
of La La Land for just a second and get to reality. At what point of the trip are y'all sitting there not speaking, and then you're just hitting? Because you're together that long in that van, it's going to
I
happen.
mean, will you make it to the
and
Mississippi
you'll recover.
line?
Yeah.
You may recover, but you're going to have a section that is silent.
Aaron will spend.
Seated in silence.
And then seated and silent.
Then there's that makeup day.
Aaron will
Yeah.
spend. Aaron
Don't
will
come from knocking. Adler's making up.
I
love you, baby.
Aaron, my wife, will spend 5 to 25% of the time mad at me.
Okay.
I'm gonna just call that.
Oh, that, I mean,
But,
that's natural.
hey,
From what will she be mad about? I want to know when we come back. Just a list of things.
Adler, can I tell you that number, the low and the high, what that means is about 18% of the trip.
yeah, that's about right. Average it out. There it is.
Because it's going to be up toward the high.
And one of them's going to be she's going to say something about his driving because he's not sure of it, and he's going to snap at her because he's kind of nervous, and that'll be one of them.
But
Because he's in traffic.
No, Greg, he's got that in him. He's got that in his personality. You can't press it.
Hey, but that means
I'm doing it. Shut
that
up.
means you get 82% of approval, though. That's
I don't
good.
say shut up to my wife.
We're still talking to him about his trip. He and his wife are going. They're renting an RV, and then they're going. I mean, I'm talking about thousands of miles.
Right.
And much like the trip, we hope he doesn't go missing.
Right. Are you carrying your travel pillows?
Yes. Yeah.
Okay, for my pillow. Okay.
Got it.
And you mentioned that Aaron was going to be probably mad at you about 18. Rick, you said about 18% of the time. That's what it
18%
comes
of the
out.
trip.
I'm gonna say 25.
And we wanted you to. We asked you why. I mean,
What are the things you'll get in trouble for?
So I wrote it down on a little list in the break here.
Oh, okay.
There you go. That's not a bad idea.
Number one, me doing too much drone and time lapse stuff.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Worried too much about getting the video.
There's a lot of good stuff to look at, and so this happened on our honeymoon trip a lot in Hawaii. I would stop.
There was a lot of.
We actually did. We went to Maui and we did the road to Hana, which is the curviest road in the world. We drove that. It was awesome.
the world.
I was
in the world.
I was smart enough just to go down it to the point you go, okay, we got this, and turn around and go back.
We did the whole thing.
I was told
Rick
by
and
the
Ohana means family.
Yes, it does.
It does.
I was told by the travel person, don't go all the way down it. You'll get the feel of it in a few miles in, and then you can double back. 22 minutes past the hour. The Rick and Bubba Show. 29 years, baby. We're still swinging. Still here. Well, I'm standing here with my arms a mile wide. I'm hoping and praying for you. So, as we return, also, I took a gander at a documentary, Bubba, that is out now, that's on one of our favorites now. There's definitely language when they interview some of the people, so be aware of that. But John Waite, they have, we've had him on the show many times.
Several. Super nice guy. Super nice.
That was one of those mistakes we made that we thought we were actually friends with him because we hit it off so much with him. But it was, Greg, you haven't seen it yet, have you?
No, I have not.
Yeah, because you and I talked about that. I finally got a chance to see it.
I'd heard somebody mention it. I thought, I love a good music documentary.
I do too, and I'll watch just about any of them if I think it's well done. But I don't, Sherry says that all the time. She says, anytime that I've got something going on and you said you don't really have anything you need to do today, so you're just going to go chill and watch some TV, she goes, I know beyond a shadow of a doubt that when I walk down there, you're going to be watching, probably number one on my list will be you're watching a documentary. And it's going to be either about music or it's going to be about football. She goes, and then if you're not watching that, if it's programming, you found some Western. And that's pretty accurate. That's about it for me. But it is, I'm a little disappointed, and I think it's going to disappoint you, Bubba. We got nothing on bad English. They didn't even cover that era of his life.
I would have thought that would have been a pretty important part.
I mean, you see pictures of it and you see videos they did, and there's a little bit of a reference to some of their hits. But
I wondered if one of the other band members has the rights.
I wondered about that.
Wouldn't let them use it.
I wondered about that because this is what I want when somebody does a documentary.
But
let's talk about your childhood. Let's talk about how you started. Let's talk about your first band or hit. Let's talk about when you were in this. Let's talk about when you did that. Tell me how that happened. Why are you in bad English? How did that come about?
Yeah,
because it
was like a supergroup,
right? And so we didn't get any of that. That was a little disappointing. Another thing I didn't like about it, and I like John Waite. What I didn't like about it was the time they decided to do it was right in the middle of the pandemic when everything was shut down. So there's almost a depressing feel over the whole thing.
Zooming?
Yeah, and he's not able to perform. The streets are all empty. They can't really do anything. You can tell he's struggling with boredom. That was difficult because it didn't feel bright. Now he was optimistic that one day we're going to get to the other side of this and all that. But I almost wish that I could sit down and say, can we do a John Waite do-over?
Yeah,
and can I
follow him on the road a little bit?
Can I handle y'all can I hand you the breakdown of how I think you need to walk through this, and let's do something when he's actually like you go see him perform currently or something like that. But there was some fascinating stuff in it. Don't misunderstand me. And there's a moment he gets
a rock doc.
Well, there's a moment in there where he gets real emotional, and I won't tell you what that's about because this is the new me.
I don't want to ruin stuff.
But it was a very moment that I was like, of all the things I thought John Waite would get emotional about, this wasn't it. But I understand why he did. But it was interesting. So anyway, I'm talking about do you want us to stop rolling? Do we need to stop? That kind of where he just kind of puts his head in his hands and really is fighting off weeping. But anyway, so it was his story is still interesting. And of course, Bubba, the times that we've had him on. we always had a great time with him. And I think he's one of those guys. One thing that I will say about it is, man, Bill Bubba Bussey, and you and I think, honestly, praise God and thank you for his grace. You know, when you and I first got into this business, because the entertainment business is a nasty business. There's some bad people at the top of the food chain in the entertainment business. And if they can, like I said before, they'll never pay you more than you're worth, but they will 100% pay you less. And if you don't have leverage, you're going to get less. Or if you're not educated on how it works. And, you know, when you and I first started out, these old boilerplate contracts they put radio hosts under, they were horrible.
Oh, yeah.
It basically said the company can do anything to you they want to for any reason, but you have no recourse against them. You got to stay if they want you to stay, but if they decide to get rid of you, they can't. Well, I mean, come on. Yeah. So he talks about this. I don't think it's bad to share this because it's not ill being. It's just kind of a fact. He said that at the height of the Babies, which was his first band, and they had some hits, and they were very successful in the concert world, and they had albums that we didn't appreciate because, you know, we weren't old enough to.
Yeah.
But they got to where they were a well-respected band. He said they did, listen to this, Bubba, 5 albums. They did 5 to 6 tours, and he said his income was $6,000.
Wow.
What?
Because what they would do is they would say, we got all this taken care of for the tour. And he said, when you're young and you don't know any better, plus everybody sold their publishing rights to get to record, you know. Yeah. And he said they would then, what we didn't know, these record companies, he said they would charge the band back.
Yeah,
so they really didn't provide you the tour.
Money they spent to promote,
right. And then when you
dinners,
went,
they take you out like they're celebrating.
Taking out radio
you're
execs. Any expense they had, they would charge back to the band before giving you your money.
Yeah.
Well, many times there wouldn't be anything left.
Yeah.
And then the studio time, they'd let you do studio time in return for your publishing rights, then charge you back what it cost. And he said it's a vicious business. He said until we all wised up and learned it. He really didn't make any money till Missing You.
Yeah, in the 80s.
Really?
Yeah, because all the rest of it, he didn't have any leverage. He didn't. Yeah. You know, they didn't have like some big hit like that where you can, and also he knew to hang on to his publishing rights and all that, and it was.
So you're saying like when they would go out to eat or they would try to take him to have a good night or whatever, really they're paying for it.
Oh, yeah, his quote was, you be at the hotel room thinking, man, I'm living the life. But what you didn't know, they're going to charge you for that hotel room.
Yeah, and when you get an advance.
That they booked.
Yeah. When you get an advance with your record deal, that's a loan.
That's a loan.
An advance.
So you can live while you're recording.
They come back for it.
Yes.
And a lot of that's changed, thank goodness. But it was sometimes, Bubba, as we've said many times, what we see isn't exactly reality.
No.
Yeah. Phone calls coming up.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
So in order to make her not mad at me while I'm doing all the droning and stuff like that, I'll then be in too much of a hurry to get on the road. So being in a hurry, that's the next one. Because like one time I jumped in the Jeep and I left my camera on the back of the car. And
you got pressed.
And then also the door was also open in that same time.
Like a deer that gets jumped and just running aimlessly.
Yes, yeah.
Not good. Okay, so that's 2.
Death metal.
That'll do it. That'll do it every time.
She kind of like speed metal,
yeah.
She won't.
Norwegian.
She doesn't care for that style of music.
Too much. Yeah.
But to you, the greatest thing is to see the Grand Canyon with that playing loud.
Yeah.
With the drone.
She doesn't feel that way.
With the drone flying and hurrying to see it.
Yeah. Probably going to listen to Your Suburbia is in Ruins by August Burns Red as the sun comes up over the Grand Canyon.
Okay.
That'll be good. That'll be nice.
August Burns Red.
Okay. Number next. Talking parentheses too much / not enough.
Finding that sweet spot.
Balance. Yeah.
Finding that sweet spot.
You don't want to be too quiet. You don't want to be So that's
Chatty
it.
Cathy.
Can't be chatty box and can't be silent.
Yeah. I got to listen too.
A lot of listening.
Farting.
Oh no,
that'll do it.
That's just on the list there because we're going to be spending a lot of time on the road. So.
Okay.
It's impossible for her not to be exposed to a few fires.
And I like to have like a snack, when I'm driving. I got the flavor blasted goldfish in the bulk size ready to roll. That's going to be in the side so you can just go, you can just go.
Can I ask you a question? Because y'all been married for a relatively short period of time.
Yes.
How
Crazy
much?
newlyweds.
You haven't got to that point where everybody just openly fires shots now.
No.
Yeah.
No.
Is it still kind of a new thing if you were to let one go?
If I were to let one go, it would be like a punchline of a joke or something. I would use it in that way.
Okay, so you haven't gotten
not,
be a punchline.
That's so funny.
Greg,
We're not
hang in
there
there. You'll
yet.
get to the point where you'll break one so loud while brushing your teeth it wakes her up in the other room. Let's get the day started. Love you, baby. All right, we go ahead.
Like right now, I would be like, she would be like, "Hey, what do you want for dinner?" And I would just be like, I don't know. That's how I would use it.
Okay.
And she'd
One
be
of my-
like, "Did you just fart in the middle of that sentence?" I'd be like, "Yes." Okay,
Adler,
that's-
one of my favorites, like you're going down the road. Hey, did you hear something?
Is that a tire? Is that a tire?
I thought I heard a noise. Listen, and then you.
Those darn barking spiders again. I thought Cooks had our pest control under control. I guess not. And then she is hungry.
Oh boy,
that would be a reason for her to get mad at me.
Yeah.
So that's
hangry.
Hangry.
Yeah.
Yeah,
But
you gotta
you-
watch out
yeah.
for that.
So you're saying that pet owners, it's what about the dog? It's with you. It's what about the drone? It's hey,
Yeah.
what about the drone footage?
Y'all,
What-
the
stop.
drone footage is gonna be so sick.
And the
It's
pets
gonna
are
be
sick. The
sickening.
pets aren't going, are they?
No, pets are not going. We're boarding them. This is our first time
Praise
to
the
ever
Lord.
do this. We're really interested
Time
in
away
like,
from the kids.
They're not gonna-
doing
they're not
this
gonna like
with
that.
kids and with dogs at some point. But
Not now.
just to get this under our belt, we're doing.
Two less lonely people in the world.
We're doing
and
the
it's
rental.
gonna be fine.
And it's a 23-foot van, and then we're also going to put our tandem bicycle on the back of it. It's a folding tandem bicycle, so it'll
That's gonna
fit.
come off.
It'll fit in the back. And it's not going to come
Why
off.
isn't it here?
very-
And
I actually, y'all, at 4:50 this morning, as I'm like rushing out of my house, I literally had my Jeep open from Hendrix letting me. My car's getting worked on right now. I don't normally drive a Jeep. Hendrick hooked me up with a rental Jeep. Anyway,
Yeah, baby.
and
the Jeep.
So I've got the back of that open at like 4:50 this morning, and I'm trying to get the bicycle in the back of this Jeep. Because I desperately wanted to bring it up here and make Greg ride on the back of it with me. I'm
would've been
so
cool.
sorry.
we
I'm
would've
so
done
sorry
that.
I couldn't make that
can I
happen.
go get it in my truck and bring it back? If I could just look out the window and see you pulling Greg behind you.
I mean, we can get it. It's
Hey, we'd have been
Tyler, the angry
Flying
cyclist,
through
will be furious.
All right, so
and so that's going to be happening. It is like I said, a 23-foot van, and it's a van. It's not one of those like tour buses, so that's good. We'll be able to like park in normal parking spots,
That's good.
which is huge.
because I was afraid of too much vehicle. Greg had a great point on that.
It is a lot of vehicle though. Somebody just sent me a link just now to that 11-foot-8 bridge, that notorious bridge that just people take like moving trucks. They just have a montage of cars hitting this bridge. So that's something I did not think about. Honestly, my height clearance. I got to think about that.
Oh no!
But
you
Bubba,
need to find out.
Are you nervous?
I'm a little bit nervous. Bubba, you were asking me about cost.
Yeah, what's it cost to rent a show enough good van?
On this website, like they've got them from like $150 a night to up to like $300 a night, just depending on what you're looking at. And they've got them down to like if it's kind of an older model and stuff like that, it'll be like 90 a night.
You want to stay away from that.
Yeah, you don't want you.
So you can get in a nice hotel is what you're telling us.
You'll scream. You'll scream. I'd have paid $180 to have one that actually runs.
This.
35 minutes past the hour. Here we go. One of my favorite, most underappreciated John Waite songs. She loves me not. But it is the name of the documentary, The Hard Way. And turn the radio on. What do you say? Listen to Rick and Bubba. Somebody say this. Everybody learns the hard way. I don't know why, but it's true. Phone troll. 10 lines ablazing. Mr. Helms, ready to go. He's going to take your phone calls at 866 We Be Big. Come in here, make a comment, ask a question, bring information to the table. This is your time to shine, America. Go.
Directory assistance.
That's Erica 212. And while you're getting lined up ready to go, I'll point you to upside.com. The Fed hasn't officially declared that we're in a recession because it's like Fonzie trying to say he was wrong. They just can't say recession. But when we see the price of everything everywhere, it's hard for us not to see the obvious inflation that's out there. And with Upside, you don't have to worry about inflation because you'll get cash back on every purchase. So to get started, here's all you do. You just download the free Upside app, use our special promo code BUBBA25, and we'll get you 25% or more back on every gallon of your first tank of gas. And then after that, you just claim an offer for whatever you're buying on Upside. Then check in at the business, pay as usual with the credit or the debit card, and get paid money back. So 25 cents or more on every gallon, that's all right. So go to rickandbubba.com. You'll find it under sponsors too, or just download the free Upside app and let the savings begin. Let's start with Vance, Cleveland, Tennessee. Vance, you got 30 seconds on Rick and Bubba. Go ahead.
Boys, love the show.
Thank you.
Rick, you were talking about Yellowstone, and man, just the other day I was watching the old Wild America, Marty Stauffer. What do you guys think about that? It's a great show.
Wild America, I haven't seen it.
Oh, he's a what word am I looking for? He did. It's like a documentary. He goes out through Yellowstone and films all the animals and stuff.
Oh, yeah. It isn't. Don't we have
Wild America? Is it Wild America?
Isn't Kevin Costner? He's done something too to do the background of the show.
That's the one I saw when he was talking about he never wanted to leave that place.
Oh yeah, I never saw that.
Yeah,
that was about. The
I think
Yellowstone area.
Then Fox News. That's on their app.
I think you're
Fox
right.
Nation. Whatever it's called. Yeah, Fox Nation. Wes in Mississippi. Wes, go ahead. 30 seconds. How are you?
How you doing? On 1923, do you think the orphanage deal is Casey's wife's ancestors, maybe?
You know, it may be.
It's a good suggestion and a good theory. Yeah, possibly.
They got to tie it on there somehow.
Yeah, I haven't seen it, so I have no idea.
Jody in Pleasant Valley. Jody, go ahead.
I have two things. First, to get this out of the way. Greg, Happy New Year. Let's get that out of the way.
Thank you so much. I don't acknowledge it, but have at it.
Hey, the only good entertaining thing about that championship game was the Pat McAfee broadcast. If y'all didn't watch that broadcast, that made the game interesting.
Maybe I should have tried that.
Yeah, that was on ESPN too.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Yeah, but see, me and Helms talked about this, and I'm the same way. I want to watch the straight up. Like I don't even watch the Manning brothers when they do their thing.
Yeah,
and I know it's probably really entertaining, but I have to watch the straight up.
Yeah.
And I need McAfee in small doses. I can't take him in big doses.
Yeah, I think that's me. I think if I could walk over to Pat McAfee and say, "Hey, I'm Rick Burgess. You don't know me. It's fine. Calm down."
He was pumped for the championship game. He thought that he really needed to show off, and he overdid a little bit.
And I would say less is more. You're funny. You're a funny guy.
Very knowledgeable of the game.
Very knowledgeable of the game. But I just take it. You got to come down. We got to bring you down.
Click.
We got to bring you down a click. I've tried to like him. I don't mean like dislike like his character.
You're talking about his
just him he's not entertaining to me. He kind of gets on my nerves, and I need to work on that. But I think he's going to have to do some work too for us to find that place where we match.
Yeah, I mean,
we all have different tastes in things.
Yeah.
I mean, it's not.
And and Coach Corso can't deal with him because he can't grasp him. He's moving way too fast.
Yeah, that was secondhand, that interaction.
Yeah. I don't know what we're doing with Corso, but we need to stop thinking that we're being kind to him by keeping him on.
Right.
I would say you're actually doing the opposite. I'd like to say a little more concern for his dignity. Okay? Yeah. We continue. 866 We Be Big. Jimmy in Jefferson County. Jimmy, go ahead. 30 seconds.
Yeah, good morning, man. I just wanted to let you all know as a representative of Jefferson County, Alabama, that we will begin a petition today to change the name of Fairfield and Midfield to Fair Practicum and Mid Practicum.
That's good.
That's great.
Well, I mean, where are we going with all this?
Yeah, seriously. It's like a joke. It's like they're not serious.
Right. It's like a
It's
skit.
like a parody skit or something.
It's like a TikTok thing. Let's do this and see if everybody believes it.
Yeah.
And they really don't.
Don in Clanton, Alabama. Don, go ahead.
Yes, sir. Hey, good morning. I was calling in reference to what Bubba was talking about, the military and COVID shots where they were forced to get it. My son did have to do this. He was in the Navy Reserves. And 4 months ago, he did have a heart attack. Thank God he survived, and we still have him. But the doctor actually put on the statement, discharge paperwork, that it was the cause from the COVID shot, Johnson & Johnson shot.
Can I ask you this? Did he have any heart issues prior to this at all?
No, sir. No, sir. He was the type of individual, if you told me he had to run a marathon, he would challenge you and go for it.
Now, let me go back to what you said. What's really important here, Don, Bubba's question, you clarified that. You just said something that I haven't heard. Mm-hmm. The doctor actually put on the paperwork that he linked the two?
Yes, sir.
Now, that's the J&J, right? Isn't that the one you're allowed to be critical of? I mean, I'm not sure, but yeah.
Well, we keep hearing these, and see that, like your example, and I'm sorry you've had to go through that, is a reason we should be able to ask about the Air Force cadet, about Damar Hamlin. Was that involved? Because we're hearing stories like this everywhere. And if that's the case, why are we not talking about it? Why are we not looking at it? Why are we not trying to solve the problem instead of politically, we can't have this, sweep it under the rug? If there's a problem with it, let's address it. Maybe there's something we can do. Maybe there's feedback we can get from this that we can fix it and make that shot better.
Absolutely. So that's
yeah. I mean, I agree with you 100% on this and everything. I mean, thank God we still have him around, but he has all the hardware in his chest now for the rest of his life.
No doubt, and I know others who've had athletes that had a negative response to it. The Myro, what you were talking about,
carditis,
and you know, it's I don't know why when we're not transparent on these kind of things, it's not good. It's not going to help people.
Yeah, the myocarditis thing that everybody keeps talking about is inflation of the heart.
Yep.
Something I just learned recently is that you never hear about people getting heart cancer, right? Because it doesn't happen. Hearts don't get cancer, but in exchange for that, when hearts, like you have a heart attack or some kind of event like that, your heart scars, and that scarring is permanent.
Right.
So when they were talking about initially these initial reports of myocarditis happening and them saying, oh, this is just a temporary thing, that just is not factual because just the way the heart works. Now, Bubba, with your liver, livers get cancer, but they also regenerate.
Yes.
Hearts don't do that. Hearts don't get cancer, but in exchange for that, they scar, and they scar for life. And that is what we're seeing, and it's concerning. As a vaccinated person, I got the Johnson & Johnson because I believed at the time it would keep me from getting infected and passing it.
Well, that's what you were told.
That's what I was told. I am dreading. So you guys know during the breaks on YouTube, I play old shows. I am dreading getting to the COVID phase of our lives because we were told so many incorrect things. I feel like I'm going to jump on in one of the breaks and encourage people to get vaccinated, and then I'm going to have to say in the break, hey guys, I didn't know at the time. And does that make sense? I am dreading getting to that point.
Hey, there's so many times we can only. First of all, we all change. Of course, unlike I talked about with the president. If I've changed my view on something, I usually will acknowledge that at one time I said something different, and here's why I changed the way I say things. We all have things that at the time. Either we weren't where we were as a person, or we were going off all the information we had at the time. And you see that throughout history. There's nothing you can do. You can't go grab information, and then pull it into where you are. Now, what I don't understand is you can't look at information that's behind you in the past and use it. I don't know why we don't sometimes. But there's nothing you can really do about that, Adler. I mean,
it was a fluid situation, and I think all of us know that we were only doing with the information we had at the time. I mean, we're so much further down the road now. We know a whole lot more than we did then. Well, but I mean, we couldn't just not talk about it.
And I think we have on this show. Maybe there's been some times maybe that's not true, but I know us now. We really are working on not overreacting one way or the other. We're working on let's see how this goes. And I think in the beginning, one of the things, and please hear me, I have family. I have friends, and I have people that I completely trust in the medical field, and they're wonderful, really, really smart people. But I had always been in the world of I trust them completely. I can't lie. I really don't trust completely anymore because I know now that we were being told things that were not true. Or that they could not say because they didn't have all the research.
Couldn't be true.
It couldn't be true. So now, unfortunately, I'm not as confident in things that I'm being told to do medically as I once was. I'm not saying that that's even legitimate. I'm just telling you it happened.
Well, you need to review everything.
Yeah,
and get
right.
second and third opinion.
Well, before I would go, well, look, I mean, this is a doctor, and they know what they're doing, and I didn't question it. I didn't get, I know they always say get a second opinion, but I'm talking about now you're looking around everything they're doing and go, hey, now why are you doing that? What is this? Now I heard you need to do your research, and some of it can be bad too, but it's just it was not a good time in our history.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
With a lot of people headed to the beach, I thought this was very interesting that we've got this story out of Florida where two guys have seen a humpback whale, which is not normally humpback whale area.
So humpbacks are not in that area?
Well, I think you see them every now and then, but it's not like,
You don't hear about going like on whale tours there.
Right.
The story says that after 20 years of living by the beach, Jake Williams has seen all kind of marine life. But at exactly 10:09 Thursday morning, Williams and his coworker Jake Rich spotted a humpback whale, his first whale sighting. The two Jakes were working beach services at Seacrest when Williams spotted something really big out in the water. I was like, dude, that's a whale.
Dude, check out that whale.
Hey, dude, that's a whale.
The two said they then grabbed a kayak and paddled out about a half a mile to the whale. They got within 200 to 300 yards of the whale before it suddenly popped out of the water.
Yeah.
It was just phenomenal, he said. It turned around and came to us. It hung out and swam circles around us for about 10 minutes.
That'd have been scary.
We were losing our minds. It made 13 years of beach service totally worth it. I don't know if I was out.
Here's the video right here.
Yeah. Can we look at that? I mean,
So
I don't know.
that made 13 years of beach service worth it.
I think that's a stretch.
I don't know what that even means.
Look, here we go. Look at that thing.
Oh,
It's
a
about
whale,
to come to the surface.
Where
Check
do
it
they
out.
normally
Look.
hang out at?
I don't know.
Look at that.
Now, is that an Arabian humpback whale?
Well, it's either that or
Huh?
a Mongolian.
Where did you come up with that a minute ago?
I've heard. Well, I'll tell you off air.
Rick's text is excellent.
I know.
Oh boy.
I'd be pretty scared out there with all that because I mean you've seen those things knock boats over.
Oh,
you know it could be playing and hurt you
They
bad.
take that old tail, say bam.
Mm-hmm. Play a little rough.
And we were looking their stories. They are spotted off Florida from time to time, but it's not like the place you go for whale watching.
No, they don't have them tours.
Do you think he knows he's lost?
Where are the other whales?
where
Don't they
am I?
usually run in groups? This one got
Yeah.
on his own.
They
Nobody
may be-
liked him.
They may be
Nobody
more out
liked him.
there.
They ran him off.
Yeah, and he still can't find his way. Poor
what it is.
thing.
Oh, I know what happened. They let him go at SeaWorld.
He may be one of them confused.
Even though it's not an orca,
yeah.
but
Right, but still.
Well, close.
The old humpback. I bet that would be fun to see. I'd love to see one, but I want to be in a very big boat and a safe distance because, I mean, they can play rough.
Yeah,
you know?
next thing you know,
They
you're
be
in with him.
They can be the Beaumont of the sea,
You dang right.
Hurt you.
And I hate telling this story because people will say I'm an idiot, but probably it's been 12, 13 years ago. I was on a deep sea fishing trip. Got
There you
sick as a
go.
dog, by the way.
Mm.
Worst trip ever.
Ever thought about saying sick as a dog?
Yeah.
Dogs get sick.
Yeah. Never know where that came from. But
Right.
anyway, I saw a whale shark, and I said something, and everybody looked at me like I was crazy. And the boat captain was like, he was shaking his head and looking like, this guy, what's wrong with this guy? He is sick. And about that time, it surfaced again, and he couldn't believe it. He's like, I've been out here for years and years and years. I've never seen anything like that. And that's clearly what it was. So it is cool to see stuff like that. They got one in the Atlanta Aquarium. Whale shark.
You get out in the
Whale
Gulf,
shark's a big salty.
It is.
You don't know what
It
you're
is.
going to see out there.
Yeah.
There's all kind of submarines.
And they're pretty
stuff.
gentle. They don't do anything to you.
What about that beluga? I'd like to see it.
What's the
You
craziest?
always go to the beluga.
I know what
Yeah,
you
it's
saw.
fun to say.
What is not just talking about water? What's the craziest thing you've ever seen in the wild? And I know you're going to say Black Panther. Yeah. I know that. And you saw
the one I
something.
saw was a tan panther.
And
I'm
you-
open about it now.
And
I don't
you didn't
care.
tell me, and I had my son out in there. But
In the wild. You're talking about in the wild.
Yeah, I mean, what's the
I
craziest
saw
thing
it
where you're
3 hours
out and
from
about
here,
in
from
nature,
this destination, 3 hours
on the water, in the woods, or something? You went, I can't believe I just saw that.
Yeah.
Is it that Black Panther?
Well, that would definitely be high on the
We're
list.
not sure.
I can't think of anything that I would go, yeah. But I mean, you just see a lot of strange things when you're out hunting. You see weird animals, and it's kind of cool to see a bobcat come trotting through the woods.
Pass the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. I can't start another. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Day without 'em, brother. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Ooh, there is no other. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Waking on their blubber. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
All right, we're back. 8 minutes to the top of the hour. Phone calls are still with us. We got a good bit of those, so we will. I do want to remind you that mypillow.com/Bubba, they're doing hoodies now. They're doing hoodies now. Got the MyPillow hoodie, all-day comfort, and you can get them right now at 65% off. They also have a line of smooth-toe socks that are fantastic, 30% off. Drawstring pants, 30% off as well. Little lounge wear. So check all that. MyPillow just continues, and they actually are driving their prices down, which makes them different than the rest of the country. Find out the latest by going to mypillow.com/Bubba, mypillow.com/Bubba, and let the savings begin. Also today, installment 2 of the study of the Holy Word of God. We're in the Revelation. It will be in requests for that for years. Felt like it was the right time. We're in our second installment today. It's live on the YouTube channel at noon Central, 1 o'clock Eastern, and archived soon after. To the phones we go. Connie in Sweet Home, Alabama. Hello, Connie. How are you doing?
I'm fine. How are you?
Good. Real good.
I have information about the girl from Catholic school.
Mm-hmm.
She is the from 1923.
Yeah.
She is the ancestor of Chief Rainwater, who is on the present day
The guy,
Yellowstone.
the casino guy.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay.
Yes, that's right.
Okay. That makes sense.
So, see, some of this is where I have a little bit of difficulty, which is fine. I don't watch the main Yellowstone. I mean, I saw it when it first came out, and there were just some things there I just couldn't. I just can't do. So I don't watch it. So all I watch is the 18 whatever and the 1923 because there doesn't seem to be as much of that in there. And mainly, I don't have to tolerate Dutton's daughter.
Am I the only
Right,
person
right.
in the whole audience that hadn't seen any of them?
Probably.
Either one?
Probably so.
I haven't seen one.
Yeah, but I like the 18 whatever that was,
83.
and
That was a really good
and the
one.
1923 so far better. I mean, I think I would like Yellowstone if all that wasn't in there. That I just can't do it.
But
and
and I like to go back. I like
it's
the
some
back
nasty stuff in there.
I like the back in time stuff.
Yeah,
anyway.
me too. I do too. But it's a shame that other stuff is in the main Yellowstone because it would be a really good.
It's good.
You don't need all that.
Rick, and Beth is responsible for about 98%.
Yeah, I can't. The
rough, though.
Holy Spirit, I just can't get past Beth.
rough.
Yeah,
Can't get past Beth?
yeah. I have to. I just can't. I can't do it. So let's go to Cedric and Gadsden Z9. So some of these storylines here are going to be a little bit confusing to me because I don't watch the main one. Cedric and Gadsden Z93. Go ahead. 4.
Hey, how you guys doing this morning?
We're doing great.
That's good, man. I was just wondering why they're not talking about Stetson Bennett in this NFL draft, and why aren't they talking about this guy? He seemed like a great football player to me. He's overcome a lot, and just seemed like they should be lining up trying to get this kid, man. What's the problem?
I didn't know.
Cedric,
Cedric, you have just informed me. I didn't know he was getting any kind of negativity toward the NFL.
Well,
draft.
I don't think it's negativity. They're just not saying he's going to be one of the top picks.
He'll get a chance.
I
to go
think,
somewhere.
yeah, he'll get a chance. I think it goes back to even his problems trying to get on the field at Georgia. He has done good once he got in, but he just doesn't really impress with the eye test, I guess you would say, off the field.
Right.
And while that is not fair, that's not totally fair. The people who have to develop these athletes go, and we've heard this speech from some of them, Rick. They have to go with the numbers on this. They have to go with the guys that can throw the certain passes. They have to go with the guys certain size, and he doesn't meet some of that qualification. But I think he'll get a chance, and if he does like he did at Georgia, he will do fine if he answers the call.
Right, I agree. But it is also equally true, and it doesn't. I'm not saying Stetson Bennett will be one of those. We have also seen a lot of tremendous Heisman Trophy caliber quarterbacks that play the college game or the high school game lights out, and they just can't do the NFL.
Oh yeah,
it's just a different deal.
Yeah.
Oh, there's a bunch of them.
I mean, a bunch of them. So just because
start with a Heisman,
just
winner.
because you're great in college, and there's a lot of great NFL quarterbacks that weren't all that celebrated in college.
Yeah, they
got the skill set for that game.
Yeah, they kind of grew up and were late bloomers, so to speak.
Stetson Bennett is 25 years old, and he's 5'11", and that hurts you a lot.
So was Drew Brees.
We always go to the Drew Brees.
Tua is 24, by the way. Tua is 24. Trevor Lawrence is 23. Patrick Mahomes is 27. So that's just weird.
They say he might be a 6th, 7th round guy or something.
I think somebody will give him a chance, and then once he gets on the field, he can,
Have y'all seen some quarterbacks who are starting now that had to come in as backups we've never heard of?
Yeah.
But some of them have done very well. The guy for Dallas came in and did good. The guy for the 49ers came in, and he was third string, and he's got him number 1 seed and could go to the Super Bowl.
Yeah. Todd in Birmingham. Todd, go ahead.
Hey, guys, I called earlier, got cut off about the public display of affection in church.
Yes.
There was a couple in front of us, and the lady would start rubbing his back. And my wife and I, listen, we would get so cracked up. But the funniest part of it is it was the preacher's wife rubbing the preacher's back before he got up to preach.
No.
Yeah, oh, absolutely.
Easy.
Oh, wow.
Absolutely.
Hey, here we go. And that's one of the reasons you won't get one of those see-through pulpits.
Okay. What if when he got up, she'd slap him on the butt? Here we go.
Yeah, get it. Go get him. Get him.
Here we go.
Well, I think it's good for your wife to encourage you before you go up and preach. That's very important.
Yeah.
But you might want to cut down on the physical contact as much as you can. I mean, just time and place. Time and place.
Right there up
You
front.
can see Adler. He pulled his mic down, then pushed it back up, pulled it back down, pushed it back. He can't decide whether he was going to comment.
I'm going to sit this one out.
Okay, thanks. All right, top of the hour. Thank you all for being with us. If you leave us, we hope you have an outstanding day. If you got more Rick and Bubba, because the way you consume the old Rick and Bubba content, then stick around. More Rick and Bubba might be coming up.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Day without him, brother. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Oh, there is no other. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Waking on their blubber. Rick and Bubba, Rick